exiting the European Union, Mrs Emma Lewell-Buck.
Bar one, please, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State exiting the European Union.
Good morning, Mr Speaker. It should be clear to all members of this House that asking the public to hold elections for an organisation we are meant to have left would damage trust in politics. However, there is no guarantee the UK would not participate in European parliamentary elections if the House refuses to support a deal.
Mrs Emma Lewell-Buck.
Thank you, Secretary of State, for that answer. So, no real plans at all, then. Participation in the EU elections will be the death knell for the British public's waning faith in our democracy. The fact that councils were advised by the Right Honourable Member for Aylesbury this week to prepare for EU elections is yet another example of the dire consequences of the Prime Minister and her government's failure to secure a deal that commands the majority of this House. Isn't that true?
With respect to the Honourable, it was a rather confused question, given that she, as I understand it, voted against the withdrawal agreement, which gave us a legal right to leave on the 22nd of May. So it's rather odd to both vote against the means of departure and then criticise the absence of a departure.
Mr Philip Holloway.
The Conservative Party National Convention, the meeting of all local party chairmen, made it clear in February that were Brexit to be delayed so that we take part in the European elections, that would be a betrayal of the referendum result and inflict untold damage on the reputation of the Conservative Party. Isn't that right, and doesn't he agree?
So, well, I agree with my honourable friend that to have European parliamentary elections 3 years after the country voted to leave would be damaging for our politics as a whole. But he will also have seen the vote in the House last night, which sought to take the option of leaving without a deal off the table. And he'll also be aware that the House has to date refused to back any of the options for a deal that has been put to it.
Mr Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Whether we participate or not depends on the progress of the talks currently taking place between the Prime Minister and my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition. If they do not succeed, the Government has committed to giving the House the opportunity to hold a series of indicative votes. Can the Secretary of State just clarify, will the propositions before the House be drafted and presented solely by the Government, or will members on that occasion have an opportunity to submit their own motions for discussion and a vote?
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman who has chaired the Select Committee is usually an expert on these matters, but I must, with respect, take issue with the statement within his question, because it is not subject to the discussions with the Leader of the Opposition. The vote that he and his colleagues took last Friday to take the withdrawal, to oppose the withdrawal agreement, means that it is no longer the sovereign right of this Parliament whether we leave. It will be a matter to be agreed at 28 at the European Council, because the right affixed to the withdrawal agreement, not to whatever the other votes that the House decides on in the coming days.
Patrick Grady.
Mr Speaker, is it not simply the case that for as long as we are members of the European Union, we have rights and responsibilities that go with that, and participating in the democratic institutions such as the European Parliament is absolutely crucial? Can he confirm exactly what process is needed to trigger these elections? Will there be a debate on a statutory instrument either in this House or in committee, or is it simply a stroke of the pen of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster?
Yeah. So the honourable gentleman is right in terms of the legal position that if we are a member of the European Union, then under treaty law, we will be required to have European parliamentary elections. And I think, again, there's been some confusion in the House previously with ideas around rolling over the existing members of the European Parliament or having it on a ratio similar to the composition of the House. If we were to still be a member of the European Union, which is not our government's intention, but if we were, we would need to have European parliamentary elections.
Dr Rupa Huq.
Do please, Mr Speaker.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I'll also answer question 2 with question 6. I think question 7, sir, may have been withdrawn. Deputy Ministers and officials hold regular discussions with the Department for Health and Social Care. The safety of everyone who uses the NHS health and care services remains a key priority and is reflected in our planning for all scenarios.
Dr. Rupa Hart.
As if the fact that the NHS wasn't down by 8,000 nurses since December 2016 wasn't bad enough. 47% of them in a recent survey cited Brexit as the reason. Reports from Ealing show that there's a similar exodus from the social care sector, distinctly unglamorous, but very important nonetheless, with the demographic time bomb coming down the track, and this government obsessed with high-skill migration. What is he doing to head off a crisis in this Cinderella sector?
Well, I think the Honourable Lady mischaracterises the position, because the number of staff recorded as EU27 nationals working in the NHS trusts and clinical commissioning groups in England has increased by over 5,200 between June 2016 and December 2018. So there's actually been an increase in EU nationals. But also, what she omits to mention is the record investment, 20.5 billion extra a year, that this government is investing in NHS, the NHS apprenticeships that is bringing through, and indeed the change in terms of Tier 2 visas to talent around the world in order to attract more doctors and nurses to the NHS.
Mr Speaker, in my former job before I came to this place, I was an emergency planner for the NHS locally in Bristol. The NHS has had to put in contingency plans and major incidents plans to cope with the no-deal scenario and the future. What compensation will the government now be giving to various local NHS bodies to compensate for the time and money wasted and spent on incident planning that will probably not come to effect because of the incompetence of his government?
Well, I know from my time as a Health Minister that the Honourable Lady always asks very pertinent questions in respect of health matters, and she will be well aware, for example, of the statement issued by the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health, who said how well prepared the NHS was, because it has been a priority to ensure that we do maintain supply of medicines, ensure that the NHS is a priority in terms of our contingency planning, and that is a responsible thing for our government to do.
Burghardt.
Number 3, sir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since its formation, our department has spent £25 million in 2016-17, £58 million in 17-18 and budgeted £96 million for 2018-19. But of course, government has also allocated substantial sums to fund departmental and devolved administration's preparations for EU exit.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Has his department conducted any analysis of the costs of running a second referendum, and will he confirm that a second referendum is not government policy?
I can certainly confirm the latter, and what I would say is that a second referendum would create further uncertainty and further division. We don't think it's the right way forward.
David Hanson.
Has the Minister had a chance to discuss with the Transport Secretary as yet the full cost of seaborne freight for the taxpayer, given the extension now to Article 50 and what costs are incurred accordingly?
Well, as the honourable gentleman will know, this was a contract where it was supposed to be payment by results, so that full cost is extremely limited.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What estimate has the government made of the cost to the public purse and the potential damage to the economy if this House prevented the government from implementing its manifesto commitment to leave the customs union?
I direct the honourable gentleman to the government's own published cross-government analysis, which looks at a range of different scenarios. But I think it is clear that there are opportunities for pursuing international trade, which we can only take if we are outside a customs union.
Jim Shannon.
Mr Speaker, could the Minister further outline the essential nature of the work carried out to provide support and guidance to businesses, and the absolute vital nature of this support to the business community throughout the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
The honourable gentleman makes a very important point, and there has been a huge amount of engagement across government, and particularly from our department, with businesses, both on the no-deal scenario and the contingency planning that has to continue until we have secured a deal, and on the potential for the future partnership. We will continue that engagement with large businesses and small, and of course a huge amount of information is now on the gov.uk website, which I would encourage businesses to look at in terms of steps they might have to take in the event of no deal.
Nigel Huddleston.
Question number 4, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, with permission, I'll answer questions 4 and 9 together. The UK and the EU have committed to discussing the reciprocal provision of visa-free travel for short-term visits under the future relationship. Both sides have also said they don't intend to require visas for short-term visits in a no-deal scenario.
Nigel Huddleston. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. EU countries are some of the biggest contributors to our inbound tourism industry. We had 6 million visitors from the EU in the last 3 months of 2018 alone. Always pleased to welcome hundreds of thousands of them to Worcestershire. So does the Minister agree that the continuation of visa-free travel is vital to our tourism industry, which sustains 3 million jobs in the UK?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and last year EU residents made 25.6 million trips to the UK, spending more than £10 billion. Like him, I would like to see more of them come to beautiful Worcestershire and admire our part of the world.
Sir Desmond Swain.
They will want us to go there and spend our money, won't they?
Absolutely. My honourable friend is absolutely right, and that is the indications we've heard from all Member States and from the European Union, as they will want to continue to welcome UK tourists.
Neil Gray.
Mr. Speaker, why then has the Government not considered sorting out the problems that they have created with the post-study work visa?
The honourable gentleman will know that the recent suggestions from the Migration Advisory Committee included specific recommendations for lengthening the opportunity for people to stay after work. They determined that the best way to do that was through the reform of the existing system rather than instituting a different one.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Short visits are vital for business as well, whether it's servicing aircraft engines, whether it's installing software or so much else. What plans has the Government got for ensuring that those reciprocal arrangements can continue?
My honourable friend raises an excellent point, and as he will know, we set out to achieve a labour mobility framework that will allow for travel for short-term business visits. So this is an important part of the next stage of the negotiations. But I think the absence of a requirement for visas for short-term travel is a useful backdrop to that, both for the UK and the EU.
Mike Amesbury.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
The UK has a tradition of exceeding EU standards. We don't need to follow EU rules to continue to lead the way. And an example of that, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that UK maternity entitlements are nearly 3 times greater than the minimum EU standard.
Thank you. Does the Minister agree with the TUC that the Government's proposals on workers' rights after Brexit are nothing but flimsy procedural tweaks? And how is this going to be strengthened during current negotiations with the Leader of the Opposition?
As the Right Honourable and Lady and Gentleman knows, those discussions, we had discussions yesterday, there will be further discussions today, and I'm sure this will be amongst a range of issues that we discuss. He'll also know that the Prime Minister has already said that she will bring forward a package of measures to strengthen enforcement of workers' rights, and that is in part following discussions we've had with a number of honourable and right honourable members on the benches opposite.
Blomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State talks about the Government being committed to exceeding EU standards, but practice doesn't seem to match his words. His Conservative colleagues in the European Parliament voted against the amendment to the Posting of Workers Directive, which strengthens workers' rights and addresses many of the concerns expressed about freedom of movement during the referendum. He will know that our obligation to transpose it into domestic law continues as long as we're EU members and during the transitional period. When is the Government going to do that?
Well, there is a real inconsistency here, because night after night we're told that we should trust the votes of the House of Commons, and yet, despite giving a commitment, so the Prime Minister has made a commitment not to lower standards below the current levels for workers' rights and the environment, and our proposals on non-aggression go further than the commitments found in standard free trade agreements. And it's odd that the benches opposite have so little faith in this House to protect the rights that workers need.
Ewan Brennan.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister agreed the terms of a short extension at March European Council that were for the House to approve the withdrawal agreement by the 29th of March. We would have had an extension until the 22nd of May. Given that the honourable gentleman and his colleagues voted against that, he will be aware that we don't have that right, and the current right will be terminated on the 12th of April.
Kevin Brennan.
I think we're moving inevitably towards a situation where we need an extension in order to have a confirmatory referendum. If a trade union negotiated an exit from a deal, it will go back to its members and ask them to confirm that's still what they wanted in the terms. Isn't that just a logical, sensible and inevitable outcome of this process?
Well, I would have thought it would be logical for the honourable gentleman to follow his own manifesto, and his own manifesto said that he would respect the referendum result. Going back to square one and asking the question again is not consistent with the manifesto the honourable gentleman stood at the last election on.
Tom Brake.
Speaker, let's see if I can get an answer from the Secretary of State. A recent poll highlighted that 6 out of 10 people favour a people's vote, and of course an extension is required for a people's vote to take place. Now, I don't know how many times the Prime Minister has said there won't be a people's vote, but shouldn't the government just face reality and accept that there will be one, and they might as well start planning for it now?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, which selected poll he's quoting from, but the way in our democracy we address these issues is through the ballot box, and we had in essence the ultimate poll in 2016, which was people casting their vote, and in that poll 17.4 million people cast their vote to leave. And I think the key message, I don't need a poll, Mr. Speaker, I think we all get this in our constituencies, and certainly it is a very clear message that we get from the business community, is people don't want this to drag on further. They want it to come to a resolution. They want the House, instead of being against everything, to come to a decision. And it's time that we moved on and got this delivered.
Kirk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night this House voted to prevent a disastrous no-deal Brexit and to exert greater control over the process of extending Article 50. The Secretary of State's views on an extension are well known, but can he confirm now that when the bill returns from the other place, that he and the government will comply with the spirit of it and dutifully seek a further extension of Article 50 beyond the 12th of April?
So, what I'm very happy to confirm, Mr. Speaker, that as set out in the Ministerial Code, ministers will abide by the law. And if the law of the land dictates a certain course of action, then clearly ministers under the Ministerial Code will follow the law. But he slightly gets ahead of himself, because the bill only passed with a majority of one last night. It was passed in such haste that many of my colleagues had as little as 2 minutes to speak in the second reading debate. There were flaws in the bill that I pointed out to the House, which I'm sure their lordships will wish to explore, and we will need to see what consideration takes place in the other House before any further deliberations are necessary in this place.
Mr. Speaker, the House will have noted with disappointment, I think, the Minister's attempts to undermine the clear will as expressed last night, and we have no doubt that the Lords will discharge their duties quickly and efficiently in the circumstances. But given the clear will of the House, as expressed in the passage of the bill last night, can I ask the Minister to set out his view at this stage about what the Government believes the role of this place would be in the event that the European Council proposes a different date to that set out in a motion approved by it, or if the Council agreed to the proposed date but attached conditions to it?
It was a very odd response, if I may say so, Mr. Speaker, because he started by saying he was disappointed by an answer which said, "I will follow the law and follow the Ministerial Code." I would have thought that was what the opposition would expect. He then went on to say, and I quote, that he has no doubt that the Lords will pass this bill that carried the Commons by just one. I think that's pretty condescending to the other place. That takes for granted the process of scrutiny in the other place, because he has no doubt that their lordships will simply approve it. I would have thought their lordships, in their constitutional way, Mr. Speaker, will want to scrutinise this bill passed in haste with its constitutional flaws, with the many constitutional experts that there are in the other place.
Fellows.
Speaker, number 11.
Thank you. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will may I take 11 and 17. On Tuesday, the Prime Minister, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, set out a process through which we will seek to agree a plan to leave the EU with a deal. And then she has asked for a short extension in order to do that. The best way to avoid no deal, as the House well knows, is obviously to agree a deal. And while no deal remains the legal default, the government must go on preparing for this scenario as a contingency.
Fellows.
Thank you. All of the Leave campaigns promised that we should leave with a deal. No deal was rejected by over 71% of MPs last week. The Prime Minister's deal has also been overwhelmingly rejected. Will this government finally admit there are other alternatives to leaving without a deal that can gain more support from Parliament than the Prime Minister's deal?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right. And if she's been following the events of this week, that's exactly why my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has extended negotiations, engaged in conversation with the Leader of the Opposition, precisely to find a solution through the impasse.
Martin Day.
No deal didn't appear on any ballot paper in 2016, and it was ruled out by all the main Leave campaign groups. So will the Secretary of State agree with me that it would be totally unacceptable to crash out without a deal without first putting it back to the people?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Gentleman is quite right. The House has shown no inclination to leave the EU without a deal, and that's why my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is looking for a way forward and engaging with the Leader of the Opposition on precisely that issue.
Denny Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leaving without a deal would affect everybody, and not least, Mr. Speaker, our dentists. And I hope you'll find it in order to raise this issue about dentistry and no deal at this point. A third of the 6,500 European qualified dental registrants intend to leave UK dentistry. The British Dental Association President Mark Armstrong said the government has failed to even acknowledge the scale of the crisis. And I know ministers have their own recruitment and retention issues at the moment, but isn't the President of the British Dental Association right, and what is the government going to do about it?
I'd like to pay tribute to my former colleague, the member for Daventry. He was a wonderful minister, and it's a shame that he is he's left us. On this issue of professional qualifications, in the withdrawal agreement, and it's always been a stated aim of the government, that there will be mutual recognition of qualifications. This is not something which is controversial, and it's something which I think will assure many people, many EU citizens in our country, that they can continue without any interruption or uncertainty to pursue their professions.
The Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government have had any number of times to take no deal off the table. Last night, Parliament had to take the almost unprecedented step of starting to pass legislation fiercely opposed by the government in order to put the Parliament and these islands where the government should have put us a while ago. Last week we had the astonishing spectacle of the government chief whip going on the record saying the Prime Minister had got it all wrong. Does the Secretary of State agree with his chief whip?
Here, here. I think what my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has got right is the fact that we need to have a solution to the impasse, and that's why this week she's very openly invited the Leader of the Opposition for talks to track a way forward.
Mr. Peter Grant.
Speaker, it's very noticeable the Prime Minister is still refusing to talk to anyone who might say anything she disagrees with, but we'll see what comes out of these talks. But given that the very clear will of this House is that no deal must be avoided, given that this Parliament is now in the process of passing legislation to prevent no deal from happening, is it tenable for any Minister of the Crown to continue to be actively promoting a no deal Brexit that's been rejected by Parliament and that was never actually endorsed by the people in the first place?
So my understanding with respect to my honourable friend listening to diverse views is that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, spoke to the First Minister of Scotland yesterday and has been engaged in conversations with her. And the position of the government has always been the same. We favour a deal. We want to leave the EU with a negotiated deal. But it would be irresponsible for the government not to prepare for no deal, because that's still something that might happen. And indeed, Michel Barnier said that it was likely this week. So it's exactly the right thing for the government to prepare for this scenario of a no deal.
Ronnie Cowan.
Question number 12, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I regularly meet ministers from the Scottish and Welsh governments, and on Monday this week spoke to Graham Day, MSP, and Jeremy Miles from the Welsh Assembly. My Secretary of State also meets his counterparts in the devolved administrations. Indeed, he met his Scottish and Welsh counterparts on his very first day in the job.
Thank you very much. Scotland voted overwhelmingly to stay in the EU and to retain free movement of people, which is essential for our economy and social well-being. What account has been taken of those facts in developing the UK's Brexit strategy?
There's been a huge amount of engagement through the Joint Ministerial Council and the Ministerial Forum, which I co-chair with the Scottish and Welsh governments. And there are a number of issues that were raised in Scotland Place in Europe, where actually our shared policy is to pursue, for instance, cooperation with Europe on universities. But the honourable gentleman will recognise that Scotland's share of UK immigration is actually very low, and that it is, as the Migration Advisory Committee have made clear, only really possible to have an immigration policy for the whole of the UK.
Anna Johnson.
12, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. The government has undertaken extensive work to identify the legislation essential to deliver our exit from the EU. In fact, as I speak, I think almost all of the SIs, 93% of them, required for a functioning statute book on exit day have already been laid.
Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So the government have failed to pass the trade bill, the agricultural bill, the fisheries bill, the financial services bill, the environment bill, and even failed to introduce the EU withdrawal bill. So doesn't this go to show that those people who think that we're ready to leave in a no-deal situation on the 12th of April just shows that the government is not prepared for that at all?
Spot on. Absolutely. I would reject the assumption behind the question. As I stated at the dispatch box, almost all of the SIs required, and it was something like 600 of the SIs that were required have been passed. 93% of them have been passed. She's quite right to suggest that there are bills currently in Parliament which are being discussed and which are going through both houses. All of these bills provide for a range of negotiation outcomes, as she knows, including a no-deal scenario.
Stephen Timms.
Mr Speaker, isn't it now inconceivable to pass a meaningful vote before the EU Council next Thursday, and therefore unavoidable to seek a lengthy Brexit delay and hold European Parliament elections?
I think given what we've seen in the last few weeks, I would never use the word inconceivable. I mean, anything, as you know, can happen. I'm confident that we will get a deal through. I'm hopeful of that. Because that's the only way that we're going to get a negotiated exit, an orderly exit from the EU.
Davy Perkins.
14, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. He will be aware, the honourable gentleman will be aware that we've had extensive meetings across the country. I myself have seen many companies across the country, and we continue to recognise the importance of UK manufacturing and of maintaining a close trading relationship with the EU. As the political declaration sets out, we have already agreed to establish a free trade area for goods, and we recognise that manufacturing is an essential part of the economy.
Jimmy Perkins.
Not really much to do with my question, which is about regulatory standards. Waytron Belanchai, a Chesterfield-based industrial weighing machine manufacturer, had to spend around £50,000 having all their product recertified in the Netherlands because it will no longer be certified, recognised for sale in the EU after we leave. Isn't the cost that UK manufacturing are paying the most serious example of what the failure of this government to come up with a trade deal is actually the impact that's having on British businesses?
Well, I'll tell the honourable gentleman about failure. What is actually crippling and showing the uncertainty, which is increasing the uncertainty of his manufacturing sector, is his repeated rejection of the deal, which would actually have an implementation period and give certainty and direction to the very companies that he is seeking to represent in this House.
Melanie On.
very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister said that anything can happen, and Total Lindsay Oil Refinery contacted me this week, just in the event that there is a no deal, to warn me about the risk of the equivalent of Chinese steel dumping, but with US gasoline. If we end up with 0% import tariffs, that will result in a loss and a downgrade of up to 900 jobs in my Great Grimsby area. Does he agree that this will irrevocably damage our local economy?
So the question I would like to ask myself is, given her concern, I'm answering her question. I'm answering her question. Is given that she has so much concern for the manufacturing interest in her constituency, why on earth has she rejected on 3 occasions the only deal which is going to provide certainty and a degree of consistency for the companies that she seeks to represent?
David Duquette.
To number 15, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK government has been unequivocal that in any scenario, including no deal, EU citizens and their family members living here by exit day will be able to stay. We want them to stay. They're our friends, our neighbours.
David Duquette.
For his response, but can the Minister specifically reassure EU citizens living in Banff and Buchan, and indeed across Scotland, that contrary to suggestions and letters being circulated by the Scottish National Party, the UK Government does value them, wants them to stay and is committed to upholding their right to live and work in the United Kingdom? I've seen the letter.
My honourable friend is exactly right, and it is hugely irresponsible for people to stir up fear in the way that we have seen there. EU citizens are highly valued members of their communities and play an integral part in the economic, cultural and social fabric of the UK. I enjoyed engaging with EU citizens from the Nordic countries in a recent visit to Edinburgh, where we were making very clear that we want them to stay, and we have designed the settled status scheme to help them to stay.
The honourable gentleman from West Bromwich wished to...
Well, a sense of anticipation is now being built up. Mr. Barry Sherman.
16, sir.
Thank you. Obviously, manufacturing is absolutely vital to everything that we do. We remain committed through our industrial strategy to make the UK the best place to start and grow a business. There are now 3.5 million more people in work since 2010. And I have to say this. It seems very remiss, I think, for members on party opposite to complain about the uncertainty when they have rejected the deal not once, not twice, but 3 times. This deal will provide the certainty which his manufacturing interests would recognise, and they appreciate that.
Very Chairman.
We all had a late night last night, but this is a zombie Secretary of State with zombie ministers. When will they wake up to the fact? And we had yesterday, the manufacturing group of MPs, which I chair, yesterday had a leading professor from the business schools, both Sheffield and Birmingham, said any way that we leave Europe, we will have a 4 to 5% drop in GDP. But in those constituencies and towns that voted leave, their drop in GDP will be the crippling 17 to 20%. It may not include Spelthorne, where I grew up, but it is going to devastate this country's manufacturing base.
I want to say 2 things. First of all, we're not zombies. I'd like to confirm to the House that that is the case. But secondly, Spelthorne has manufacturing interests like his own constituency, and the manufacturing interests in my constituency always say to me, back the Prime Minister's deal, back certainty, and let's get this thing over the line, and let's move on with our lives. That's what they want.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The highly integrated supply chains in both motor and the aviation industry require convergence and regulatory alignment with product manufacture in both the EU and the UK. What guarantees can the Minister give us that in the event of the UK leaving the EU without a deal, that we will have a role in shaping the future regulatory framework?
Obviously, it's been the repeated intention of the government not to leave without a deal. And he will know from the withdrawal agreement that Part 3 of that agreement deals extensively with the kind of regulations that would be in place in the course of the implementation period, which, if the deal goes through, will give us another 20 months to negotiate a free trade agreement.
On Purse Glove.
Number 18, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. My friend will appreciate that a second referendum, in fact, would have a very corrosive impact not only on our politics, but also on the trust. The people have mentioned trust very many times. There was a clear instruction in 2016 to withdraw from the EU, and that's what the government remains absolutely committed to fulfilling.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for that answer. And beyond that impact, what assessment has he made of both the democratic and financial impacts of pursuing such a change in policy?
My honourable friend is quite right. Holding a second referendum would create enormous amounts of uncertainty that would undermine the strong economic achievement of the government and of our businesses, and it would essentially take us back to square one. It would result in more delay at a time when the public simply want to get politicians to deliver on what they've promised.
Wilson.
Speaker, after the talks with the Labour Party leader yesterday, the Chancellor this morning has said that a second referendum is more likely. Are we beginning to see yet the start of another U-turn by a government which has abandoned all of its promises to go forward with no deal, to have no border down the Irish Sea, and to ensure that we leave the EU on the 29th of March?
With respect to the second referendum, as I said to my honourable friend, it is government policy to honour the referendum in 2016. That's what we've been tasked to do. That's what we are 100% focused on. This issue of the second referendum, frankly, I think is a red herring. It's not something that we countenance, and we want to deliver on the 2016.
Tim Lawson.
As part of the political declaration, the Government has negotiated an agreement on the future relationship for financial services that would be of greater depth than any other the EU currently has with a third country, whilst also enabling our financial services sector to take the global opportunities on offer.
Lawton.
I'm grateful to Secretary of State. Is he aware of the latest Reuters Brexit City Tracker Index, which revealed that last year no less than 7.6 million square foot of new leases were signed in the City of London, a record. The market is currently within 5% of its record high, and fewer than 2,000, or 0.5% of city jobs, have either relocated or jobs been substituted elsewhere on the continent. When is this Armageddon going to happen because of Brexit?
Mr. Speaker, as a former City Minister, I take a close interest in these issues, and he's absolutely right to draw the House's attention to some of the developments we've seen in recent months in the City, and also the opportunity that the City has in growth areas of finance, green finance, for example, being a key opportunity, fintech being another, and there are very good opportunities for this City in a post-Brexit world.
Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There seems to be some confusion about customs union. So can the Secretary of State for DEXU, my right honourable friend, confirm that a customs union would not cover the way in which we regulate our financial services, the way in which we fish, the way in which we farm, or indeed freedom of movement? So it should be perfectly possible to discuss customs union without using any F words.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. There's one sort of tweak around fishing and fish, but other than that, I absolutely agree with her. And also, just to remind the House, if you take financial services alone, that contributes, I think, from memory, around £71 billion in tax to the UK economy, and so the opportunity of an economy which is 80% services post-Brexit, where we can take a more bespoke approach, will enable us to maximise the opportunities that are on offer.
Rachel McLean.
Question number 20, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After much urging by the UK, we are pleased that all Member States have now given some public assurance to protect the rights of UK nationals, and we will continue to call on Member States to fully reciprocate our unilateral offer. The Government supported the amendment by our honourable friend for South Leicestershire and has sought the EU views on ring-fencing the citizens' rights parts of the withdrawal agreement. Michel Barnier has responded, and we are now considering our response to his letter.
Rachel McLean.
I thank my honourable friend for his answer. I am deeply opposed to the legislation that was passed last night in this House. I strongly favour leaving with no deal if we can't actually leave the EU. However, I would be very grateful if my honourable friend would update me on what steps he's taking to protect the rights of our citizens
in the EU and also the EU citizens in the UK should we actually leave with no deal?
Where I agree with my honourable friend is that we should absolutely protect the rights of citizens and do everything in our power to do so, and we've always been steadfast in our commitment to protecting those rights. Today we have announced a further series of measures to protect UK nationals in the EU and those who choose to return to the UK after exit. There's important measures on social security coordination, a 7-year transition period for UK nationals in the EEA and Switzerland to continue to access student finance and home fee status in England, and a transition period for UK nationals who return to the EU with their non-UK family members, for those family members to apply to the EU settlement scheme.
Very welcome news that Germany will be unilaterally guaranteeing the rights of UK subjects in Germany that came out this week. Could my honourable friend tell us which, if any, of the EU 27 are not known to be guaranteeing the rights of UK nationals?
My honourable friend raises an important point, and we do welcome some of the steps that have been taken. He mentions Germany. I think the Czech Republic have also been very clear in reciprocating our unilateral offer. There is a varied playing field within the European Union, it is fair to say, and some member states have not been as generous as perhaps we might like them to be. I think it is something which we will continue to urge them to meet the generosity of our unilateral offer and continue to explore what we can do reciprocally to make sure that the best possible protections are in place for our citizens.
Topical questions. Mohamed Yassin.
Topical number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, since I last updated the House, my honourable friend, the member for Daventry, has left the government. I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to his outstanding service as a minister. He will be greatly missed in the department and by his colleagues, but I know he will continue to serve his constituents of Daventry in an exemplary way. We have also, since our last departmental questions, had a large number, not just of debates with my right honourable and learned friend in this place, but also of votes. But the House has not been able, as of yet, to find something that it is for, as opposed to lots of things that it is against. That is why my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, set out on Tuesday that this division, this lack of conclusion, cannot continue and drag on. We have reached out to the Leader of the Opposition to see if we can agree on a plan to leave the European Union with a deal, and those discussions will continue later today.
The public knows that the withdrawal agreement is a long way from the Brexit that was promised. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the public have been let down badly, and whatever agreement is drawn up by this Parliament should now be subject to a confirmatory public vote on real rather than fancy Brexit deal?
Mr. Speaker, it seems to confuse the winding down arrangements, which are the withdrawal agreement, with the future deal. And the fact that the EU have been clear, firstly, that any deal reached will need to include a withdrawal agreement. Secondly, that withdrawal agreement is not open to renegotiation. And therefore, any deal to move forward in an orderly fashion needs to come with a withdrawal agreement. And that is why it was so remarkable that the honourable gentleman voted against the withdrawal agreement, because whatever deal he needs in order to leave the EU requires a withdrawal agreement. So the only conclusion is perhaps he doesn't want to honour his own manifesto, and perhaps he doesn't want to leave at all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm that it's still this government's position to take us out of the common fisheries policy, with the UK participating in annual negotiations as an independent coastal state no later than December 2020?
Yes, I'm very happy to confirm to my old friend that is our policy, and it was good to meet with the Scottish Fishermen's Federation in his constituency to hear why they see that policy as a sea of opportunity.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Normally I complain that in this session we don't actually get any of our questions answered. We've moved on this morning, Mr. Speaker, because instead of answering questions, the ministers are now asking themselves questions or inventing questions they'd like to answer and then answering them. So I'll be careful how I frame this question for the Secretary of State. Last week, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Unless this House agrees to it, no deal will not happen." It was a very important commitment, particularly now we're 8 days from the 12th of April. So the simple question for the Secretary of State to ask himself is this: does he agree that unless this House agrees to it, no deal will not happen?
Well, what the honourable lady was referring to, and it was played out in the debate in the House yesterday, that where the House of Commons passes a law, and subject to the other place, that is the position of the vote last night, then in law, and bound by the ministerial code, ministers will need to abide by it. But at the same time, as my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has always been clear, the decision by this House not to approve the withdrawal agreement means that any extension will need to be agreed by the EU Council at 28. That does include the United Kingdom, but it can be opposed by any member of the European Union. So it is not solely within the control of this House whether it leaves with or without a deal. It is also subject to the decision now of the EU 27.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when we do get a question and answer, it gets interesting, because that's a rowing back on what the Prime Minister said. When she said, unless this House agrees to it, no deal will not happen, that was not in the context of the bill last night. That bill hadn't even been drafted. Yeah. It was a proposition she made as a general proposition in the debate last week. And I hope the Secretary of State is not rowing back, and I'd like him to confirm that he's not rowing back, because otherwise we have elicited something here of some importance. But can I also go on to ask him whether he now regrets voting against an extension of Article 50 in this House on the 14th of March? That was an extension beyond the 29th of March. And whether he now regrets voting against the Cooper-Letwin bill last night? Because had the House followed his vote, does he appreciate that it's highly likely we'd be in a no-deal situation right now?
Well, first, Mr. Speaker, we have the oddity of starting by accusing the ministerial team of not answering questions, and then starting his next question by pointing out that, indeed, we have answered it in an interesting way. But putting that to one side and going to the substance, as I pointed out to the House, one of the defects of the legislation passed last night is there could be a scenario where it increases the risk of an accidental no deal, where the EU Council take a decision to offer a different extension to that agreed by this House, and under the terms of that legislation, that would then need to come back to this House the following day for approval, by which time the EU Council would have concluded. Now, I don't think that was the intention of the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Normanton, Castleford and Pontefract, but it is a possible outcome. Now, it will be subject to their lordships to decide whether they want to correct what I regard as a defect, although his ministerial colleague says that no doubt they will just nod it all through without scrutiny, without addressing that defect. As to his second point, it is a statement of the law that I was alluding to, and I do not differ at all from my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, who has always been clear that ministers abide by the ministerial code, and I'm sure the right honourable learned gentleman would expect no less. And thirdly, to the issue of the extension, we have addressed this in previous debates because the three amendments were all defeated by the time we got on to the fourth vote. A further commitment had been given to an amendable motion for the following week, which had been addressed. But the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is I want to respect the referendum result. I think asking people to vote for MEPs 3 years after they voted to leave is damaging to trust in our democracy. The answer for the benches opposite is why they keep voting against everything when their own manifesto said they wanted to respect the result.
Thank you. The Digital Single Market Copyright Directive is on its way to becoming law in the EU. This could have significant implications for the UK's IP-rich creative industries, and particularly publishing, whose successes are underpinned by a gold standard copyright system. Can you clarify how consistent the UK's copyright regime will be with the EU's when, or perhaps I should say, if we leave?
Minister. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for this question. The UK's IP regime does indeed represent a gold standard internationally, and that will not change as we leave the EU.
George.
Thank you very much. The Prime Minister has confirmed that the future declaration is not legally binding. So what assurances can the Government give us on trade tariffs, on rights at work, on food standards and environmental protections that will be binding on whoever ends up negotiating our permanent deal with the EU?
As the Honourable Lady will know, there will be ample opportunity for the House to legislate during the passage of the Withdrawal Agreement Bill. There is legal wiring, as she knows, through, for example, Article 174, in terms of best there's the good faith obligations under the Withdrawal Agreement and how they connect there. The House will be able to choose, should it wish, to put into legislation negotiating objectives, if that is one of the issues that the House looks at in future. So there will be opportunities for the House to legislate, but the point is, she has been opposed to the withdrawal agreement that the EU say is necessary for any deal, and you can't get on to the future relationship unless you have a withdrawal agreement.
Swain.
Regulatory alignment is a euphemism for them making the rules and us having to implement them, isn't it?
Right Honourable Friend, as always, is short and to the point. And what he correctly identifies is the risk of rule taking. We talked earlier about financial services and the tax take from that sector alone. And I think the UK taxpayer that underwrites the liabilities of a sector such as financial services will have concerns if the rules are being set in countries in Europe rather than in this Parliament.
Rupa Haq.
Mr Speaker, when in 2017 the ex-Brexit Minister, the member for High Wycombe, claimed so many DEXU staff are on loan from elsewhere in the civil service because the nature of the department is temporary, I bet he didn't foresee his own departure, along with 5 other ministers, latest one being the no-deal minister saying that his work was done now. I wonder, when does the government see the job of exiting the European Union will be complete, and that this young ministry that's experienced so much churn can then be wound up?
Well, as the Prime Minister has already informed the House, Mr Speaker, during the next phase of negotiations, it will be the Department for Exiting the European Union that will lead on those negotiations. But as she's also well aware, we need to get on to those negotiations in order that the Department can undertake them. And I think that is what businesses up and down the country want. They want this uncertainty to be brought to a close. They want us to get on into the implementation period for the certainty that will be. But it's also what EU citizens living in this country and UK citizens in Europe want to see.
This is Pauline Latham.
Can the Minister outline what conversations he's had with the Home Office to ensure the settled status scheme works effectively for EU nationals?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that question. It is a very important issue to make sure this works as effectively and smoothly as possible. The Home Office is providing assisted digital support over the phone at over 200 centres across the UK and at home with a trained tutor. Applications can also have their identity verified by the Identity Document Checkout at over 50 locations, one of which I'm pleased to see is in my constituency, and by post. And I'm pleased that my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, confirmed recently that Apple has said it will make the identity document check available on their devices by the end of the year.
Emma Lewell-Buck.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Government's been warned that children of EU nationals who are looked after or care leavers will fall through the gap when it comes to the settling of their status. These are vulnerable children in the care of the state, yet this Government, as their corporate parent, doesn't even know how many of them there are, is refusing to give them automatic settled status or waiver fees of those eligible for citizenship. Why is that?
Absolutely disagree with the Honourable Lady in terms of the Government's attitude to this group. We want to ensure that all those who are eligible for settled status, and particularly children, are given a smooth and orderly process. And certainly I'm happy to take up her concerns with the Home Office, but I don't agree that the Government doesn't take its responsibilities in this regard extremely seriously.
Julia Lopez.
In International Trade Committee, we heard from the Minister that should we ever get there, it will not be DIT negotiating our future trading relationship with the EU, but I presume DEXU. If this is the case, can I ask the Minister what lessons will be learned from the fundamental strategic flaws of this opening phase of negotiations, and what detailed discussion is underway with DIT about the impact of whatever DEXU negotiates on our ability to build fruitful
Well, my honourable friend is right that in terms of the future trade agreement, the future economic partnership with the EU, that it will be my department that leads on that. But she'll also be aware that my right honourable friend, the Trade Secretary, will lead in terms of our trade deals with the rest of the world, and he and I speak on a regular basis. In terms of lessons from Phase 1, I think, as in the corporate world, as in government, there are always lessons, things that have gone well and things from which we can improve from the first phase. It was a major new endeavour for government to undertake, and we have had a number of discussions within the department to ensure we take those lessons on board.
Mr. Speaker, North East manufacturers have achieved great success as part of integrated, just-in-time, pan-European supply chains, where, as one manufacturer put it, their stock room is somebody else's delivery van. They are now having to stockpile as a consequence of this Brexit chaos. So this has implications for their cash flow and finances. What help is he looking to provide them, and what hope of future economic integration can he offer them in the case of a deal without the customs union?
What I would say to the Honourable Lady is that I have travelled in the North East, not quite in her constituency, but seeing chemicals firms, petrochemicals industry, and what they say with one voice is that they want a solution to this impasse, just as we do in this House. And they want to have a deal, they want to have the implementation period, and they want to move on from this.
Rachel McLean.
Forcing the UK to take part in European parliamentary elections would show a fundamental lack of respect for our democratic process, wouldn't it?
So, well, Mr. Speaker, I've already addressed this point, which is, I think, 3 years after the country voted by record numbers to leave. I think there is a very strong desire to ensure that we get on with it and do so. Am I right, my friend? The Prime Minister has compromised. She has reached out. We are endeavouring to deliver on the will of the British people in that referendum vote and on the manifesto commitments of the both main parties.
Order. The Honourable Lady, the member for Redditch, appears to be on the receiving end of mentoring from her right honourable friend, the member for New Forest West. I think it will probably be extremely helpful. It would be to any member, and it's a great tribute to the right honourable gentleman. Diana Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, can the Secretary of State just enlighten the House as to what he thinks has actually gone well during this first phase?
Well, I think what has gone well in this first phase is we have an agreement with the EU that gives certainty to EU citizens, that respects our legal obligations, and which will ensure that there is no hard border on the border of Northern Ireland. In part, one of the achievements of both parties, but particularly party opposite, was the Good Friday Agreement. It's why one of the members in Northern Ireland gets so agitated with members on her benches over the failure to withdraw the withdrawal agreement. We have a deal. It is on the table. It is the only deal that the EU are willing to offer.
The clear and solemn commitment in the Conservative Party manifesto on which the Secretary of State and I were elected was, as we leave the European Union, we will no longer be members of the single market or customs union. Will he ensure that the Prime Minister does not renege on that commitment at the European Council next week?
Well, the right honourable gentleman correctly identifies that in our manifesto. He'll also be aware that the manifesto gives a commitment to have a deep and special partnership with the EU, and it is that balance we are trying to seek. That is why the Prime Minister brought forward a deal that both delivered on the referendum result on things like control of our borders, a skilled immigration system, control of our fisheries, control of our agriculture, putting an end to sending vast sums of money to the EU, but did so in a way that also respected the fact that 48% of the population didn't vote for leave. It is that compromise that hasn't been pure enough for some members of my own benches, the government benches, to support it.
Thank you. Order. Urgent question. Dawn Butler. Well, we'll take point of order afterwards. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Minister for Women and Equalities if she will make a statement on the government action to close the gender pay gap.
Minister Victoria Rapp.
Good morning, Mr Speaker, and I'm delighted that this UQ has been called today because we are only a few hours away from the deadline landing for private sector employers to publish their gender pay gap results. Last year, the government introduced groundbreaking regulations that required large employers to publish for the first time the difference between what they pay their male and female staff in average salaries and bonuses. For the first time in this country's history, the boards of large employers have had to have conversations about how they treat their female staff. And by making this information publicly available, we have empowered employees to see the scale of the pay gap where they work and hold their bosses to account. The vast majority of companies are eager to tackle the gender pay gap themselves. This is why the government has provided guidance to help employers develop action plans to close their pay gaps. But reporting is just the start. It's crucial that all employers use this data to identify the barriers women face and take action to break down those barriers. We're supporting business in doing that by publishing evidence-based guidance on how employers can diagnose the cause of their gap and the practical actions they can take to close it. We recognise, though, that overturning structural inequalities in women's pay cannot be done overnight. Most companies won't see a dramatic reduction this year, but what matters is that they're taking the right action to drive change in the right direction, and progress is being made. Beyond reporting, this government is actively working to support women in the workplace and close the gender pay gap. We are supporting both women and men who have caring responsibilities through increased childcare entitlements, promoting flexible working and shared parental leave. We're working with business to support and increase women's progression to senior positions. We are leading by example and aiming to make the civil service the country's most equal and inclusive employer by 2020. And we're helping women access every profession by working to increase the number of women taking qualifications in STEM subjects. Change will not be easy, but we have only to look at where we are now compared to even 10 years ago to see that a future of fair and equal pay is now within reach. And this should be a source of pride for us all.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I'm not sure if the Minister's reading the same statistics as I've been reading. Analysts so far have shown that the median pay gap has actually got bigger than it was last year. And on average, the companies that have been reported this morning show a 78% pay gap that favours men. And I do think that the government and the public sector should be leading by example. As we know, the public sector deadline was the 31st of March. And the initial analysis of this year's public sector report shows that the pay gap has not been narrowed. And shockingly, the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport reported a 22.9% pay gap compared to just 8.2% in 2017. And the department we just heard from, the Department for Exiting the European Union, its gender pay gap increased from 8.9% to 14.5% in 2018. And I could go on with DFID and the Health Service, but basically the pay gap is getting worse. And I'm sure once we start looking at the race pay gap, we will see that that's even more distressing. I think that the Minister needs now to stand at the dispatch box and say that not only does improvement needs to be made, but we need to start taking the next steps and ensuring that companies have action plans that are part of the reporting procedures, and that if they do not try to close their gender pay gap, that they face additional fines. This is what a Labour government has committed to do. And I think at the moment, unfortunately, it's just a gender pay gap, just a tick box exercise. And I do hope that EHRC will be given more funding to be able to issue sanctions.
Well, I'm so pleased that the Honourable Lady has, as I say, asked this urgent question this morning. I have to say she's fallen into the trap of quoting figures before the deadline has passed. It passes at midnight, and she will know, because we had the same conversation last year, that the last day of reporting is the day where everybody suddenly realises the deadline's here, and they send their reports in. And we have seen, I think, overnight already a 2% increase with private sector employers reporting. So we mustn't, and I will not, talk about figures in terms of private sector employers until the deadline has passed at midnight tonight. I'm delighted that she's raised the point of public sector deadlines and public sector gender pay gap. I join her in admonishing those who have not yet reported. I think it is disgraceful that public sector bodies are not complying with the law in meeting their deadline on Saturday last week. And I'm sure, in that case, that she, after this urgent question, will be straight on the phone to the chief executive of her own council, Brent Council, because as of this morning, Brent had not reported. The deadline was Saturday. They have had some time to realise that the deadline has passed, and they have not yet reported. So I hope she will be communicating the very strong message she has communicated just now at the dispatch box to her own council. To reassure her, I will be writing to every public sector employer after this deadline has passed to remind them not only must they comply with the law, but also that I expect them to issue action plans, because it seems to me that if we are going to tackle the gender pay gap, then we must lead by example in the public sector. And I'm sure Brent Council, once it's realised that it's acting outside the law at the moment, I'm sure not only will it publish its gender pay gap, but it will ensure that its action plan is as detailed as the honourable member opposite expects. In other news, we have more than 10,500 businesses having this conversation about gender pay gap, about how they treat their female staff, and it is a delight to see so many members of the House here today keen to see that women are paid fairly and properly in their employment.
Several members wish to catch my eye, but the backbench business debates are heavily subscribed, and there is, of course, the business question to follow. So there's a premium on brevity from back and front benches alike. I want to move on to the business question no later than 11 o'clock, so people can take their cue from the Right Honourable Gentleman Member for New Forest West, whose succinctness is exemplary. Mr Philip Hollowbone.
Which sectors of the economy have the biggest gender pay gap and which the smallest?
As I say, at the moment I can't comment on the gap. It wouldn't be right because the figures are coming in still today. But we know that women, half of women are employed in the education, health and retail sectors. Those are the sectors that we are concentrating on in terms of giving guidance to employers as to how to address their gender pay gaps, because we want to get action as quickly as possible to ensure that women are paid properly.
Angela Crawley.
Mr Speaker, now, women are key to improving the economy, and we already know that. And as a member of the Women Equalities Select Committee, myself and the Right Honourable Member for Basingstoke and many others across this House have sought to hold this government to account. Now, the fact is, Women in Work Index found that the closing gender pay gap could boost the economy by $2 trillion, yet this UK government's current position on the index has only shifted from 14th to 13th place. Scotland has been a top performer within the UK on gender pay gap. However, there is still a great deal more to do. Increasing greater pay transparency, increasing early years and childcare provision, representation on public boards. Now, this SNP government has committed to reducing gender pay gap by the end of this Scottish parliamentary term, and to tackle the labour market inequalities. That's a bold aim, and it must be matched by this government. So I'm calling on this UK government to go further than just auditing larger companies. Real action needs to be taken to ensure that these larger companies are leading the charge. So I want to ask the Government Minister whether she will support the SNP's aim to lower the current threshold from 150 employees to 150 employees, the introduction of sanctions for employers who do not comply with the current law, and to ask the Minister whether she will match this commitment made by the Scottish Government.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She will know that the gender pay gap figures, that the first year of reporting was last year. This year is the second year of reporting. Although I am impatient to get this gap closed, we do have to acknowledge that it's going to take time for businesses and employers to close it. And so I'd like the data to settle, perhaps for another year or so, before we start looking at reducing the number of employers at which companies and businesses have to start reporting, because because we do acknowledge it's an extra bureaucratic responsibility for the businesses. We want to make sure that the large employers are doing their best before we move it down, but I look forward to that work.
Opposite had 13 years to tackle the injustice of the gender pay gap, but failed to do so. Would my honourable friend welcome them perhaps joining us in welcoming the steps that this government has taken to tackle this historic injustice?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for her question. And again, at this time in our nation's great history where the public are expecting us to collaborate, to get on with our business and to perhaps lower the heat and the anger in some of our debates, I'm very much hoping that colleagues across the House will be joining us all in welcoming the fact that we have 10,500 employers who are complying with the law, meeting the expectations that they will treat their female staff properly, and I would hope for more joy and collaboration across the House.
Christine Jardine.
How does the Minister believe the Equality and Human Rights Commission can fulfil its commitment to monitor and act against firms that discriminate when its budget has been so drastically reduced?
Well, the EHRC, and I lay on record my thanks to them, did an excellent job last year of pulling those employers who hadn't yet met the deadline, who missed the deadline, pulling them in to ensure that they reported. For some businesses, it was that they just made a mistake or they didn't quite understand what they were supposed to do, and that is why by the 1st of August we had 100% compliance.
Luke Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that it's important to check the gender pay gap right across the workforce, not just the boardroom? From my 11 years in industry, I saw often the biggest gaps appeared at the senior management level and also junior managers below the boardroom level. So we've got to have a range of information.
Well, my honourable friend makes an excellent point that this isn't just about board level, although of course that's important. It's about ensuring that when women start on their careers, that they're paid properly and fairly, and the gender pay gap will help address this because it forces employers to look at how they're treating women throughout the entire structure of the business.
No, thank you. Chiomwura.
The Minister talks of a future of equal pay, but she knows that cannot happen so long as well-paid sectors like engineering and science are dominated by men and low-paid sectors such as care are dominated by women. So will she not adopt Labour's policy of sector-specific diversity charters so that we can start to address the structural issues in some of these sectors?
I think it starts much earlier than that, Mr. Speaker. I think we have to be giving girls the confidence to carry on with maths in school, with STEM subjects. That's why we're doing so much work on this, to ensure that girls are encouraged to carry on studying those subjects. She's absolutely right to point out industries such as engineering. In fairness, many of the businesses in those very, very male-dominated industries are beginning to get more women in at the lower end of the pipeline. But this is going to take time, and I'm just, as I say, I want to bring business with us rather than dictating from on high how society should view their female employees. I think this is as much about cultural shift as it is about structures and legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister look at the situation at Christ Church, Oxford, where the Dean has been suspended allegedly for trying to introduce equal pay for men and women?
Well, I mustn't comment on individual cases at the dispatch box, but certainly I'd be very happy to discuss that with my honourable friend in due course. I mean, the message to academia is that we expect our universities to reflect the society in which they serve, and we have a wonderful diversity of students now, and one would hope that our universities will reflect that.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How can we lecture other employers on matters of equality when this place has yet to fully implement the recommendations of the Cox Report into bullying and harassment?
Well, of course, that's a matter for the House. I make this observation. I mean, I've spent a great deal of my time persuading women to take the big step of coming into public life. I think the attitude and the atmosphere at the moment in Parliament is putting a lot of women off, I think. It's pretty toxic. And the predictability or unpredictability of Commons hours can cause problems. This week, my little boy's just started his holidays, and I had a bit of an about-to this morning trying to sort out childcare. But we all do this. And we've got to make sure that the Commons is more flexible in the way that it is, so that it can encourage people from across our society to join us.
Tom Pursgrove.
Mr. Speaker, looking back at last year's publication, what lessons were learnt going into this process this year?
Well, first of all, I think businesses realise that if they don't do as the public expects them to do, then they will face a great deal of public scrutiny and reputational damage. There was one employer, for example, who did not include their partnership figures in their return, and the public spotted this and called them out on it, and in fairness to that employer, they revised their figures to include the partnerships. So it's this sort of transparency and scrutiny that really will help businesses comply with the law.
I would have expected universities to show leadership on the gender pay gap, so I was surprised to hear it reported earlier this week that they had the widest gender pay gap. If that's true, what's the Minister going to do about it?
Well, I share the honourable member's concern about this, and as I say, I will be writing shortly to every single public sector employer, reminding them of their duty to, first of all, meet the deadline, but also to set out their action plans. I don't think there's any excuse, frankly, for public sector employers who want to lead the world in the way that we conduct our business to not have an idea as to how they're going to address the sorts of gaps he's described.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree that it's not just a very strong moral case to promote gender pay equality, but there's a very strong business and economic case for promoting diversity and equality in the workplace?
Very much so. Being diverse, drawing on a diverse pool of people for your business and your organisational structures, it makes great business sense. The McKinsey report recently showed that it can add to as much as 15% to a company's success compared to their competitors if they have a diverse workforce.
Mr. Vice-Chairman.
Speaker, the Minister might not be aware that I have a vested interest. I have 3 daughters and 4 granddaughters. Progress has been made, but we need to step up and accelerate the progress that we had. This is a week of celebration, 20 years since the minimum wage. Could I encourage her to use the B word a bit? Tony Blair and the Labour government introduced the minimum wage, did so much to bring more women into this place. Sometimes, could she use the Blair word when she goes on the media?
I wasn't expecting that question, Mr. Speaker. I think I welcome anyone who is committed to ensuring that more women, more people from different backgrounds, of different ethnicities. I welcome anyone who is committed to ensuring that our workplaces, whether political or business or public service, I welcome anyone who's committed to that drive.
Mr. Speaker, the Bay Select Committee looked at the gender pay gap immediately after the first round of reporting last year and drew attention to the improvement in economic performance that could be achieved by fully utilising the talents of women in the workplace. But the Minister's already spoken about the challenges some businesses have faced in calculating the figures, and we called for improved guidance to businesses to enable this round to be more easily undertaken by businesses. What progress has been made?
My honourable friend raises a very important point. My officials consult regularly with business to ensure that our guidance is up to date and practical. And if there are any particular parts of the guidance which businesses are unhappy with, please do let me know. But we do, as I say, review it constantly, and we're very conscious as well that the calculations can be, they can be difficult, they can be confusing, particularly if a business doesn't have a direct human resources department, but we're very happy to review it.
Mr. Speaker, last year 19 NHS trusts had median pay gaps of 20% or more. This year 24 did. Why has that happened?
Well, this is exactly the challenge that we're facing with this, that we know that women are one of the 3 sectors that employ 50% of our women who are working is health, it's care, and so the NHS trusts themselves should be looking as to why these gaps have increased as she's described. As I say, I will be writing to every public sector employer asking them for their action plans, and we can help them with drawing up their action plans to make sure that they make a real difference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next year is the 50th anniversary of the Equal Pay Act, and yet the gender pay gap still remains too large. The Bay Select Committee recommended that to close the gap, there should be mandatory action plans on employers to show how they're going to do it. The government refused that. Can the Minister say why and whether she'd look at it again?
I very much keep it under review. I mean, thus far, we have just under 50% of employers who fall within the gender pay gap reporting regime. Just under 50% have issued their own action plans voluntarily. It's because we want to bring business with us. We don't, I would much rather that employers ask themselves questions as to how they're treating their female staff rather than conducting some sort of tick box exercise, as has been alleged. So, of course, I will keep it under review. If we don't think employers are making enough progress, we will act.
Reeves George.
Thank you very much. The Minister correctly identified that good quality childcare is essential for women going back to work. But the number of nurseries closing has risen by 66% in the last year, and only just over half of local areas have enough childcare for parents wishing to work full-time. Will the Minister speak to the Secretary of State for Education about the impact that the state of our early years sector is having on women seeking to work?
I'm grateful for that.
Minister.
She's right to raise it. I mean, that's why we were so keen to introduce free childcare for children aged 3 and above. The point about local nurseries, I'll happily raise that with the Secretary of State. But also, we're trying to encourage businesses and employers to look more imaginatively at how they keep that talent that they may have spent many years training and developing female employees through schemes such as flexible working and also shared parental leave. Those are the sorts of bold schemes that will really make a cultural difference as well as a practical difference.
David Hanson.
Why have 100 health bodies across the United Kingdom seen a growth in the gender pay gap in the last 12 months? And if she's writing to those health boards, what does she expect them to do on receipt of their letter?
I expect them to look at the variety of diagnostic tools that is available on the gov.uk website and to seek advice as to better diagnose and then deal with their gender pay gaps. This is not an insurmountable problem, and those health trusts need to understand that the gender pay gap expectations apply to them just as it does to any large multinational company.
A sentence, please. Jim Shannon.
One sentence, Mr Speaker, yes. Can the Minister outline any discussions held with the devolved regions regarding the implementation of reviews throughout the public and private sector to get a clear picture of where we stand?
Minister.
Yes, of course. I mean, we are very keen to work with all of our colleagues across the United Kingdom to ensure that businesses and employers are treating their female staff fairly, regardless of where they happen to be in the United Kingdom.
Thank you. Order. Order. I think the Shadow Minister wants to raise a point of order that relates to the exchanges we've just had, and that point of order and that point of order only I'm content to take now. Point of order, Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I've just contacted the CEO of Brent Council, Carolyn Downs, and she has informed me that Brent Council submitted their gender pay gap report on Friday the 29th of March via the government's own portal. I just wondered if the Minister would like to stand and make an apology to Brent Council.
Minister.
That was not the information I had just before I walked into the chamber. So it seems that the Council, I'm advised that it was not on the gender pay gap portal. Of course, if she's done what she should have done and followed the law, I'm not sure I'll congratulate her. I'm just pleased that she's following the law.
OK, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you. Order. Business question. Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will the Leader of the House please give us the forthcoming business?
The Leader of the House, Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The business for next week will be Monday the 8th of April, a motion to approve a statutory instrument relating to the draft Electronic Communications Amendment, etc., EU Exit Regulations 2019, followed by a motion to approve a statutory instrument relating to the draft Trade in Torture, etc., Goods Amendment, EU Exit Regulations 2019, followed by a general debate on UN International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Tuesday the 9th of April, a motion to approve the Burma Sanctions EU Exit Regulations 2019, followed by a motion to approve the Venezuela Sanctions EU Exit Regulations 2019, followed by a motion to approve the Iran Sanctions Human Rights EU Exit Regulations 2019, followed by a motion to approve the Republic of Guinea-Bissau Sanctions EU Exit Regulations, followed by a general debate on housing, Wednesday the 10th of April, a motion to approve the Draft Regulatory Reform Scotland Act 2014, Consequential Modifications Order 2019, followed by a general debate on the 50th anniversary of the Continuous at-Sea Deterrent. Thursday the 11th of April, a general debate on the definition of Islamophobia. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Mr Speaker, as colleagues will be aware, discussions between the two main parties on the subject of EU exit are ongoing. Subject to the progress of those talks, there is the possibility that business will alter, and I will, of course, update the House as soon as possible in such an eventuality. We do want to enable all colleagues to have a break during Holy Week, but I would note that we will need to retain flexibility to potentially sit on Monday and Tuesday of that week, the 15th and 16th of April, and I will, as always, endeavour to update the House about business as early as possible. In the same vein, it is likely that we may need to sit on Friday of next week, and I will update colleagues on this as early as possible next week. Subject to the agreement of the House, Westminster Hall will not sit during Holy Week, following a discussion with the Chairman of Ways and Means, in order to make sure that as many House staff as possible get a well-deserved break. Mr Speaker, yesterday was the 3rd anniversary of the detention of Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe in Iran. We continue to call for her release, and the Foreign Office is doing all it can to make sure this happens as soon as possible. And this week is also Autism Awareness Week, which gives me the opportunity to congratulate all those who've taken part in fundraising events this week and to thank all those working so hard to support autistic people and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Order. I just point out that today is not as heavily subscribed as sometimes, but the first of the two Backbench Business Committee debates is very heavily subscribed, and of course there is a ministerial statement to follow. So I think the focus today is on brevity. Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Leader for the business? I appreciate it's difficult to have settled business, but it's yet again, Mr Speaker, another sign that the government can't govern because we are, again, the Prime Minister has run down the clock. But I have to say that we haven't had an opposition day. There are backbench debates and there are general debates. So could I ask again for an opposition day? Mr Speaker, last week I asked if we could have a statement from the government on the timetable for the progress of key legislation that needs to pass through Parliament before exit day on the 12th of April, but the Leader of the House responded by just mentioning the progress of secondary legislation. There are important bills that need their next stages, and particularly the Financial Services Bill. There is a cross-party support for the amendment tabled by my right honourable friends, the members for Sutton Coldfield and Barking, calling for Jersey, Guernsey and the Isle of Man to have registers in place by the end of 2020. This is a crucial piece of legislation to tackle tax evasion. HMRC has confirmed that in 2018, in a clampdown on offshore tax evasion, it received reports about the offshore financial interests of around 3 million UK residents or the entities that they control. Figures from Accountancy Daily say that this involved 5.67 million individual records detailing offshore financial bank accounts. When will the government find time for the report stage of this bill? And could the Leader also update the House if she's confident that all the necessary Brexit SIs will go through the House before exit day? The Brexit process has been a shambles, Mr Speaker. No solution. Ministers are resigning. And the Prime Minister has decided now she wants to stop speaking Klingon, or should I say Ergon, to the ERG group, and now speaking to the opposition. Mr Speaker, in her statement at number 10 Downing Street, it was a statement at Downing Street, not to the House, the Prime Minister failed to rule out leaving the EU with no deal explicitly. The Bank of England estimates that the worst-case scenario involves border delays, a loss of market confidence and the economy contracting by 5%. Nearly 30% of our food comes from the EU, and some of the imports at this time are particularly high because they involved food that we can't grow ourselves, like lettuce, tomatoes and soft fruit. Academics at Imperial College say that 2 extra minutes spent checking each vehicle at Dover and Folkestone could lead to traffic queues of 29 miles on nearby roads. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, my constituents want to know why since 2010, spending per pupil has fallen by 8%. And the leader has mentioned it's Autism Week. It was announced today that in the last 4 years, 17% of cuts have been made for those with special needs. Just last week, I saw my constituent. She was in tears because her daughter had to take 2 buses at the age of 11, or have a 40-minute journey just because the local schools are full. Could we have a statement on school places? We had Home Office questions on Monday, but no statement on knife crime. The Honourable Member for Gedling asked if we could have a statement, but nothing has been forthcoming. One question to the Prime Minister is not sufficient. Mr. Speaker, it's more than about public health. It's about giving young people facilities, community places, places where they can find their talents. So could the Leader of the House ensure that we have a statement from the Prime Minister or the Home Secretary on the Knife Crime Summit? Mr. Speaker, it's the 20th anniversary of the national minimum wage, introduced by a Labour government and opposed by the Conservative Party. That should be our goal. When will the government implement the real living wage? And we celebrate today the 20th anniversary of NATO, signed by a Labour Foreign Secretary. The Leader will be interested in a report from the Defence Select Committee published today called Missile Misdemeanours, Russia and the INF Treaty. The Chair, my honourable friend, the member for New Forest East, said the continent of Europe is less safe as a result of the Russian decision to develop missiles in contravention of the INF Treaty. We are not a party to that treaty, but the committee said that the government needs to push NATO for a proportional response which sends a firm message. Will the Leader find time for a debate on this important report? And, Mr. Speaker, you will know that the MOD has instigated an inquiry into the use of a picture of the Leader of the Opposition as target practice. I'm sure the Leader will condemn this. Could she ask, while the investigation is ongoing, could she ensure that the following questions are asked of the Secretary of State for Defence? What action will be taken under Section 19 of the Armed Forces Act 2006 against the soldiers on the matter of good order and service discipline? Will the commanding officers and those officials higher up the chain in the Ministry of Defence take responsibility, and how will they prevent this from happening further? Can they confirm who supplied the image, and can they confirm there are no such other photos circulating amongst armed forces? If the Secretary of State for Defence would like to apologise to the Leader of the Opposition or the Prime Minister, I'm sure that will be very welcome. But in the meantime, we'd like a response to those questions. Could I ask the Justice Secretary to meet with my honourable friend, the member for West Lancashire, and quite rightly we paid tribute yesterday on her resilience. She received the House's appreciation. She may have some suggestions about improvements to the trial and the terrible things that she was put under while she was waiting for the result. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you know, but finally we have had excellent ratings on the BBC Parliament channel. I want to thank my honourable friends, the member for Normanton, Castleford, Pontefract and West Dorset, for their great courage in ensuring that the government didn't put our economy at risk with no deal. And again, once again, thank the talented and dedicated staff of this House for ensuring that our business was done. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it is cherry blossom time. I urge honourable members to go outside and look at the cherry blossom.
The Leader of the House, Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can absolutely assure the
Sorry, I do beg the Leader's pardon. Forgive me, I emphasise brevity. Can I just say at the start, people who came in after the statement was issued cannot expect to be called and shouldn't stand. They shouldn't stand. And we've really got to observe the basic principle of respect. And the Leader delivers a statement and it's responded to. People can't then come wandering in the chamber and expect to be called. It's quite wrong. The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just going to say to the honourable lady I would love to be outside looking at the cherry blossom, as I'm sure we all would. And maybe indeed that's what some colleagues were doing before they wandered into the chamber. Anyway, the honourable lady asks for the key legislation, and she specifically mentions the Brexit bills, and in particular the Financial Services Bill. As she will know, we do want to look very carefully at the amendments that were brought back. The Financial Services Bill was actually a relatively straightforward bill that was seeking to deal with some in-flight files during the period of transition for Brexit. And, of course, an amendment added to it goes into a much more significant amendment that impacts on the rights of the Crown dependencies. So it's right that the government takes a bit of time to look at that and consider it properly. But, of course, we will bring that back in due course. She asks about the Brexit primary legislation, and she'll be aware that in addition to the EU Withdrawal Act, there were 9 exit-related bills that are either in Parliament or have already received royal assent. We've had the Nuclear Safeguards, the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering, the Haulage Permits and Trailer Registration Act and the Taxation Cross-Border Trade Act, and now the Healthcare, European Economic Area and Switzerland Arrangements Act, which are all now law. The ones that are now still in the Commons or the Lords are the Immigration Bill, the Agriculture Bill, the Fisheries Bill and, of course, the Financial Services Bill, as she's mentioned, and the Trade Bill is progressing through also. So that there is progress on these. They are all scheduled for when they need to receive royal assent. She asked for an update on secondary legislation, and I can say to her that almost all of the Brexit SIs that are needed for exit day have been laid, around 515 of about 550, and so those all of the programme for secondary legislation is in hand, and it is almost completed, and the rest is all planned for completion as it needs to be. The Honourable Lady asks about schools, and I'm sure she'll want to celebrate, as I do, that there are now 1.9 million more children being taught in good and outstanding schools, and that we've created 920,000 more school places between 2010 and 2018. And very importantly, the gap between disadvantaged pupils and others has narrowed. All very important results for giving young people a good start in life. She asks for a statement on the Knife Crime Summit. I will certainly take away that request, and I'm sure my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, will want to update the House. She talked about the national living wage, and again I'm sure she'll want to be sharing in the delight that the national living wage went up on Monday by the highest rate since it was first introduced in 2015, increasing by almost 5% to £8.21 per hour. The honourable gentleman shouts from a sedentary position. It was actually a Conservative government. In fact, it was the George Osborne, who was Chancellor at the time, who introduced the national living wage. This year, full-time... No, I'm talking about the national living wage. Full-time workers receiving the national living wage will be more than £2,750 better off a year compared to 2015. And then finally, the Honourable Lady raised the very serious issue of a photograph of the Leader of the Opposition being used as target practice. That is utterly unacceptable. I condemn it, as I'm sure do all honourable and right honourable members, in the strongest terms. And I would add that it's vital that anybody who leads any kind of role in public life is extremely careful about the sort of images and portrayals that they put forward. And I understand that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has written to the Shadow Secretary of State to respond to the point she's raised to him.
Brevity Czar himself. Sir Desmond Swain.
You missed it, Mr. Speaker, because your focus was properly on what was happening here. But the prolonged demonstration that took place in the gallery was a function of the fact that first the police had to be called, and second, frankly, they have a different way of operating and different priorities. Our doorkeepers are trained in the practice, but no longer carried out because the House will not insure them. Can we have a statement at how this is to be remedied next week?
The Leader of the House.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this matter, and I'm tempted to mention the bare cheek of it, Mr. Speaker, to have such a demonstration in the public gallery. It was certainly a very sticky matter that the police had to deal with, and I will be seeing, in fact, the Director General later today to talk about what more we can do.
Thank you. Pete Wishart.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of the House for announcing the business for what would have been the first week of our Easter recess. And we're giving up Easter recess for this. And I just hope we're going to see some more substantial business in the course of the next week, which will justify us giving up time being available for our constituents. And the thing is, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the House has got absolutely no idea or clue what's going to be discussed and considered next week. And, Mr. Speaker, yesterday's innovation, I think, should be commended. And this House should be really proud that we delivered a piece of legislation within a few days that will underpin the seeking of an extension of Article 50. And there were those, of course, who, most curiously, amongst the take-back controllers, who didn't want this House to actually take back control. And we prefer the government to continue in its ways unfettered and continue to ignore decisions of this House. And it's taken legislation to get this minority government to do what the majority of this House wants it to do. Maybe now it knows that we can do this, it will start to take decisions of this House more seriously, but I seriously doubt that will be the case. This bill now goes to the House of Lords, and the great unelected ones will now consider this bill. And I think the message from this House to the aristocrats, to the Church of England bishops, to the cronies and the donors, is to do nothing that will thwart the progress of this bill. We're already seeing loads and loads of amendments being introduced down there, particularly from, curiously, some Scottish Conservative lords, and they must do absolutely nothing that will stop the will of this House getting through the democratic will of this Parliament. And can we have a debate, Mr. Speaker, about modern romance? Because I think there was a real Mills and Boon glow yesterday as the Leader of the Opposition sat down with the Prime Minister in order that she could share the blame for her Tory Brexit with him. He's gone from being, as the PM said last week, the biggest threat to our standing in the world, to our defence and to our economy, to the saviour of her Brexit. And we in Scotland are watching very carefully the reinvention of Better Together 2.0, Better Together the sequel, the latest in the Tory Labour disaster franchise. This time they together took Scotland out of the EU against its will. Scotland is sick of being ignored. The Scottish people are watching our nation being carved out and disrespected, and we won't sit idly by as the usual Better Together squad play their games with our nation in the European Union.
Leader of the House.
Well, the honourable gentleman will recognise that Better Together last time did quite well. So, what the Prime Minister is seeking to do, as he will know, is to find a way to leave the European Union. And what is extraordinarily apparent, I think, to everybody is that so far the House has not agreed a way in which to leave the European Union. So it's right that the Prime Minister continues to seek the way to deliver on that referendum, and that's why she's talking to the Leader of the Opposition, as he well knows.
Dame Cheryl Gillen.
Speaker, could I ask the Leader of the House for a debate on budgeting and the transparency of public projects and their finances, particularly in the light of the delay to the notice to proceed on HS2 and the revelation that they are now spending millions of pounds on consultants tasked with trying to reduce or even control the mammoth costs of this project, all of which are going to be paid for by the taxpayer?
Well, my right honourable friend raises a very important issue, and she will be aware that many of my constituents also have concerns about the cost overruns, and I myself have written asking for reassurances on this point. The Department for Transport assures us that the project is still working to its budget, but I'm sure that my right honourable friend will continue to seek her own reassurances.
Mr. Ian Mearns.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. The demonstration in the public gallery is being referred to, Mr. Speaker, and I was kind of wondering if it was a possible manifestation of a modern-day rump parliament, but I wasn't. I do apologise. I'm here all week.
We're all here all week.
The Leader of the House has mentioned, though, that the business next week could be subject to rescheduling. And
I genuinely offer a sort of hand of friendship and hope that if there is rescheduling, that there can be consultation with the clerk and myself in terms of the Backbench Business Committee to fill any gaps that might occur in the rescheduled business which has been moved from dates which has been presented on today. And I think the other thing, Mr. Speaker, is could we? I'm also a member of the Education Select Committee, Leader of the House, and I'm just wondering if we actually have a debate in government time about school funding, because the Institute for Fiscal Studies has shown that their figures show that the funding for schools in real terms is actually 8% lighter than it was several years ago. And the Minister of State for Schools was at the Education Select Committee on Wednesday and was suggesting that, like the DFID budget, it had been protected in real terms, but the DFID budget is 0.7% of GDP and has been protected at that, so it has grown in actual financial terms. But education funding has diminished from 5.69% of GDP to 4.27% of GDP in only 7 years. That is a real terms cut from the IFS and a real terms cut from the GDP perspective. We need to invest in our future if we are going to engage in and be successful in the fourth industrial revolution.
Well, I'm glad the honourable gentleman took pains to flesh out the matter of the protest a little further. I think we now need to crack on a bit with the business of the day. He offers to fill in any blanks in the business for next week, and of course, if there are opportunities for backbench business, we will always take them. And then he raises the very important matter of school funding. I mean, he will appreciate that some of the achievements in our schools, for which I pay great tribute to all of our teachers' professionalism, are incredibly positive for improving education for young people. But nevertheless, he does make an important point about funding, and I would encourage him to raise that directly with ministers on the 15th of April at Education Questions.
Sir David Amis.
Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on the difficulties converts to Christianity are having in achieving asylum status in the United Kingdom? Whilst I'm sure the House understands that the Home Office has to be very careful, I simply don't understand their reluctance to approve these applications given all the checks and balances.
Well, my honourable friend raises an interesting point. What I can tell him is that all asylum claims made in the UK are carefully considered on a case-by-case basis, taking into account individual merits against a background of relevant case law and, of course, up-to-date country information, which covers issues relating to freedom of religion and belief. And I can also absolutely assure him that the Home Office provides protection for all those who genuinely need it, in accordance with our international obligations under the 1951 Refugee Convention and the European Convention on Human Rights.
Mr. Barry, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, can I point the House to the real challenge that we have in our constituencies and in this place in the way we treat each other? The respect in which the language we use. Can we have a debate about that? And could she particularly bear in mind something that was very offensive, that was said last night by the Member of Parliament for Rayleigh and Wickford, when at this time, as we are in Lent and approaching Easter weekend, when he used, "Forgive them, Father, for they do not what they do." That to a Christian, and I'm a former parliamentary church warden, it was deeply offensive to use that phrase in the context of a debate on Brexit. It was offensive, and I do hope that we can have a discussion about what is and what isn't appropriate to say in this House.
Leader of the House.
Well, as I have always said, it's vital that everybody in this place and in this Palace of Westminster treats each other with courtesy and respect, and I completely uphold that. As the honourable gentleman will be aware, the behaviour in the chamber is a matter for the chair, and on the other hand, I'm sure Mr. Speaker will also agree that it's vital everybody is treated with courtesy and respect.
Yes, that's absolutely fair and reasonable. I didn't intervene at the time, as the honourable gentleman will know. The right honourable gentleman felt extremely strongly, and he expressed himself with force, and I respect that right honourable member's sincerity and integrity. I make no bones about that, I do. But moderation in the use of language and the importance of trying to keep the temperature down can hardly be overstated. So I think that the honourable gentleman, the member for Huddersfield, has served a useful purpose today of which we can all take note. Sir Mike Penning.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you'll be aware that I go on and on about the lack of accountability with the NHS trusts in my constituency and around the country, and often when I raise this, there are lots of nods. So the Leader of the House has known that I've raised this before, and she suggested that I got a Westminster Hall debate. I've got that, so I'm back now, going on and on. Can we have a debate in government time of the lack of accountability of NHS trusts that seem to ignore not just politicians and their elected representatives, the people who actually they're supposed to be looking after?
Well, my right honourable friend is very passionate on this subject, and he's absolutely right to be. I think if he's exhausted all of his own means by which to achieve debates on this subject, then I would encourage him to perhaps go to the Backbench Committee and seek the support of other members across the House. I'm sure he'd find that there were plenty of members looking to support their own local hospitals.
John Cryer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the Leader's answer on the Knife Crime Summit and subsequent events, but it really is unacceptable that the Home Secretary has not been here reporting on the Knife Crime Summit while our constituents, our young constituents, are regularly being murdered. When will he come here and give a report? And further to that, he really should be coming to this chamber on a regular basis and giving those reports. Yeah.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises an incredibly serious issue, as he often does, about the appalling nature of the rise in knife crime and the impact it's having on communities and fear in communities. And there are far, far too many examples of young people being stabbed and murdered. It's absolutely appalling. He'll be aware that the Knife Crime Summit on Monday was designed to look at what more government can do. There are a huge number of plans in place. We've already had 2 debates recently on serious violence and what the government can do, as well as a number of urgent questions and statements on the subject. But I will certainly go away, as I said to his honourable friend, and see whether we can organise a statement on that same subject.
Mr. Peter Bowler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope you'll accept that I'm willing to call out the government on occasion when it abuses Parliament. I voted for the contempt motion. But I thought yesterday there was a conspiracy to defraud Parliament itself on a huge constitutional issue. We rushed it through in a day. There was no time for proper debate. There wasn't even a third reading. The amendments went down. It was a total farce, and it was an abuse of Parliament. And it seems to me, sir, the solution to this, and it was something that both main political parties agreed to, was a business of the House Committee, which is responsible for the timing of debates. And the Backbench Business Committee has shown that it works really well. Leader, seriously, would the government now consider a business of the House Commission? And please, Leader, don't blow this off again.
Leader of the House.
The first part of my honourable friend's question I entirely endorse, and I would draw the House's attention to the fact that the Article 50 revocation bill contained 58 words, and it went through the entire Parliamentary Business and Legislation Committee process. It was consulted widely, and it had 5 days of debate in this chamber, compared to the under 1 hour of second reading for yesterday's bill. So I agree with him that it was extremely damaging to the way in which we carry out business in this place. To his second part, as I've said to him on a number of occasions, I don't believe that a business of the House Committee for determining business would have the necessary flexibility to be able to ensure that, as we're seeing at the moment, swift changes to business can be properly and reliably agreed. And from time to time, the House does need to go through usual channels with a very quick decision when emergency changes are necessary.
I don't want to dwell on what the honourable gentleman said at any length, and I completely respect his sincerity. I think it is fair just to note, reputationally for the House, that many of the members who are complaining about the paucity of time for the debate on the second reading of the bill did nevertheless seem untroubled by the absorption of 3 hours on the business of the House motion, and it was partly for that reason that there was so little time left for second reading. But there is an argument to be had about that matter, and I respect the honourable gentleman's point of view. I've heard what the Leader has said about the business of the House Committee, and that is the Government's position. The honourable gentleman has been a keen and articulate champion of the cause of such a committee for many years, and as he knows, I've joined him in that quest. It is a matter of recorded fact that the coalition government was committed to the introduction of such a committee, and Prime Minister Cameron, I say this as a matter of fact, reneged on that commitment. It is unarguable, it is incontestable, it is incontrovertible. That is the reality. He may think that the situation changed, but he promised it and he broke the promise. It's as simple as that. Paula Sheriff.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend proved to be the perfect tonic, and I was joined by over 75 members of my constituency for the Great British Spring Clean. Next week I'll be out again in Mirfield supporting the indefatigable community champion Ruth Edwards with her Spring Clean. So I wondered if the Leader of the House would join me in welcoming the incredible work done by the likes of Ruth and others, and encourage all members to get involved in cleaning up their communities.
Well, the Honourable Lady is to be hugely commended for taking part in the Great British Spring Clean, and my PPS sat behind me, the Honourable Member for Banbury, who is a huge fan of this, is yelling in my ear, fantastic, fantastic, which I think all Honourable Members would agree. It's a superb thing to be involved in a community clean-up. It really does send a good message and cheers us all up to get outside as well. So I completely congratulate her and her constituent Ruth Edwards and all those who are taking part.
Will Quince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Working parents of children with a disability or with a serious illness often have to take their entire holiday entitlement off for surgery or hospital appointments. Will the Leader of the House allow a debate in government time on what support the government can give to those working parents and how we can ensure that they get the quality holiday time that other working parents enjoy?
Well, my honourable friend raises a very important point. Of course, for parents, very often they have additional responsibilities to holding down a job, and particularly when they're caring for children with disabilities, it's absolutely vital that they get time, quality time, to spend with their families. I would encourage my honourable friend to perhaps seek an adjournment debate in the first instance so that he can discuss with ministers what more could be done.
Martin Whitfield.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Could we have a statement on the attitude that's taken, particularly from the Home Office, with regard to MPs telephoning them? I telephoned the hotline seeking some very urgent information and was given another telephone number. That was hung up on when I phoned them, and then when I phoned back later, they were unable to give me any information, and I'm careful about this, regarding what I've asked. I've now emailed on 2 occasions and not received a response. The challenge is that my constituent is facing a deadline that's approaching, and without this information, I can't advise him and he can't take action.
Well, I'm genuinely very sorry to hear that, and I must say my own experience of the MP's hotline has been good with the Home Office, but I totally respect what the honourable gentleman's saying, that if he can't get through to the right people and they're not responsive, then that's absolutely unacceptable. I absolutely encourage him to take this up perhaps through a parliamentary written question, but if he wants to contact me, I can make contact with the Home Office on his behalf.
Greg Hands.
Could we get a bit more clarity on business the week after next? I think the Leader of the House said it's possible we'd be sitting on Monday and Tuesday, the 15th and 16th, but for the benefit of members and staff with Easter holiday, childcare problems to sort out, could she perhaps be a little bit more definitive as to what might happen or may not happen on Wednesday the 17th and Thursday the 18th?
So my right honourable friend is tempting me to get my crystal ball out, but I think, as all honourable members appreciate, I think we can all agree we need a break, and certainly the staff of the House do need a break, and we're very conscious of the need to try and ensure that people are able to meet prior commitments, as well as, for many colleagues, they have commitments in their constituencies that they need to fulfil. So there is no doubt I and the government are extremely well aware of the need for colleagues to have a break. On the other hand, as we all know, the business is changing very rapidly. We are extremely keen to ensure that we can leave the European Union with a deal, with a majority of the House supporting it. And in order to achieve that, it requires the next few days to be quite flexible. So I can only repeat that I will keep the House as updated as possible. But certainly at the moment, I've said in my opening remarks that we need to retain flexibility to potentially sit on Monday and Tuesday, the 15th and 16th of April during Holy Week. But I will update the House as soon as I possibly can.
Thank you. Jim Shannon.
Mr Speaker, on Monday, April the 1st, the APPG for International Freedom of Religion and Belief, of which I have the privilege to chair, hosted a parliamentary briefing investigating the ongoing farmer-herder conflict in Nigeria. Nigeria is awash with weapons. This conflict has claimed tens of thousands of lives since the turn of the century. It is one of the bloodiest in the world at the moment, and as both groups happen to also be divided by religion, the farmers being mainly Christian, the herders being mainly Muslim, it threatens to escalate into a full-blown religious war. Will the Leader of the House agree to a statement or debate on this very, very pressing matter? Thank you.
Leader of the House.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question. The government is concerned by the recurrent clashes involving pastoralists and local farmers, and we continue to call for an immediate de-escalation of violence and for the Nigerian government to demonstrate a clear strategy for resolving the conflict, ending the violence and ensuring the needs of all of the communities are taken into account. There's no doubt that these clashes have a devastating impact on lives and communities, as well as, of course, being a major barrier to Nigeria's economic development.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'm very pleased that this government is investing £290 million in investing in the A1 road north of Newcastle to Berwick-upon-Tweed. Sadly, north of the border, 17 miles of the A1 still remains a single-track road. Now, transport policy is devolved to the Scottish Parliament, and yet the Scottish Government is refusing to take any action to improve this important cross-border route. So could we have a debate about how both governments, the UK Government and the Scottish Government, could work together to improve cross-border connectivity?
Well, as always, my honourable friend raises an important issue on behalf of his constituents and many others. He's right that under the devolution settlement, roads within Scotland are the responsibility of the Scottish Government, and it is for them to prioritise and fund any relevant schemes. I hope they will take the decision to do so. For our part, UK Government ministers and officials regularly collaborate with their counterparts in Scotland on issues of mutual interest, including cross-border connections, and they have previously discussed the dualling of the A1.
Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wonder if the Leader of the House can provide us with a date when the Timpson's review into exclusions will be produced. And if she can't provide a date of when, perhaps she could explain why. Why have we had a delay since December last year?
Leader of the House.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable lady for her question, and as I've said to her, she's raised this on a number of occasions, and as I've said to her, I have chased for a date on which this report will be published. She's absolutely right to keep pursuing it, and I am continuing to seek to get an answer for her. She's asking why from a sedentary position, and as I've tried to explain previously, the review is considering the difference in exclusion rates between different areas and why that's taking place, and that therefore makes the review quite complicated and time-consuming.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the House will recall that 3 weeks ago I raised with her the question of the accountability of Network Rail. And this is particularly relating to their proposed closure of Suggett's Lane level crossing in my constituency. But the accountability issue has become more serious because the Grimsby Telegraph is reporting that when contractors moved in to lock the gates, they hauled away cars parked near to the crossing. Surely, Mr Speaker, Network Rail should not have the powers to haul away private vehicles. Could we have a statement from the Department of Transport on this issue?
Leader of the House.
Well, my honourable friend's concerns sound very justified. Of course, the safety of our railways is paramount, but as he knows, it is a matter for Network Rail, working with the independent regulator, which is the Office of Rail and Road. I can tell him, however, that I understand that an urgent meeting on the Suggets Lane level crossing closure has been arranged for Monday with the Rail Minister, senior representatives from Network Rail and with my honourable friend himself. So I do hope that there will be some progress as a result of that.
Mrs Madeline Moon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Shadow Leader of the House for reminding the House that it is the 70th anniversary of the signing of the Washington Treaty. Can I also remind the House that London was the first home of the NATO alliance, and that actually the first shots fired by NATO was during a peacekeeping mission in Bosnia in 1996. If the Leader of the House is short of business for next week, can I suggest we could celebrate the NATO alliance, which has kept peace and security across Europe and North America for 70 years?
Leader of the House.
Well, the Right Honourable Lady is absolutely right to pay tribute to the amazing achievements of NATO, which has been the cornerstone of our defence for 70 years, as she rightly points out. I certainly will take away her request for a debate in government time and see what can be done.
Mark Pawsey.
Mr Speaker, there's a sense of anticipation in rugby because the finalists of the Pride of Rugby Awards have been announced. They are run superbly by our local radio station, Rugby FM, and recognise local achievers in business, charities and amongst our volunteers and our young people. At a time when we hear a lot of challenges that communities face, can we have a debate to recognise some of the great work that's going on within our communities?
Well, Mr Speaker, I think it's always very welcome that Business Question is a chance for colleagues to praise the excellent work that goes on in their communities. And I do congratulate my honourable friend and join him in congratulating the finalists of the Pride of Rugby Awards. I do wish them all the best for the event. The UK is undoubtedly a very generous place. It's something we should all celebrate. I understand that the British public donated £10.3 billion to all causes in 2017. Which cements the UK's place as one of the most generous nations in the world, something we can all celebrate.
Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given the success and the viewing figures of BBC Parliament in the last few weeks, can the Leader of the House tell us if there's any plans to broadcast Cabinet meetings live? Given that the details of these meetings are leaked within minutes, shouldn't we just cut out the middleman? And can the Leader of the House tell us what's true? Is there more infighting in the Cabinet meeting, or will there be in the next episode of Game of Thrones?
Leader of the House.
Well, what I can say to the honourable gentleman is that it's not a great TV show what goes on in Cabinet, because it's too often not correct what gets reported. So, it either has to be a documentary or it's a fabrication. And sometimes I sit in Cabinet and hear one thing and then read it in the newspapers and it wasn't the same at all. So it's someone's interpretation. But anyway, the honourable gentleman makes a very serious point about the way in which Cabinet commentary does get out into the press, and there are interpretations on all manner of meetings that take place. And I think what it really says to me, and what I always urge young people when I go into universities and schools to talk to them about democracy, is don't believe everything you read. It's definitely not always true. You do need to go to the source.
John Howe.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I recently launched the new Saturday bus service in Henley. Can we have a debate on buses to show how smaller, more local buses can help?
The House.
Well, congratulations to my honourable friend. I think there'll be a number of honourable members who would love to be doing the same in their areas. He will be aware that the bus market outside London is deregulated and that decisions regarding service provision is primarily a commercial matter for bus operators. And individual English local authorities will make decisions on whether or not to subsidise bus services. The Bus Services Act of 2017 does provide the tools local authorities need to improve local bus services and increase passenger numbers. But I'm sure I wouldn't be alone in this place thinking that we need to do more to provide better bus transportation for all of our communities.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We had a debate on the urgent need to fund community-based projects to tackle climate change. North Glasgow Housing Association is the biggest community-owned housing association in Glasgow, my constituency, and also Lamb Hill Stable has been doing fantastic work using climate challenge funding from the Scottish Government, including community swap shops, furniture, educating young people using comics, even some fantastic stuff in all sorts of different fields. But unfortunately that funding has now been not renewed for this year, so they're now not able to continue with those projects. So we're going to have an urgent debate about the urgent need to advance funding for these sorts of community-based climate change initiatives.
Leader of the House.
Well, first, can I congratulate his constituents for their work on this? It's incredibly important that we do all we can to make people aware of the importance of climate change and the steps that we can take to address it. He'll be aware that our 25-year environment plan seeks to ensure that we're the first generation that leaves our environment in a better place than we found it. And within that plan, there are lots of different initiatives, and I would encourage him to perhaps talk to ministers in DEFRA about what more they can do to support initiatives like the ones he mentions.
Luke Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, earlier it was mentioned it's cherry blossom time, and can I encourage every member of the House to come and see the Japanese garden in Clackmannanshire, my constituency, where I recently joined the Japanese Consul General to actually plant new cherry blossoms, which hopefully everyone can enjoy in the near future. Can I ask the Leader for some debate time on actual rural development? We spend a lot of time talking about our towns and cities, but our rural communities are working very hard to improve prosperity and employment through schemes such as the Can-Do Creef Shared Workspace that was recently established in my constituency. So can we have some more debate time to rural issues, because country is just as important as town?
Leader of the House.
Well, I completely agree with my honourable friend that the countryside is every bit as important as towns, and we need to do everything possible to ensure that our rural communities are thriving. We do have housing communities and local government questions on Monday, and I would encourage him to raise with ministers what more can be done to support rural communities.
Colleen Fletcher.
Thank you. The Duke of Edinburgh's Volunteering Achievement Award has been presented to pupils in Coventry to celebrate 9,360 hours of voluntary services by the city's young people. That's over the last 12 months. We know that volunteering efforts like these help young people to develop, build confidence and gain important life skills, while also improving the health and well-being of the local community around them. Will the Leader of the House join me in commending Coventry's young volunteers, and will she arrange a debate in government time on the importance of volunteering and how it can help inspire a generation of young people who care about where they live and who are willing to make a commitment to improve society?
The House.
Well, the Honourable Lady always speaks up for Coventry, and she's quite right to do so, and I definitely join with her in congratulating all those young people. I think she said 9,360 hours in the last 12 months of volunteering. That's a superb record, something they can be very proud of.
Thank you,
Mr Speaker. Can the Leader tell me where the Home Secretary is? I asked last week whether he was going to come and make a statement, and the Leader said she was going to go and speak to him. We have a knife crime summit. Nobody's got a clue what happened there. He's not bothered to come to the House of Commons and explain it. We read in the papers about search powers being changed. Not a word to this House of Commons about it. We read about extra money to all sorts of groups. Not a word to this House of Commons about it. I'll tell you something. Can the Leader again go to the Home Secretary, tell him to get over here and start making some statements to this House of Commons about the national emergency of knife crime which faces this country?
Leader.
Well, the honourable gentleman, I know, cares passionately about this issue, as do many honourable and right honourable members who raise this frequently at business questions. As a matter of fact, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for the Home Office, was here yesterday with a statement on Windrush compensation. So he is, of course, always willing and keen to update this House as soon as there is something important, some important breakthrough. The honourable gentleman will know that there has been a tremendous amount of work gone into our serious violence strategy, that's gone into the Offensive Weapons Bill, into creating knife crime prevention orders, into the Youth Endowment Fund, and into the recent discussions on making it a public health matter to try to ensure that we do everything possible to steer young people away from a life of knife crime and violence. So I totally understand the honourable honourable gentleman's frustration. I will again raise this issue with the Home Secretary, but he is very willing and has indeed come to this House very regularly to update the House whenever there is more to say.
Nick Dakin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At his last meeting with the Steel All-Party Group, the Steel Minister, the Honourable Member for Watford, committed to bring together all the key stakeholders in steel to look again at how to progress a steel sector deal. Can we have a statement from the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy on how we're going to bring about this steel summit?
I wasn't aware of that commitment that was made, but I would say to the honourable gentleman, if he wants to write to me afterwards, then I can take it up with the department on his behalf.
Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On my way into Westminster, I walk through the Canary Wharf Crossrail station most mornings. It's a pristine station. It cost £500 million and it was opened in 2015. And there won't be any trains using that station, I think, until at least 2020. It's a bit like the Yes Minister hospital, if the leader remembers, where there were no patients, but it was seen to be a very efficient hospital. The Public Accounts Committee have said that the cost of Crossrail has spiralled out of control, over £18 billion so far and counting, and there are question marks remaining over its completion. Now, in Hull, in the station, the railway station in Hull, we can't get new signage or the toilets sorted out, let alone electrification of the line. So can we please have a debate on investment in rail in the north and not just in London?
Minister.
Well, I'm very sympathetic to the honourable lady's desire to see more investment in the north. She will be aware that the government is investing significant sums in new rail infrastructure and in improving the experience of all train users. With regards to Crossrail itself, what I can tell her is that it is now working to deliver a revised schedule for the project, and that the Department for Transport are working closely with the IPA and the National Audit Office to ensure that lessons are learned for the delivery of major projects. But once built, this new Crossrail line will provide up to a £42 billion boost to the UK economy and will enable 200 million journeys across London and the South East. But I absolutely understand the honourable lady wants to see more investment in the north, and that is also happening. It's not either or, but both.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last fortnight, up and down the country, households have received their council tax bills, and members will be well aware that they've seen significant increases, almost twice the rate of inflation and twice pay increases. In my own constituency, 5% increase on council tax, 12% on the police levy, and residents are very concerned they're receiving less for paying more. In that backdrop, I have a local authority that wishes to build themselves a new council office. I wanted to ask the leader if we could actually have a debate on what I thought was a terrific programme, which was the One Public Estate, introduced in 2013, to examine where we are with those sorts of programmes.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises the issue of council tax rises, and he will be aware that in real terms council taxes have fallen since 2010 under the Conservative and Coalition government, and that's been very important, is to hold down those increases. But at the same time during this week, I'm sure he will want to celebrate that there's over £1.3 billion extra available for local councils, over £1 billion extra for our schools, and of course, really importantly, a rise in the national living wage, giving a full-time worker a £2,750 annual pay rise since its introduction, as well as another rise in the personal tax-free allowance, leaving a basic rate taxpayer over £1,200 better off a year than in 2010. So I totally sympathise with the honourable gentleman's point about council taxes rising, but the other side of the economy, the government is taking steps to ensure that there are better services, that people get to keep more of their hard-earned income, and that people in our economy are better off through job increases, wage increases and increases in their personal tax-free allowance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of my constituents have received letters this week informing them that the owner of their home, the freeholder, has changed from one company based in Guernsey to another company based in Guernsey. Now, we've had a very powerful Select Committee report. We've had various vacuous pledges about what's going to be done to tackle leasehold abuses, but the fact remains that these kind of manoeuvres are making it harder and more expensive for my constituents to actually purchase the freehold of their property outright. So can we have a statement, please, from government about what they're going to do to protect existing leaseholders?
Well, I certainly share the honourable gentleman's concern about the way in which some properties are being sold as leases, and then those who've bought them are being charged additional sums on an increasing basis. That cannot be right. We do have housing, communities and local government questions on Monday. I would encourage him to raise it there.
Thank you. Order. Statement. The Minister of State for Asia and the Pacific, Minister Mark Field.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, I should like to make a statement about Brunei and Sharia law. Now, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this is an issue that has been of widespread concern in the House and was subject twice to urgent questions earlier in the week by the Honourable Lady for Edinburgh West. And if I may slightly apologise, obviously, slightly fewer members, I suspect, here in the House today than we might have had, given how late we sat last night, and an understandable desire for many to head off. But I thought it was worth making a full statement on this particular issue. And it was no criticism of you, Mr. Speaker, that you didn't allow the urgent questions, not least because we were able to touch on this issue in the slightly unsatisfactory way that one does during Foreign and Commonwealth questions. Let me just say this. Brunei introduced Sharia criminal law in 2014 to operate alongside the common law system in that country. The implementation of the final phases of the associated Sharia penal code was delayed from 2014 until yesterday. These final phases now introduce the possibility of Haddad corporal and capital punishments, which may include amputation for theft and execution by stoning for witnessed adultery and anal sex. The Sharia penal code requires 4 witnesses or a confession from the offender in order for any conviction to be secured. It is therefore a fairly tall ask. However, this does not, of course, mean that it is impossible to achieve. Now, under the common law in Brunei, homosexuality is already a criminal offence. Whippings are also quite frequently used as a punishment for a variety of offences, and the death penalty remains on the statute book, although it has not been enforced at all since 1992. I want to be absolutely clear about the UK's position on this. This government considers it appalling that in the 21st century people anywhere are still facing potential persecution and discrimination because of who they are and whom they love. We strongly support and defend the rights of the LGBT plus community here in the UK and all around the world. We also absolutely oppose the death penalty in all circumstances and in all its forms, and nor do we believe that the amputation or stoning are legitimate or acceptable punishments. Indeed, we would consider them to be illegal under international human rights laws that relate to torture and to cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment. We also note that since the introduction of Sharia criminal law in Brunei in 2014, the vast majority of crimes have continued to be brought to justice under the existing common law system, which, as I say, runs in parallel in that country. However, if implemented, we believe these extreme Haddad punishments would contravene Brunei's international commitments to respect human rights and individual freedoms. That is why we have expressed very deep concerns to the government of Brunei. I personally raised this matter when I was in that country in August with His Majesty the Sultan, the Minister of Religious Affairs and the Foreign Minister, Dato' Arian, when I visited that country, as I say, some 7-8 months ago. Last week I wrote to Dato' Arian to re-emphasise our concern about the use of Haddad punishments, which would contravene the international standards and values that the UK and Brunei both uphold. Earlier this week, our outstanding High Commissioner, Richard Lindsay, also raised these concerns with senior Bruneian ministers, including the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Religious Affairs and Finance. He received assurances that common law would continue to be the primary means of administering justice, and that the burden of proof under the Sharia Penal Code had been set to be almost unattainably high. And obviously, we welcome this. However, I understand that the Foreign Secretary will speak with his counterpart, the Bruneian Foreign Minister, later today, and will urge the Government of Brunei to take further steps to ensure that these extreme punishments cannot be used, and also to respect the rights and freedoms of all their citizens. Now, colleagues throughout the House may be concerned by the potential impact of Sharia criminal law in Brunei on British nationals, for whom, of course, we have specific consular responsibility. I should like to take this opportunity to assure the House that our travel advice has been updated to ensure that all British citizens are aware of the introduction of the new laws under the Sharia Penal Code. Supporting British nationals, of course, remains our number one priority, and we shall continue to provide consular support for all British folk in Brunei should it be required. Many members will also be aware we have, in addition, some specific responsibilities towards British military personnel and their families who are stationed in Brunei, including as part of our long-standing garrison agreement, which dates back to the existence of Brunei as an independent state in 1962. Again, I can assure the House that we have the necessary protections in place with the Government of Brunei. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may just conclude with this. We have a close friendship for historical and indeed for ongoing reasons with Brunei. And I have to say, from my own experience, not just going out to Brunei but with Bruneians here in this country, they regard themselves with good cause as a generous, friendly and tolerant people. And they are very worried to see the tarnishing of their own reputation given the press that has been in the recent days, not just here in the UK, I hasten to add, but actually across the world. But we also have an important relationship with Brunei, with our bilateral security, of which the garrison is one part. But this has, and never has, prevented us from raising very difficult issues, sometimes with them. On the contrary, I believe that the strength and the richness of that relationship permits us to share our views and to express those concerns, sometimes openly, sometimes more in private, but always frankly, and we seek to work together to address these issues. This government, and I know I'm fairly sure I speak for the entire House, but this government, our High Commissioner and I will continue to urge the Government of Brunei to take all the steps to reassure their own people, the United Kingdom and, of course, the wider international community that they are fully committed to allowing all citizens and residents of Brunei to live with dignity, free from violence, discrimination or persecution. Moreover, as an integral part of our foreign policy work around the world, we shall continue to oppose the use of the death penalty in all circumstances and to promote the rights of LGBT+ people. No one should face punishment for whom they are or whom they love. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Khalid Mahmood.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. Can I thank him as well for the concern and care that he has brought to this issue, and as he has done on other issues, including Kashmir and the Rohingya, and many other issues in his brief. In light of that, I would just say that my right honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, talked the other day about his former friend, the member for North East Bedfordshire, and said that we would miss him, both in substance and the tone that he brought to our debates. But I believe that the Minister of State today brings the same substance to our debates, and it could be also said that he knows how to set the tone for his department. And I think that we've seen that again today. Madam Deputy Speaker, what we've seen in Brunei in the past week with these proposed new laws has been shocking and shameful, but has also been deeply sad. I want to read a few words, one of the members of staff in our Shadow Foreign Office team, an English young woman who grew up in Brunei. She said this when she heard the news: "It breaks my heart that a country I would credit with opening my mind and my heart, my formative years, and deeply embedding me a love of the world and the people in it, could now preach such utter hatred against just because of the people they love." And that is absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker. Brunei is a beautiful country. It's a warm and welcoming people. It has for a long time been a diversity of races and nationalities. For the same for them to take such backward step, a step back into the darkness, with these horrific proposals for people to be stoned and whipped to death just because of the sexuality is truly heartbreaking and fundamentally evil. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is also a clear breach of Brunei's obligations under the Commonwealth Charter in respect of human rights, and there are surely must be immediate consequences for Brunei if they press ahead with these proposals in terms of membership of the Commonwealth. Because for far too long, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Commonwealth has stood for human rights when it comes to democratic abuses in countries like Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Gambia, but it has turned a blind eye when it comes to LGBT discrimination. That we see in Asia, Africa and the Caribbean. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is time for the Commonwealth to draw a line in the sand on LGBT rights, and that must be drawn now when it comes to Brunei, because we cannot, in a situation where a Commonwealth country announces plans to stone, whip LGBT people to death, and the Commonwealth does nothing. So I thank the Minister of State for his words, and I hope those words would lead to action. And whether that means suspending our support for Brunei's armed forces or other measures we can take, I hope all that will include the action that he has stated. Calling for an immediate meeting of the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group and agreeing that if Brunei does not drop its proposals, they will, with great regret, be a matter of urgency but be suspended from the Commonwealth. Thank you.
May I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind words, but also, again, his tone. And I think it's very important at a time when so many debates in this House have been very fractious on matters that we dare not discuss, but more importantly, that we are able to unite and, in a constructive way, talk about an issue that I know is close to the hearts of many of us in this House. On the issue of the garrison, I've touched on it. The importance of security within the region is something that we do take very seriously, and I think we are obviously negotiating a range of safeguards for British nationals. But I think the main thrust of what the honourable gentleman had to say was to do with the Commonwealth, and I wanted to touch on that if I may. As he alluded to, the Commonwealth Charter states very specifically that members are opposed to all forms of discrimination, whether rooted in gender, race, colour, creed, political belief or other grounds. And at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting here in London in April of last year, the Prime Minister made absolutely clear that no one should face persecution or discrimination because of who they are, who they love. And the UK stands ready to support any Commonwealth member wanting to reform outdated legislation that makes such discrimination possible. I think I should put this into context. This is not in any way to justify what is happening specifically in relation to Brunei, but it is worth, I think, recognising that in relation to the death penalty, 30 member states of the Commonwealth do have the death penalty, 4 have imposed a full or partial moratorium, 19 have abolished it, and obviously we're working on trying to increase that number. As regards the criminalisation of same-sex relationships, there are still 35 member states that still criminalise consensual same-sex relations, primarily as a result of colonial-era legislation. That doesn't actually apply in relation to Brunei, obviously. But since CHOGM 2018, 2 Commonwealth member states have decriminalised same-sex relationships, India and Trinidad and Tobago, and together they account for, of course, well over 1 billion people. And I think what I wanted to say is that obviously there are also 2 member states that are able to impose death penalty, in principle at least, for same-sex relationships. Brunei and some 12 states in the north of Nigeria, which have adopted elements of Sharia law. Through a component of their legal system, this, of course, does not mean the death penalty will necessarily be enacted. Now, clearly this is an issue that we are working with Commonwealth countries, have been working and will continue to do so. We would like to think there is progress being made. Obviously, I would very much agree with the sentiment of the House that the imposition of a Sharia code in this way the penal code aspect of it is a backward step as far as Brunei is concerned. But I think there is progress elsewhere, and we will continue to work within the broad international community as well as within the Commonwealth to try and ensure that countries come on board. I think the best way of doing it, rather than making threats about kicking out countries, expelling them from the Commonwealth, are more positive ways to try and hold them close, recognise that there are some very strong connections that are there. And I think I would go back again at the very individual level to what the honourable gentleman said, that a close member of his Foreign Commonwealth team staff, for whom it bleeds their heart, it is giving a very misleading impression of actually what a friendly and generous place Brunei is. It is, and indeed the Sultan of Brunei has been a great friend of this country over many years. He has himself, I think, become a little more devout as he has got older in life, and it's one of the reasons that the Sharia Code, based of course on Saudi Arabian Sharia Code, has been put into place. But I'm very hopeful that we can continue to have a positive and constructive dialogue on this issue in both Brunei and, as I say, with a number of other countries whom we would like to see making changes in the future.
Tom Tugendhat.
Madam Deputy Speaker, looking around this chamber, I'm reminded of some of the transformations that we've seen over generations and that have now become so normal and so obviously the right decision, and I think particularly of the freedom of women to have a say in our public life and in our private life. One of the things that we have not yet seen is the normalisation of the equality of love. We don't see it totally in the United Kingdom in cultural senses, and we don't see it around the world in areas where we should. And this is something that we're talking about today because it is a friend of the United Kingdom who has decided to turn in the wrong direction. I've heard what my right honourable friend, the Minister, has said, and I encourage very strongly the words that he has been using. But if I could urge him not just to press harder directly, but actually also to use the regional approach that he has been so successfully deploying in many other circumstances, to talk to our partners and our friends in other countries in the area, to make sure that the government in Brunei, country which we feel very warmly towards, and as he knows more than anybody, has a battalion of Gurkhas who do an enormous amount of work in defending the monarchy and defending the people there. This really is a moment when Brunei really could step forward, change its mind, and become again a bastion for peace, and in this case an expression of equality and tolerance that it has been in so many other areas.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank my honourable friend, who of course knows this area of the world well. Listen, they're very wise words. There's very little I can add to them, and I think all of us feel that in Brunei, for those who haven't visited, it is a very beautiful country, and it is, I'd say, a regret that this penal code has come onto the statute book. As I say, I'm fairly confident that actually, because of the high bar for proof, but also the fact that they have a common law stream of law that is in place, that in many ways little will happen in this regard. And I think it is one of the reasons there has been such surprise in Brunei at the international abhorrence that has been expressed. But as I say, we will do our level best, remembering, as I say, that Brunei are and have been strong friends, and we want to try and encourage them to protect and promote values that I hope will become universal.
Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all thank the Minister for early sight of the statement, and thank him and the Shadow Minister for their robust denunciation of the tactics now being taken by the Sultan and also by, I suppose, in some way by the government of Brunei in terms of the Sharia law and its implementation for a range of issues. And not just for LGBT issues. I've got to admit, as a gay man, it comes as no surprise to me that we live in a world in which members of my own identity are still either stoned, hung, murdered, clearly because of their having sex with someone of the same gender, and also for lesbian women who are to be stoned, to be whipped. But it's not just about LGBT issues. We have the amputation laws, in which is directed also at children who could be amputated. We need to be very much aware of this. I wonder if maybe the Minister will say something about that. We also have a range of issues around religious freedom, or the reduction of religious freedom in Brunei. So I think it would be it could not beholden me to stand here and say we cannot take some more robust action, especially in terms of the Commonwealth. And I know that the Shadow Minister did mention the Commonwealth, and the idea we're now into a moment where we have Commonwealth 2.0 rhetoric deployed by many in this place should also not be missed. I think we also need to be clear that Brunei is just one of 35 states Madam Deputy Speaker, within the Commonwealth where being either lesbian, gay, bisexual or transgender is illegal. Indeed, those states which do not criminalise their LGBT citizens are in the profound minority. And I'm sure it would come as no surprise, with having the largest LGBT number of members in their own political group in this place, that the Scottish National Party will be unbending in our support for the fundamental human rights as enshrined as we are at the moment as a member of the European Union, the European institutions. But let's be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, while there are many in this chamber who may seek to return to days of laissez-faire economics and mercantilism as some sort of liberation, those of us on these benches will be looking very carefully at how the government deals with this through the institutions of the Commonwealth, which it claims great influence. And so I'd like to maybe then just ask the Minister for some direct questions. Can the Government ensure it registers its strongest objections through the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, that it considers asking for suspension in line with the suspension of Zimbabwe, as was mentioned by the Minister of the Opposition Shadow Minister, not expulsion but suspension until it gets its act together, and finally protect the rights of members of the armed forces who should not have to go, if they are members of the LGBT community, should not have to go to a place like Brunei, putting themselves at direct danger.
Here. Thank the honourable gentleman for his words. Clearly, we will take this matter up with the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth. Let me just say a little bit, if I may, about the broader Commonwealth position on LGBT rights, given the context that we both discussed, that over half the members of the Commonwealth have on the statute book, at least, what we would regard as discriminatory legislation. Using UK funding, the Equality and Justice Alliance is working to create a fairer, more equal and more inclusive Commonwealth for the LGBT community and, more broadly, actually, for women and for girls. The project is creating a cross-Commonwealth network of high-level champions and offering technical assistance for reform of laws that discriminate against or fail to protect women, girls and LGBT individuals. We will also do this through the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group, currently being chaired by Kenya, but we are members, as the honourable gentleman will be aware, by virtue of our being the chair in office. The chairmanship of the Commonwealth came through us, as I say, last April. That, I think, provides a space for some of these very sensitive discussions, which in turn will allow, I hope, for very discreet engagement, including, of course, through the good offices of the Secretary-General.
Crispin Blunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Obviously, the Minister will recall me raising this at Foreign Office questions on Tuesday. But what struck me in his reply to my topical question then and now is the utter paucity of any proposed government action. And I wonder if the Minister could give an explanation to the House. First, when were we aware that this proposal was coming down the track? And it is not just about LGBT citizens. A third of the Bruneian population are not Muslim. And plainly, the whole problem of death for apostasy presents a significant threat to anyone who is then going to profess a new belief in a society where lots of different belief systems are present. The barbaric matters have been referred to about amputation and the death penalty for adultery. And I don't take any comfort from my honourable friend referring to the requirement of the number of witnesses for these crimes, as confessions are obtained rather more easily in these circumstances. So this is an utter affront. We've known it's coming. Why haven't we diverted them? Can he explain that? And exactly what are we going to do to make sure that Brunei pays a price that can at least be paid, which it won't be with membership of the Commonwealth, with two-thirds of the Commonwealth states still having anti-LGBT laws on the statute books?
I thank my honourable friend from Reigate. The Sharia criminal law came into being in 2014, and at that point, and certainly when I was in the country, as I say, last summer, we were well aware that we were heading towards a path where the Sharia penal code would come into play, and made those warnings. So the warnings that we have tried to give to the Bruneian authorities go back, certainly in my time as a minister, and possibly for some time before that. As I would reiterate, the new Sharia penal code does not supplant the existing common law, which will apply in most cases, and I think will apply obviously to non-Muslims within that country. The burden of proof for conviction under Sharia is incredibly high, and there will be no new intrusive efforts at enforcement. But I do understand the frustrations that my honourable friend has put into play. I can only say, through the diplomatic network, we have tried to warn, and it probably has come as a surprise, as I say, to many in Brunei, just the international outcry that this imposition of a penal code has put into play. We will continue to make those representations diplomatically. As I say, I personally take a view that it would be better to try to keep that country within the Commonwealth and to make the changes and the sort of changes that with some of the initiatives that we have in play, rather than putting threats of expulsion into play. But I'm sorry that my honourable friend, who I know is quite robust on these and indeed many other matters, feels that we have been light and lily-livered on this. I can only reassure him, certainly in my time as a minister, we have been aware of the concerns coming down the track and have done our level best to try and advise the Brunei accordingly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's important to note, as well as the other so-called and obviously not crimes that have been mentioned, this Sharia law, as I understand it, also prohibits women from having abortions, are punishable again by violent punishments, and that's surely a health matter, and adultery, which is surely a private matter. Now, the Article 1 of the Convention Against Torture prohibits the use of intentionally inflicted pain as a form of punishment inflicted by a state actor. Brunei is a signatory but has not implemented this, but we have implemented that convention, and we're bound by Article 3 with the principle of refoulement, which means that we should not be returning, expelling or extraditing to another country anyone for whom there is substantial grounds that they will be in danger of that torture or cruel punishment if returned. So can I ask the Minister if he can tell me what discussions he's having with counterparts in other government departments about ensuring that we are abiding by that principle of Article 3?
Honourable lady, and I know she's got a debate next week in Westminster Hall, so I'll maybe have a second bite of the cherry if I don't get it right this time round in discussing some of these technical issues. Clearly, it is an issue that at the moment has been dealt with through the Foreign Office network rather than through other government departments, but it is something clearly, given the international obligations that the UK has, that will need to be discussed beyond that, particularly obviously with the Ministry of Defence, given the number of UK citizens, they are Gurkhas and UK citizens who are there in garrison.
Philip Hollowbone.
ISIS push gay people off buildings, and now Brunei are threatening to stone gay people to death. Will the United Kingdom take the lead in the Commonwealth in making it clear that such punishments are simply incompatible with Commonwealth membership?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. As I mentioned, the Prime Minister could not have made it more clear in London last April at the Heads of Government meeting where we stood on these issues. As I have also said, we have tried to work in a constructive way to ensure that where there is out-of-date legislation, some of it actually, of course, legislation from the colonial era, that there are changes made. Clearly there has been some progress, perhaps not as quick as some members would like. I believe possibly trying to utilise the carrot rather than the stick might be the right approach at this stage.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much. Can I thank the Minister for prior side of his statement, and also welcome the tone he has taken about this recognising the inhumanity that we see in these laws. But I'm also disappointed that he's willing to accept that the bar may be set high for convictions and that might be acceptable. The fact of the law, the threat of the law to people who are LGBT or young people who might be coping with recognising their own sexuality is surely unacceptable. And can I, further to the comments already made by honourable members, plead that he tries to take action through the Commonwealth, because we should never forget that it was not international outcry which defeated apartheid. It was action, and perhaps action is what we need here now.
Thank the Honourable Lady. I'm not sure she was actually in the chamber the very second when I praised her. I know she's tried twice to get a UQ, and I thought rather than having the Speaker disappointing her on a third occasion, we would come forward with a statement. Thank you for her kind words, but also I accept that there needs to be action on this matter as well. And I'm not trying to belittle the seriousness of the situation, but just try to put into context the likelihood of any of these punishments actually being carried out. It's a Sharia penal code that has been put into play. But she makes, I think, a perfectly strong point. We will try and work closely with the Commonwealth. And I guess the comparative, to, as she said, with apartheid, I'm not saying that we should be anything other than have a sense of urgency. Equally, sometimes in international affairs, as we know, there has to be patience. And one looks at the transformation in this country. We're not entirely all the way there, but the transformation in LGBT rights in this country, even in my adulthood and over the past 30 years. Whilst I understand the frustrations that many have who want to see all these things achieved immediately, equally, sometimes we have to be patient, move in the right direction, and I believe we are in a position to do that, but I will make sure that the Commonwealth Secretary-General is made well aware of the concerns addressed in the House today.
Yes. Yeah.
Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the reason I suggest why this House cares so much about the introduction of the Sharia penal code in Brunei is partly because the Kingdom of Brunei is a long-standing ally and Commonwealth partner, and therefore this is a great disappointment to us all, but partly because Brunei becomes the first country in East or Southeast Asia to introduce the Sharia penal code. And while the trend of the Commonwealth and the world in general is to liberalise, indeed that's what the Commonwealth Charter counts on all members to do, this is a step in the opposite direction. Would my right honourable friend confirm whether he has any concerns that the introduction of this penal code in Brunei could have an effect on other countries with majority Muslim populations in the region?
I think my honourable friend makes a very good and wise point in that regard, and certainly there are obviously other countries in that region with majority Muslim populations. There is, I think, possibly also a sense that there is an exception in the Sultanate of Brunei, as he will be well aware, as I say, the connections between that and Saudi Arabia and Qatari doctrine are quite profound. But he makes a good point that whereas on these related issues we have made significant progress, the very fact that there could be a backward movement is one that we should all be very wary of.
Sandy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do not in any way doubt the sincerity of the Right Honourable Member or indeed of Her Majesty's Government. As he says, nobody should face punishment for who they are or whom they love. However, this does set up real difficulties for this country and for our relationship with such a country. Because, of course, it is entirely possible that we might well have an LGBT member of Her Majesty's Government on official business visiting Brunei. How are we going to cope with that? The movement against apartheid in South Africa, I remember, and I'm sure the Right Honourable Member remembers as well from his childhood, started when the South African regime refused to allow Basil D'Oliveira to play cricket in South Africa. What is our attitude going to be if the Brunei regime starts to make concerns felt about having LGBT members of our armed forces serving in Brunei? We cannot have a sensible relationship with a country which refuses to accept that some people are the way they are. And I feel strongly that more needs to be done from this government in order to ensure that is done. And can I also add, I believe the Right Honourable Member misunderstood my honourable friend from Bristol North West when she was talking about asylum. When she was talking about people who are seeking asylum in this country, you need to have, I believe the Right Honourable Member needs to have a serious conversation with the Home Office.
Order. Thank you. As it happens, we do have still a lot of business to get through this afternoon. We do have a very well-subscribed debate coming next, so I would urge honourable and right honourable members to ask short questions and hopefully short answers as well. Minister.
Short answers, Madam Deputy Speaker, at times. Then I said I very much respect the heartfelt concerns relating from the honourable gentleman for Ipswich. Now, I hope I didn't misunderstand what was said earlier on. I mean, we clearly appreciate this is a Home Office matter, but this is not an issue that we have been able to discuss at great length with them. He makes, I think, a very valid point. I mean, dare I say, anyone who goes to Brunei will recognise just what a welcoming and open place it appears to be, and it seems such at odds with the idea of having a Sharia penal code with all of its potential punishments that are in place. However, please be assured we will not be complacent about this matter, and we will try to ensure that we get some progress along the lines that have been suggested by the members.
Will Quince.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister's statement and thank him for repeatedly raising concerns regarding these laws with the government of Brunei. The penal code introduced in Brunei is nothing more than barbaric. What more can we do, or the British government do, to put pressure on the government of Brunei and ensure that the strength of opposition from across the world to the introduction of this punishment is felt?
May I thank my honourable friend for Colchester, and I think in many ways the sheer strength of expression here, both in the press but actually here in Parliament, I think will make a strong impression in itself, and we will make sure obviously that our counterparts, and in particular our High Commissioner Richard Lindsay, is made well aware of the universal strength of opinion on this matter and the desire to ensure that we have regularised our relations with Brunei, partly by seeing genuine progress amidst the concerns that have been raised here today.
Angela Crawley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I echo the sentiments of my honourable friend for Western Bartonshire also, and say that I would like to express my own grave concerns about these changes to the penal code for both stoning and amputation. As honourable members have rightly outlined, this not only affects the LGBT community, it affects many potentially young vulnerable children who may be affected, as well as women in particular. So will this government continue to exercise its diplomatic and foreign policy efforts and condemn these practices, and ensure that at every opportunity it calls on Brunei to ensure their human rights obligations are upheld? It is shocking and barbaric that in 2019 people can be stoned to death for who they love. So I will call on the Minister to simply make every effort possible to bring Brunei into these compliance.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her words. I agree. And I think the important thing to stress is that these threats against what seem like minorities are actually threats to us all, threats to all of our liberty. And it is that, I think, is the single most important message that we will endeavour to put across.
Ross Thompson.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the statement of my right honourable friend and fully endorse the actions that he is saying he will take. Can he advise the House of what he will do to proactively engage with international allies, partners and organisations beyond the Commonwealth to help lobby Brunei to reverse this absolutely abhorrent decision?
But I thank my honourable friend. I think in part what we will obviously try to do is work with a number of the countries that have already expressed grave concerns, and obviously Brunei has a number of other trading partners from the European Union and elsewhere. We will obviously try to work together, and of course within international organisations such as the United Nations. If I will leave it at that, obviously we are working on trying to put together some sort of plan, and it may well be that we'll be able to say a little bit more at the Westminster Hall debate that takes place next Wednesday.
Sir Edward Davey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his unqualified condemnation of these proposals, these actions by the Brunei government, these appalling new punishments that are an attack on the LGBT+ community and indeed vulnerable men, women and children. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, can we go further than words? I think we need to put our money where our mouth is. The Minister was on a trade visit to Brunei in August last year. His honourable friend, the British Trade Envoy to Brunei, was on a trade trip to Brunei at the end of last year. We have open trade talks with this government. Can we not just bring those to an end as a very clear signal that we will put our support for human rights and our opposition to human rights abuses above trade links, Brexit or no Brexit?
I think, in fairness, the visit I had last year was actually more to do with the broader diplomatic relationship, which, as I say, is extremely strong, and it will sadden many people who know Brunei or who have Bruneian blood there to recognise just how strong that relationship is, and just the outrage that has come forth over the last couple of days over this issue. For example, we're not obviously, we don't import hydrocarbons from Brunei. Obviously, it's a big oil nation, but we believe that having open and honest discussions rather than going down the route of boycotts, for example, would be a best way to encourage Brunei to uphold their international human rights obligations and to respect individual freedoms. And the people-to-people connection is also important. I mean, I'm very proud of the fact that we have had a good track record of achieving scholarships, getting young Bruneians to come to the UK. Perhaps that's one of the best ways of them understanding the different values, but nonetheless the positive values that we have in this country, and return to perhaps play a role in public life in that country.
Chalk.
Speaker, I'm very concerned about the implications for the safety of British nationals who are either currently in Brunei or planning to visit Brunei as a result of the shocking introduction of these barbaric and retrograde laws. He said a little bit about the travel advice that has been provided. Can I press him a little more on that? What is that advice now, and how can he be satisfied that British nationals will indeed be protected?
Travel advice changed, obviously, when it was evident that the penal code was likely to come into play. And just simply to explain, there is a penal code, and therefore there are certain behaviours that potentially, under that code, could lead to a variety of punishments. We have and will continue to raise our very specific concerns with the government of Brunei, and hitherto have received reassurances that the common law, rather than Sharia law, will continue to be their primary means of administering justice in Brunei. But we shall continue to provide consular support to any British nationals as needed. Some are obviously there, as I say, working, some in the garrison, and others who visit that country.
Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the right to choose who you love and to be who you are is taken away, it then follows that other rights, including to believe, follow your own God, quickly following being taken away as well. Would the Minister therefore make very clear to the Brunei government, and I welcome this statement today, that actually this is not about being devout, this is about being completely misguided?
Well, I think we will perhaps try and find slightly more diplomatic language than that. We do understand that obviously there is a Sharia code that is in play that Brunei have close to their hearts, or at least some in Brunei do. But he makes a fair point. We obviously want to see universality of these values, and that's something that we will press and continue to press for throughout the international community.
Luke Graham.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I asked my honourable friend what can be done to champion some of the virtues of actually giving people equal rights. When these rights are denied, it is not just a loss for the individual, it is a loss for the society as a whole. We only have to look at our own history to see the denial of rights of individuals like Alan Turing and see the impacts that it has not only on our local communities but also on our entire nation. Imagine how much further forward computing could be if we hadn't sterilised him and pushed him towards the destiny he actually ended up fulfilling. How do we champion these rights internationally and actually pull people towards our vision of a more liberal society so individuals and the society as a whole can benefit?
I think amidst all the frenzy of what's going on at the moment in British political life, it's also worth remembering, go back just over 100 years, the big issue was the rights of women to have a right to vote. It just seems absurd to us that there was even a debate that needed to be had at a time when obviously we have many women who are now legislators, 2 women who have been Prime Ministers in the last 100 years. Hopefully a few more to come at some point as well. It is, as I say, very important that we actually have to recognise the equality, whether it is gender equality, equality in so many other fields, not just for a country to fulfil its potential economically, but in every other sense, the sheer fulfilment of the potential of all individuals requires that. And that, to be fair, is a message that we, along with many other partners, will try to get across, and we will continue to do that. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you so much. I'm sorry this has taken a little bit longer than we might all have hoped. While I'm here, if I can just as well as thanking everyone for their contribution, and it's been wonderful to see such unity amongst the House, may I just say, because I can see he's in the House, my next-door neighbour from Poplar and Limehouse, it's his birthday today, so if I could... you must have better things to do than being in the House of Commons on your birthday. On that note, I'll sit.
Point of order, Jim Fitzpatrick. Well, I'll just use the opportunity. Point of order, Jim Fitzpatrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's very kind of you to allow me the point of order. I'm very grateful to the best wishes from my honourable friend, my next-door neighbour. I think it's very unkind of him to tell the whole world it's my birthday, and at 67, I'm still here. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that. Further to that point of order, Bob Neal.
Can I tell my honourable fellow West Ham friend that there's nothing wrong with being 67, but I'm glad he's got there a bit before me.
It's very nice to see an outbreak of good humour. Thank you. We now come to the backbench motion on the introduction of the 2019 loan charge. Ross Thompson to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Backbench Business Committee for agreeing to bring forward this very important debate. I want to thank members of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on the loan charge for all of their work today, and thank so many colleagues who have added their names to the motion in front of us today. Because the urgency of today's debate cannot be understated. As of tomorrow, tens of thousands of people and their families will face the huge cost, both physical and emotional, of the loan charge. And HMRC are yet to show any regard to the enormous pain that this legislation has already inflicted on thousands of people across the country. Now, representing Aberdeen South, which is Europe's energy hub and the very heart of the UK's oil and gas industry, my surgeries have been inundated with those concerned about the damage that the loan charge will have on their financial security. Because many of my constituents working in the oil and gas industry were actively encouraged by their companies and professional advisers to enter into these schemes, and without a single peep from HMRC, and some did so for many years. The oil and gas industry is just one of many that has long relied on the hard work of contractors as a crucial element of their supply chains. These contractors provide a hugely valuable workforce, and concerns over the loan charge have not just driven away those who have worked in these industries, but will deter people from contracting in the future. HMRC should be in no doubt that this will be bad for business, bad for public finances, and bad for the country. You know, of course, I'll happily give you.
Very grateful, and I echo his praise for the work of the All-Party Group, which I think has done very good work on this. I'm sure he's going to come on to the point of retrospection. My constituents who approached me on this, I felt the strongest point they were making was that HMRC allowed these schemes to run for a very long period of years and then declared them retrospective all the way back to the beginning, which is why the potential losses are so great. Does he agree that that's one of the worst parts of what's happening?
I want to thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I couldn't have worded it better myself. Having been part of the APPG and the inquiry, and looking at the retrospective effect of this legislation, that is what has convinced me even more that what is happening is wrong. The people who are coming into my surgeries are quite happy that the government can legislate to change things if they believe them to be wrong, but to go back in history in the way that they have is what's concerned them, and it's concerned me.
Further to that point,
sure, of course.
I'm most grateful, my honourable friend, and I congratulate him on securing this debate. Our right honourable friend on the Treasury bench is always meticulously courteous in his replies. But the Treasury has consistently taken the view that this is technically not retrospective. But our constituents don't live in the technical world, they live in the real world, and this is causing real distress.
I want to thank my honourable friend for his intervention and endorse what he said about our Minister and good friend on the Treasury bench. But he's right that our constituents have real concern at the way HMRC have behaved, their tone, their attitude. And I will come on to touch on that. Yes, of course.
The Minister has sent us today some very warm words about the lengths that HMRC are going to accommodate those people who have fallen foul of these arrangements. But today in the Times there is a report on tax inspectors actually putting pressure on people to pay up ahead of time, even beyond those that have been agreed.
I want to thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and he's right. The APPG inquiry has taken a lot of evidence on this and the impact that this policy is going to have, and the behaviour of some, particularly from the government side, in making people feel like criminals, which has driven them to a place whereby he's breaking them mentally and emotionally, something that I'm glad it's been reported, and we need to continue to highlight it. Yes, happy to give you
Honourable Member for having secured this important debate. Many of my Slough constituents have got in touch with me and met me personally, expressing distress and concern about the impact of the debt of the loan charge. Does the Honourable Member agree that, considering a recent inquiry by the APPG of loan charge, which he is a member of, that more than two-thirds fear their family relationships are breaking down, that the Minister must assure our constituents today that the HMRC will support them with manageable repayments whereby no one has to be made bankrupt, and that it's absolutely ridiculous that Her Majesty's Treasury have downgraded the promised review into the loan charge to a report as agreed by the House provisionally.
His intervention, and I'm sure his constituents will be grateful to him for raising their concerns in the chamber. I will touch on some of my own constituents myself later on in my remarks, because this is genuinely causing huge concern, and I hope that those on the Treasury front bench are actually going to be listening to these very cases throughout the duration of the debate. I'll take one more intervention before I make a little bit more progress, but I'll take an intervention from my honourable friend.
For giving way, and I congratulate him on securing this hugely important debate, which in normal times I think would be considered even more important than or taken even more seriously than it is being today. Does he share my concern that some of the language used by HMRC just seems totally tone deaf? They say in the fact sheet, we've no desire to make things difficult for taxpayers and will always take a fair and even-handed approach to those who genuinely want to settle their affairs. That is the opposite of the experience of my constituents who come to see me, who, in good faith, on professional advice, are being now punished retrospectively and face utter ruin.
To thank my honourable friend for his intervention. Again, I couldn't agree with him more, and he sums it up so well. And it's not just that HMRC being tone deaf. I've found throughout my own interactions between constituents and raising their issues that they've also been tenured. And I have to admit, I am deeply concerned at some of the tactics that have been employed and how it has made some ordinary, normal people feel. That's just not right at all. Could I make a little bit more progress? And absolutely, I'm keen to take in as many interventions as possible. Nobody should be in any doubt that the loan charge has left people living in genuine fear of losing their homes, of being unable to care for their families, and seeing the sum of their lives' work reduced to less than nothing. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we debate this matter, it should not be lost on us that many of those affected and their families are watching this chamber today. They will be watching this debate, and they will be listening to the response from the government very closely. But at this point, I would like to put on record that we do live in a time when our politics has a very heated climate, and that our politics is becoming more personal than we've ever seen it before. And we have seen some disturbing consequences for some of our colleagues in this House because of it. But I would like to be clear that I have found the Minister, Minister Stride, incredibly helpful, supportive, willing to listen to the concerns that I've brought and engaging. So I want to make sure that that is put on the record. Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate has been brought about as a result of the efforts from members across this House and the many campaigners fighting this injustice. The All-Party Parliamentary Group on the loan charge recently launched its report after a long inquiry into the loan charge, and I would commend that report to members, because there are some very truly worrying, emotional and harrowing responses as part of that report. Yes, I'll be very...
Some very good points, which I do have sympathy with, having met people in these situations. But we must also remember, every person using one of these schemes, if they'd have gone to hospital, would have expected not to wait any longer or any less than anybody else paying their taxes. These schemes were taken because people reduced the tax they would pay. Surely we have to remember all the other taxpayers who are paying their taxes and doing so in a legitimate way without this kind of professional advice.
I thank my honourable friend for the point that he has raised. He talks about legitimate paying of taxes, and I will touch on this later in my speech. I know other members will. Those who entered into these schemes, whether that was those in oil and gas, whether it was those in social care or health, did so legitimately. Did so because they were advised to do so. Did so because their employers asked them to do so. Yes, sure.
I'm very grateful to my friend for giving way. He's being very generous with his time. He's making some excellent points. And on that point in particular, something that struck me in the correspondence I've received from constituents is that they were often, very often, advised by accountants to enter into arrangements which would allow them to take home a large proportion of their income. They were told that it was not illegal, that it was totally above board, and that any tax liabilities would lie with the employer and not the employee. And isn't this part of the problem, that we're dealing with people who are behaving in good faith and yet feel they're now being penalised?
Very true. I want to thank my honourable friend for his intervention. And actually, there's not much more I can add to that, because he's absolutely right. And that is why we're here where we are. Yes, I'll take it.
And does he agree with me that one of the problems with the situation some people find themselves in is because the matters that took place and the advice was given us so long ago, that the opportunity to seek redress from advisers who gave negligent advice may have gone, because those advisers may now be out of business or otherwise unavailable for litigation?
Absolutely. Again, thank you to my honourable friend for his intervention, and I would echo that point. He's absolutely right that many of those who gave advice have seemed to have disappeared into nowhere. I'll take from the other side. Yes, I'm quite happy to take your intervention.
He's making an excellent speech, and I think he's capturing the mood on all sides of the House. This is something which all of us, I've got over 200 people affected in my constituency, but isn't it also unfair because this was fully declared on tax returns? So HMRC were aware of what was happening. There was no attempt to hide here. So characterising it as tax avoidance retrospectively seems wholly unjust.
Thank you very much, the honourable member, for his intervention. And you're right about HMRC being absolutely aware. People even had to disclose DOTAS forms. They were absolutely aware. I'll take one more intervention and then I'll make a little bit more progress, but happy to take from others.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Following on from the point made by my honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham, not only may the advisers have gone out of business, but there is a legal disjoint here, because, as I understand it, if they were to seek redress, they can only go back 6 years or maybe 9 years if they've only just become aware of the problem, whereas the HMRC is going back 20 years. So there's a big difference between the way they're being pursued and the way they could possibly get redress.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his intervention, and he's right. I don't know if you saw in today's Financial Times a really good article about this particular point of the effects of retrospection and how, in doing so, we're actually breaking some of the safeguards that have been in place for taxpayers, those legal safeguards, to ensure that they have continuity in dealing with their tax affairs. If I could make just a little bit more progress, but then I'll make sure that I do take more interventions. I was talking about the All-Party Parliamentary Group, the report which has been launched. Of the 1,768 responses received by the APPG, nearly one-third have received no information whatsoever from HMRC about the loan charge. Now, this flies directly in the face of HMRC's repeated claims that people have been given 3 years' notice of the impending changes to legislation. And a similar number of respondents also believe that they have no possible means of settling their case with HMRC. The government leaves them facing bankruptcy, a future facing more than of those affected. I receive news stories from constituents every day detailing the pain that they and their families are enduring with the threat of the loan charge hanging over them. That is why I'll happily take an intervention and then I'll take from my friend behind me.
His words about the Minister, who's always been assiduous and diligent in all his dealings with me on this matter, and I congratulate him on his work in leading the APPG's inquiry. But does he think that the time has not come for HMRC to actually acknowledge that we must now have an independent inquiry into this issue led by an experienced tax judge.
Thank you for your intervention. I wholeheartedly agree, and that's what's in the motion today, because I think that is the best way forward to give certainty to our constituents. I'll take one more intervention, then I must make progress. Thank you.
I'm very grateful. 170 of my constituents in Hendon have been affected by the charge, and many actually went into this scheme in good faith. And just 2 weeks ago, at one of my surgeries, a constituent came to see me, and she'd been sent a bill for £91,000 by the HMRC. But when she challenged that, they revised it down to £41,000. There seems to be some discrepancy between these amounts and the discretion of the HMRC to actually withdraw their request for these monies.
Absolutely. That's a very good point that my honourable friend makes, and actually it's part of the evidence that we've gathered from the inquiry. Actually, and it is deeply concerning that a lot of the sums received by our constituents have been miscalculated by HMRC, and that needs to be addressed. Now, as I was saying, I have heard I will make some progress, but I will take some more interventions before I finish. I do receive stories from constituents every day detailing the pain that they and their families are enduring with the threat of the loan charge hanging over them, which is why we are here today, because it's about real people, real lives, and not just lines on a spreadsheet. And I will share with you what one of my constituents recently wrote to me, where they said, "The loan charge has very likely cost me my marriage, and I stand to lose everything. I cannot believe that this is happening." This story is far from an isolated case, and I'm sure that members across the House have had similar stories from their constituents, because the loan charge is breaking apart families before us. Yet HMRC have remained both intransigent and tenured. So today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are calling for, and actually something which I believe is a very simple request, that the Government place the loan charge on hold to investigate the true impact that its changes will bring to countless families across the country. And I have heard from colleagues who believe that those involved in such schemes were somehow devious people, that they were mega wealthy people. But what I tell them is that I have had constituents who, and one of them in particular, who recently came to see me, who at the end of a career working in health and in social care attended one of my surgeries to tell me that of the guilt that he felt towards his family, who he felt that he had let down. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm really grateful to him for giving me. And you'd be aware, of course, when we took evidence as the all-party group, we actually had a family whose father had committed suicide. And indeed, I received this email from a constituent of mine, and if I can indulge the House, he writes, "I find all this massively worryingly and stressful, and I try not to discuss with my wife, otherwise she would feel the same. At times, I have considered suicide, but realise that that will not help no one and impact my family most." It's having a terrible effect on people's mental health, isn't it?
Just before the Honourable Gentleman replies, I do want to point out that there are a lot of speakers this afternoon, and I'm sure that the Honourable Gentleman will bear that in mind in finishing his speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention. And again, I couldn't agree more. We've all heard some harrowing testimony in our constituencies. My constituent talked about the stress and anxiety that keeps him awake at night and the fears for his family's future. He cannot escape the fear brought about from a crippling demand from HMRC that will leave him unable to even keep a roof over his family's head. He went on to say that the loan charge has removed all joy from his life, leaving him unable to concentrate on everyday tasks or even enjoy the time with his wife and young children. This Government's record on mental health is something I know that those of us on these benches are proud of. However, we do jeopardise his hard work if we continue a cold approach to people in our communities facing this charge. Sorry, I will continue to make progress. Thank you. This story is far from unique. More stories emerge every day from people who fear the breakup of their families and futures devoid of opportunities as they face lifelong payments to cover HMRC demands. Another constituent wrote to me recently about his long work in oil and gas and how he has experienced the highs and lows of the industry for decades. But HMRC are now, he told me, demanding nearly £200,000 dating back to 2 decades. And he went on to say, "I am 59 in July this year. I have no assets. I will have 5 or 6 years of working life left, assuming that I get to work. Even if I am lucky enough to secure a job for that period, trying to pay that amount of money really is mission impossible." apologies. I will make progress so others can speak in this debate. My constituent is facing financial ruin at the end of his long career in the oil and gas industry. That has seen him work hard during boom and bust. HMRC are turning a lifetime of work to nothing, delivering my constituent a bigger blow than the oil market ever could have. It cannot be ignored that over half of those who responded to the APPG inquiry believe that these changes will place their chosen career in danger. The loan charge is driving people away from industries in which they have long played an important part. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is intolerable, and I fear that there has been a complete breakdown in trust between the people and the authorities that are responsible for upholding the rule of law. It is a sad reality that this breakdown in trust will not end with those who have been directly affected by the loan charge scandal. There will instead be lasting damage to the trust that people of this country have long put in the very institutions that they have an expectation will serve them fairly. The stories I have shared today are but a drop in the ocean compared to the number affected. Each person acted in good faith, and each of them has been let down by HMRC. The fact that the government continued to pursue the loan charge without hesitation or thought to those who will be affected for the rest of their life greatly saddens me. Many of the people who now find themselves facing retrospective charges were simply acting on the professional advice of employers and advisers at the time. The tax arrangements that these individuals entered into were presented as entirely legal, legitimate financial planning and HMRC compliant. Madam Deputy Speaker, none of us have an objection to people paying a fair share of tax. Indeed, we should be doing more to crack down on those complicit in tax evasion. However, that is not the case here. HMRC are seeking to claw back tax, breaking legal safeguards to ensure fairness, such as these safeguards have time limits around them, and it was in evidence to the Treasury Subcommittee that the President of the Chartered Institute of Taxation, Ray McCann, said, in reality, the retrospective effect actually displaces all the protections that taxpayers are given by Parliament in terms of getting certainty for their affairs. The behaviour of HMRC to date has greatly concerned me, and I know that other colleagues will elaborate on this further in the debate. Simply, HMRC has demonstrated that it is willing to pursue individuals for settlements, driving them into bankruptcy, breaking families apart and destroying the hope of financial security in old age. HMRC have blatantly gone after the softest targets, individuals who have the least to defend themselves, while largely ignoring those who are most culpable in proliferating these schemes. Members will be aware that a number of people have now taken their lives as a direct consequence of being unfairly pursued by HMRC. And as part of the APPG inquiry, we heard the most harrowing, powerful and emotive evidence I have ever heard. The government has been made aware of the risk that we will only see more cases of this nature. Yet they have continued to refuse to halt settlements. The government has the power to do something about this. It has the ability to ease the suffering, pain and the distress felt by so many. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, they have yet to do so. I hope that we will hear from the Minister that they are willing to change course. Our request is not onerous. A 6-month delay and a review is not the end of the world for the Treasury. But a failure to do this is the end of the world for the thousands of people up and down the country. I am sure that members across this House will join me in urging the Government once again to halt settlements and to urgently bring forward an independent review of the loan charge. To fail to do so will continue to put lives at risk, break families apart and fuel distrust in our institutions. Trust in the rule of law and our democratic system is at stake.
The question is, as on the order paper, as colleagues can see, there are a number of people wanting to participate in this debate. So I'm going to start with an 8-minute time limit. Nick Dakin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a real pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South, who has so comprehensively put the case today at the start of this debate, and I congratulate him and other members and the Backbench Business Committee for allowing this debate, which is clearly capturing the attention of many people because it's very heavily subscribed, as you have already observed, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Honourable Member said, this is about real people, real lives. not names on a spreadsheet, and that's what we should remain focused on. I have serious concern about the introduction of this loan charge is having on my constituents. While my constituents' cases are small in number, they're huge in impact. I'm the first to say that people should be paying their taxes and that tax avoidance is wrong and should be stopped. And I'm grateful that HMRC and the Treasury are taking steps to address tax avoidance. I'll give way to a maximum of 2 members.
I thank the honourable gentleman very much for giving way, and I very much agree with him. I think the biggest problem with this is the retrospective nature of it, because tax situations and the way we pay tax over the years has changed so much, and the attitude towards tax. So many people entered into these loan arrangements in good faith, and of course brought on by their employers, not the employee. And so I think the point made by one of my honourable friends behind me is that I think a tax judge needs to actually look at this now, because I think it's a retrospective nature that is so wrong to bring back, asking people to repay massive amounts of money in retrospectively.
Yeah. Makes the point very clearly. It's the retrospective element which is particularly disturbing. And in the case of the loan charge, I'm concerned that a small number of ordinary working people who are not millionaires with broad shoulders, but those on average incomes who've acted in good faith are being hit by significant tax penalties implemented in the most unfair manner. I'll make a bit of progress. I've seen the HMRC's briefing pack on the loan charge, and note where it says in bold, HMRC has never approved tax avoidance schemes. I'm glad to hear that, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I'm not sure in this case if I completely believe it, because this law, when it was passed in 2017, applied a retrospective tax going back all the way to 1999. And notwithstanding the trouble of retrospective law in general, 18 years is a very long time to disapprove of something and not say you don't approve it and not act to fix it. And the reality is that by HMRC not speaking out and by not acting to prevent these loan schemes being used for 18 years, while they maybe did not give explicit approval, they certainly gave implicit acceptance. I give way to my honourable friend.
Grateful to my honourable friend, and he's making a very powerful point that, put it at its best, HMRC were woefully slow on this. But would he agree with me that even at that late stage, the Treasury could have sorted this out when they accepted the amendment from the Right Honourable Gentleman for Kingston and Surbiton in February to undertake a proper review and get the matter sorted out so it doesn't have the impact on individuals that he and the Honourable Gentleman have talked about? And isn't it woeful, the fact that HMRC and the Treasury didn't conduct a thorough review, and that's why we now need a proper investigation, and one that's independent?
I tend to agree with my honourable friend, but fortunately we've got the Minister who's a good Minister, and I echo the comments made earlier about the Minister, and I'm sure he will respond in a positive way to this debate at the end, and we can look with anticipation for positive moves to reassure the situation and take steps at this time. To some people, such as tax accountants, employers and even people like my constituents who were employed under these schemes and were told they couldn't be employed otherwise, it's easy to see why they thought it was okay to use these schemes, even more so because they believed they were perfectly legal. Lee Ashcroft, who is one of my constituents impacted by the loan charge, is an engineer in the construction industry. A normal working man who happened to find himself, through no fault of his own, in a sector where businesses contracting workers were obliging them to enter into these schemes if they wanted to work. To Mr Ashcroft, these schemes seemed unfair because there was no holiday pay and no sick pay. That's unfair, but they seemed perfectly legal. He was told they were perfectly legal by the company he worked for, and he checked that out with advisers and was told it was perfectly legal. And Mr Ashcroft needed to work and accepted that this was the deal on which he worked. Mr Ashcroft tells me, in relation to £6,500 in loan payments, HMRC expecting him to agree to settle a bill of £25,500, money he clearly does not have. He strongly disputes the amount he has to pay, vastly in excess of what he earned, but the clock is ticking. If he doesn't enter into an arrangement to pay by the upcoming deadline, he will be expected to pay the full amount with fines added on top. He's being forced to make an impossible decision: accept paying a huge bill he thinks has been miscalculated, as well as being morally wrong, or try and get HMRC to re-evaluate what he owes, which, if unsuccessful, he will have to pay the full amount with fines on top. Either way, this will have a life-changing impact on his future prosperity. Indeed, the amount of worry that I see from him, it's already have a life-changing impact, and people will have had stories of other constituents whose lives have been turned upside down by this. It's unclear to me why HMRC are going after Mr Ashcroft in the first place. After all, it was his employer who forced people into these schemes. It's the employer who benefited financially from this, yet it is the employees who are being left to pick up the tab to HMRC, who have waited 18 years to collect it and want it now, all in one dollop. These advance payment notices are being relentlessly pursued by HMRC with no independent right of appeal, and I think that just does not seem to be plain fair.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I think he's raised a really important point. One of the most iniquitous aspects of this case for me is the fact that the promoters of these schemes are not being pursued, and I wonder if he knows of any that have been prosecuted to date.
Well, I don't know the detail, but I think the Minister will be able to update us on that when he responds from the dispatch box, and I do think that is being looked at by the system as well. But nonetheless, the reality is that people were pretty much forced, if they wanted work, to go into these schemes, which they believed, having checked out, were perfectly reasonable and legal. And then, many years later, they're picking up a big tab which doesn't seem to equate to the money they got at the time. It seems very much bigger. And I'm going to complete and finish now, because other members need to speak. So I just want to talk about one of my other constituents, Jonathan Davidson, who told me the loan charge continues to be a very real worry for myself and my family. HMRC have only now, and this is like a couple of weeks ago, only now advised me of the actual settlement figures, which are much higher than my expectations. As such, I am being forced out of retirement, even though my health is not great, and I am now actively looking for employment. And that's an example of what's happening to real lives and real people. For all my constituents affected, this issue is causing severe emotional and financial distress, something which I think HMRC are neglecting, are not taking note of, are behaving as though they don't understand that it's about real people's lives. But this is serious, and it shouldn't be minimised. This is causing a devastating impact on people's lives. The distress is very, very, very real. And HMRC's actions are also self-defeating, as this will undoubtedly cause ordinary working people, push them into bankruptcy, restricting HMRC's ability to recover tax liabilities, which doesn't seem very sensible, and that will create other pressures on the public purse in other areas. So we need some common sense here, Minister, and I see you as the personification of common sense. It's time, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the government to pause this loan charge, to think again about the best way forward, which should be fair to the Exchequer, but also fair to honest working people who believe they were doing the right thing, and who have been, unfortunately, and for many, unavoidably, caught up in these schemes. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well done. David Davis.
Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman who is a near neighbour of mine, and both he and I represent seats in the north of England which are not full of city slickers and billionaires avoiding taxes with expensive lawyers. Can I also pay compliment to the APPG for the work it's done on this, representing constituents up and down the country who've suffered dreadfully under this arrangement. I think it was a US Supreme Court Judge Marshall who once said the power to tax is the power to destroy. And this, I'm afraid, is a very good example of that. A tax policy that is destroying families, homes, mental health and even lives. I give way.
My right honourable friend is making an absolutely pivotal point. This is a deeply unconservative action by a Conservative government. And surely the mood of the House is clear that nobody here wants to see this loan charge implemented. It's devastating people's lives, and the government needs to act, and act immediately.
Well, he makes a powerful point. I'm not going to make a political point out of this, but I'll make a policy point, if you like. 20 years ago, when I was a Public Accounts Committee chairman, it would not be true to say that the Inland Revenue behaved like a charity. They were always pretty tough. But I have to say, in the last 20 years, it seems to me that the exercise of their judgment has become more and more oriented on cash and less on justice. And that's really what we're addressing today. I think part of the reason for that... in a moment. I think part of the reason for that, and it does come back to my honourable friend's point, is that successive chancellors have blurred the distinction between tax avoidance and tax evasion, one of which is illegal and one of which is a matter of judgment. And what that's done is put a huge burden on the judgment of the HMRC, put too much of a burden on it, and so we see them effectively making the law through their judgment and making the law in ways which are deleterious to our constituents. I give way to Honourable
My right honourable friend is making a very powerful case around how the tax system is developing, but also the issue of justice. Would he agree with me that there are a number of people in this situation whose employers came up with these schemes and they had no choice but to sign up to these schemes, and in some cases have left the employment of these companies for decades and are being pursued for the funds, but the employers can actually wash themselves of the whole thing. So it is not just, it is not fair for them to be pursued retrospectively, but also to have signed up to schemes over which they had no choice if they wanted to be employed by that company.
Well, he's absolutely right. It's a point I'll come back to in a second, but it also rests on this point of judgment. How does an ordinary lay person forecast what HMRC will decide in 10 or 20 years' time?
Exactly.
And we see this, and unlike others, I'm not going to butter up the Treasury bench today. We see this even in the responses of ministers in previous debates, and even in the letter we received from the Financial Secretary this morning, who talked about the reason for the definition of this scheme. He talked about this for the sole purpose of avoiding tax. Well, I have news for the House. I've got at least a couple of ISAs which are there for the sole purpose of avoiding tax. Are they now illegal? Is that the criterion we should apply? Well, plainly not. Plainly not. So there is a real issue here about the approach of HMRC, and I'm going to be rather harder than the APPG in terms of my recommendations. I think they're being just a little bit too reasonable, and I'll come back to that in a second. Come back to that in a second. A number of my colleagues on this benches, I think, are threatening to sue me for calling them reasonable. But before I come to my point, on my main point on this, I want just to go back to the report carried out by the House of Lords Committee on this subject. Now, we have all got very emotional cases impacting on our judgment in this. But you can't say that about the House of Lords. The House of Lords looked at this incredibly dispassionately. They don't have constituents, and so they can be viewed, if you like, as much more dispassionate in a way than us on this. So let me just remind the House of a few of their findings. They found that the Public Bill Committee for the Finance No. 2 Act 2017 did not adequately scrutinise the loan charge. Now, that's incredibly important in something that's going to be retrospective. They didn't properly scrutinise it. It was actually just spoken about, I think, by the Minister and the opposition spokesman. I think nobody else in that. They said many witnesses have told them that they joined these schemes, this is my honourable friend's point, without being aware of HMRC's attitude towards them. Many were assured by employers or promoters they were above board, and indeed, as he says, they couldn't have had the jobs if they didn't accept the terms, which is why we find not city slickers, not bankers, not finance specialists, but nurses, I'm afraid not, nurses, doctors, locums, care workers, all caught up in this. People who will never have the resources to pay back this money, never have the resources. Doesn't matter if it's 2 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. They'll just never have it. And many witnesses also said they declared the schemes to HMRC. Yes. Now, this really is the criminal aspect of this, that you declare a scheme and then 20 years later or 10 years later they come back and say, sorry, we haven't closed your year, you can pay now. And you can pay not a small amount, but £20,000 to £30,000 in the case of some of my constituents. Now, the committee found, and it says here, and this is very important, because again, where does the blame lie here? I think part of the blame lies with HMRC, but part of the blame lies with the employers. And many people have said that's where the HMRC should focus its effort. But the House of Lords Committee found little evidence of action taken against those who promote disguised remuneration schemes. They went on, HMRC seems to be prioritising the recovery of tax revenue over justice, and that's the point which is central to today. The committee noted that the people involved here were unusual subjects of this sort of recovery, and because of the nature of their employment and so on. And then it goes on to say that, of course, these disguised remuneration schemes are unacceptable tax avoidance, but it also said the loan charge is, however, retrospective in its effect. Now, this House was formed in order to challenge the King in his day on the justice of taxes he was demanding and put their own concerns back to the King to get them corrected before we paid the taxes. And we shouldn't forget the fundamental reason for this House's existence, to look after our constituents in the face of demands from the state. Now, it also made a recommendation that HMRC should make clear public statements in future when it's looking at avoidance schemes, because of the fact so much the burden of decision falls on them. They should make it clear to the public at large and anybody in those schemes when it's investigated. I'm afraid not. I've got a couple of minutes and I'm going to come to an end in a second. So that's the House of Lords view. It was very, very critical. For a House of Lords report, it was an incredibly critical report. Now, let me just turn to the issue of the motion and the APPG's approach to this. And as I say, it's incredibly reasonable. Let's have a review, the judge-led review and whatever. Let's take some time and get this sorted out. I'm afraid I think that's altogether too reasonable in the light of the pressure that's being created by this policy. People who are under this policy now are suffering mental strain day in, day out. They are not people who are ever going to find £20,000. And to say to them, you've got 5 years to pay, if you are, as one of my constituents is, on a minimum pension, is meaningless. It just means his house is going, or his car is going, and his family is breaking up under the strain. So my view is very simple. This should not be retrospective at all before 2017. At all. Because there's no reason for it whatsoever, given the behaviour of the HMRC. And if we do not get something like that, then I say this to the Treasury, and they can add this into their accounting for this. I will at least, and I suspect many others in this House, will start to pursue a right in law for every citizen that limits the extent to which the state, and particularly HMRC, can take any retroactive action whatsoever against persons, not against companies, not against the Vodafones, but against individuals. Because it seems to me that we owe a duty to our constituents to have some certainty from the state in the taxes they pay.
I'm going to have to reduce the time limit to 7 minutes. Sir Edward Davey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I apologise to the right honourable gentleman member for Halton, Price and Howden for being the chair of a group that's produced such a reasonable report. We did it because we wanted to be constructive and to bring this House together. And I want to make 2 points, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, the fact that this issue has brought the House together. And I want to talk a little bit about that because I think it's the power of this House to stop the executive on this matter. And secondly, the nature of the retrospection, which is the issue that's caused me, as well as my constituents' cases, to be so passionate about this point. But first, the cross-party unity. Can I pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South, who opened this debate and was the Vice-Chair, and the Honourable Lady for Brentford and Isleworth, and indeed to all the members of the APPG, representing 6 parties in this House, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank all those members who spoke in the Finance Bill report stage when we passed that amendment, quite unusually, because we had cross-party support from every side and every political persuasion, both between parties and within parties. And there's a reason why we got that support, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a second. First of all, our constituents who've come to us, and we've seen the damage it's doing to their lives, real lives, but also because there are key principles of democracy at stake. Parliamentary sovereignty, forget the Brexit debate for this minute, parliamentary sovereignty with respect to holding the executive properly to account for the way it taxes our constituents, and secondly, the rule of law. And those issues have brought this House together, and we need today to continue that message and make it clear to the Minister and clear to the Government we aren't going away till this is put right. I give way to my friend.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. And when he opened up, he was talking about the cross-party support. As my honourable friend will know, when I started the early day motion, whatever it was, about 9-10 months ago, the cross-party support has been astonishing. It's now 148 MPs across all parties, including many members opposite, who supported the early day motion because they really do have concern about around the retrospectiveness, around the fairness. The key is Parliament is really coming together, saying there's a real problem, a real challenge here. Treasury, please look at it. Would my honourable friend agree?
I strongly agree with my honourable friend. I thank him for the work he did in leading that early day motion. But can I say through him to the Minister that it's that cross-party nature and the depth of that support that should make the Minister think today. In a second. Because people have been looking at this House and the way it's been operating rather more closely than they normally do. And they need to know that when this House comes together, the government listens. And it's our constitutional job to make the government listen. And when there's level support and it doesn't, that is an outrage to this House. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I agree with him that it's about time governments listen. On the question of retrospective legislation, I always think, regardless of the issue, retrospective legislation can be a dangerous thing in actual fact. In some instances it might be justifiable, but by and large as a principle I think retrospective legislation is a very dangerous thing. And the other thing that has emerged in the issue as I've listened to it is the people that encourage people in their employment to get involved in these schemes should be the people that should be paying up, to use an expression, and not the victim. Would you not agree with me about that?
Can I just point out that interventions must be short, and do remember interventions mean that other people have less time to speak. Sir Edward Davey.
I agree with the honourable gentleman who intervened, and let me take his point onto the substance of my speech, which is about retrospection. And everyone has paid tribute to the Minister, and I join in that. But I would urge him to look at this retrospective issue, and I want to really go through it. We've spoken to tax professionals on the APPG. We've read lots of material on it. And there is a debate about whether aspects of this are retrospective or not, where that retrospection lies. There's one group of taxpayers who are being hit by the loan charge where I think the retrospective nature is proven beyond doubt. And that is those taxpayers, Madam Deputy Speaker, who've had their tax return to the Treasury with DOTAS added, and sometimes even without DOTAS added, but have come clean on everything they've been doing. And HMRC has accepted that, not opened an inquiry, and it's been closed, and time has passed. Now, under the Taxes Administration Act, Section 9 of 1970, we have been giving taxpayers in that situation total protection from the HRC coming back to them. That's been for decades. Indeed, we've signed international conventions to say that is the way individuals should be treated. And here we are, going back on that. And to be clear to the Minister, when all the tax professionals we talked about believe this was a transgression in those closed cases. And indeed, I asked them if they could find any example ever on the statute books of a government passing a law to override those taxpayer protections, and they could not. So when the government responded to that clause with their review, their argument against all that advice was that it wasn't retrospective because it was a charge on the loan as of now, the outstanding loan. Now, this is interesting because they've never before proven that loan was income. That was the whole point of this whole debacle. Moreover, that loan was taken out in the past. So you might not call it retrospective, you might call it retroactive. Frankly, it's the same thing for the ordinary person. And so the reply to that amendment in the Finance Bill is simply not good enough. It is wrong. This is a breach in the rule of law, particularly for those people with closed tax years. And at the very, very least, the government should not apply the loan charge to those people. That's the recommendation of the APPG. But then we come to those people with open tax years. Now, Madam Speaker, these are people who, where there's inquiry, sometimes years before, 15, 20 years ago, where it wasn't really clear what it was to many of the taxpayers. There was a little form, and they weren't told what their rights were, what they should do in response to it. They just sat there. So some of them didn't even know there was an open inquiry. And those open inquiries have lasted 4 years. The HMRC doing nothing, as the honourable gentleman said. In a second. And surely this is HMRC incompetence, not taxpayer mistakes. And so they're now paying because HMRC couldn't administer the tax system over that period and have tried and failed to get the law right. I'm sorry, you can't come now and penalise our constituents with tax bills of tens of thousands of pounds because HMRC couldn't do their job properly. That's not acceptable. I could wait on gentleman.
Honourable member for giving way. As he rightly points out, HMRC has been looking at disguised remuneration since the late 90s and has had open hundreds of thousands of cases. Mary Aston at the Treasury Committee said, at the time, our strategy meant we were not telling taxpayers enough about what we were doing on their cases. So we will have had an opportunity to open an inquiry or an assessment, but we recognised that that strategy meant that we were not communicating regularly enough to keep them in the picture. Does he agree with me that if that was done, then people could have dealt with those cases and paid up immediately and not had tens of thousands, and in my case, in my constituency, hundreds of thousands of pounds to pay back?
The honourable lady is precisely right. And that is what I think has offended people. And so, while technically those people with open tax years, it's not retrospection, technically, in practice, and frankly in morality, it is. And one of the things that I will pursue generally after this experience, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the use of open tax inquiries by HMRC. This goes against the whole spirit of the 1970 Taxes Management and Tax Administration Act, and frankly against the spirit of the way the rule of law should operate. And I believe on all sides we stand to defend the rule of law, and when we see an abuse of it, we should get angry, we should get passionate, and we should pledge to do something about it, and I hope we will. And so when one comes to how the government should respond to this, I think they should do a halt, a delay, and make a clear message to people who are suffering mentally and socially with their families and their homes, give them some relief, and just by announcing that today at the dispatch box, it would give people a lot of relief. We've been telling them that their tax bills won't come due till the 31st of January 2020, but nevertheless, if they don't talk to HMRC by this Friday, they could suffer severe penalties according to the guidelines. So putting a delay on would help. Moreover, the judge-led inquiry, I think, is the only way we're going to bring people back together, because that inquiry could look at all aspects of this. However, to speak to the right honourable gentleman, I don't want to leave it there. I think the policy should change now with respect to those people with closed tax years, because there's no debate about that. That is retrospection. That's an abuse of the rule of law. And with those with open tax years, there should be, as our report says, a number of measures taken to reduce the pain and to make sure that they can get their tax affairs in order. This House, Madam Speaker, is against abuse of the tax system. That is wrong. It should be stopped. But this House is also in favour of parliamentary sovereignty, the government will listen, and upholding the rule of law and upholding long-standing taxpayer protections.
Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't intend to take all of my time because I'm nowhere near as qualified as the right honourable gentleman, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, and my honourable friend, the member for Aberdeen South, who have done a fantastic job just getting us here for this debate today so that we can make representations on behalf of our constituents. And I too want to pay tribute to the Minister Stride, who has been very helpful in all of my queries, responding to my constituents, not always to their liking, Madam Speaker, of course, but he has always been very available, and I want to pay tribute to him and hope that he is as accommodating today as he has been up to this point. The honourable member for South Suffolk, who's not in his place anymore, made reference to people using public services, and therefore they need to pay for them. And if you're talking about evasion versus avoidance, then of course he's absolutely right. But of course, private sector self-employed people, contractors, have a different regime of tax than people who work with PAYE. And of course they have a different structure, so they will look to see if they can make the best use of their tax situation, because they don't get sick pay and they don't get holiday, and someone isn't paying their pension for them. So of course they're going to be looking for the most efficient way to deal with their tax. And some of these schemes have been shown to be that for them. And of course they ask the questions. Of course they ask the questions. And we all know that they ask the questions. There are very few people that we think that are caught up in this deliberately went out of their way to avoid tax. I will.
My honourable friend giving way. I certainly would endorse what he said about the Minister, who has been extremely receptive, and we hope that he is going to take action. Is he aware that many of these people are well into their late 50s and many over 60, and have got no chance of ever recovering their financial position? And some of my constituents specifically asked the Revenue whether everything was in order and correct and proper, and they were told categorically it was, and yet they allowed them to take out future schemes in future years.
My honourable friend makes a very good point. That is exactly what my constituents have been saying to me, and some of those my constituents are nearing retirement with absolutely no chance of paying back what they are told they are owed. And furthermore, they tell me, and I hope the Minister will confirm or not, that these schemes still exist, that people are still promoting schemes very similar to this. And if that is the case, then it's incumbent on the HMRC and the government to be shutting down the schemes and going after the people that did them. I will.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. He makes an excellent point, which is that you can't just treat people, and I have a great number of constituents who are very distressed about this, as people who have just made... You can't approach them in a technical way, because this is people's real lives. And the Treasury must bear some culpability, given that they have at least allowed these schemes to take place, to be used, when everyone else is acting in good faith investing in them.
He's absolutely right, and of course I think that we are finding a consensus across the House that we all agree with that. And people did ask these questions. They were convinced by people that promoted these schemes that sometimes it was the only thing they could do, but that they were legal. And they asked those questions, and some of them asked those questions of the HMRC. And the worst of it is, it looks very much like, doesn't it, that sometimes we just go after the low-hanging fruit. It's easy to chase these people rather than chase the people that promoted these schemes and put them in this trouble in the first place. And everyone has said, and I'm going to say it too, these are people. When they came to see me first, I didn't know very much about this, but when people came to see me in my constituency and they told me, and they talked about the figures that they might have to pay, it was devastating. I couldn't believe what they have been told might happen to them. And I thought, what if that was me? If someone came to me and said, you owe tens of thousands of pounds, well, frankly, I would have no way of doing that without a significant change to my life. Well, fine. Maybe if I deserved it, I would have that coming. But if they didn't know that, why would their lives have to change so much, where some of them have now felt that their lives were no longer worth living? Madam Deputy Speaker, driving people to bankruptcy is not, in my opinion, the answer. What we should be doing is finding out how this happened, discovering who is culpable, including HMRC. I will.
I'm grateful for the honourable member for giving way. Does he agree with me it would be a clear injustice if anybody innocently caught up of having sought advice for one of these schemes were to lose their main home or indeed be made bankrupt as a result of this action?
It would be an absolute tragedy, and I think that is why I think that I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for bringing this debate here today, so that we can air it publicly in the way that we're doing. Because if anyone is made bankrupt from something which is not of their deliberate doing, then that would be a travesty. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't propose to take very much more time. I know there's a lot of people waiting to speak, but it's not it's not a great ask for the Minister today to pause this, to review it independently, and give my constituents and everyone else in this House a bit of respite so that they know that what's happened to them is right.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as one of the Vice Chairs of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on the Loan Charge, I would like to add my thanks to the members of the Loan Charge Action Group for all the work they've done in submitting evidence to us, and particularly to those few people who have worked their socks off in recent weeks in pulling together the report, the APPG report, which was released yesterday and is available online for anybody who wants to see it. I'm going to cover in my remarks I'm going to focus on the HMRC's communications with taxpayers that has led to many of the appalling stories that members across this House have and will relate today. I will.
Giving way, and I sought our permission to do so beforehand. Many of my constituents from Strangford have the same problems that everybody else has referred to, as well as the Honourable Lady has referred to. What they're asking for is the 6-month delay to the loan charge before the review. And does she share my concerns, and these are real concerns, of those who have purported to have committed suicide and deaths, and who are facing unbelievable bankruptcy, having to sell their homes? The effect on people's health is enormous.
Examples like that, one of them very tragic. We had the family of somebody who committed suicide, have already been mentioned today. And the stress is being well related by members today on behalf of their constituents. Can I just say that I knew very little about the issue until I met a group of my constituents. These are normal people. I don't know if anybody's normal, specialists in their field, middle-aged, but they've had to put their lives on hold. One couple can't get married and get a mortgage, another is making plans for their children's university education, and that's causing them real stress. Those who are still working are treading water, they're not investing, not employing, not generating wealth for this country. All are profoundly anxious, depressed, and it's affecting everything about their lives. And what I've learnt in this work that we've been doing in the recent months is there are roughly two groups of people, very roughly. The first, professional freelancers who went into the scheme starting up to 20 years ago, who generally, they're middle to high earners, generally took professional accounting advice about the options available in the post-IR35 world. This group, as I say, mainly professionals, went into loan schemes. For them, PAYE employment wasn't an option, and their accountants advised them that due to the regulatory complexity and the disproportionate cost burden of IR35, it would be best to enter into a loan-based enumeration scheme. And there was no question, there was no uncertainty about the legality of the scheme back then. I do want to complete my remarks. They made arrangements with umbrella companies to prevent them from inadvertently breaking the IR35 rules. And everyone I heard from these schemes who went into them was not to save tax, but to save the administrative burden. Then there's another group, an unknown number of more recent joiners since 2016 when the rules changed. They're working in public services, nurses, doctors, social workers. The word loan was never mentioned to them by the scheme providers. They generally didn't take separate professional accountancy advice. As they were signed up by a recruitment company who had links with the umbrella company, there appeared to be no choice, and quote, everyone we worked with was doing it. It's possible that many of these people don't know that they're caught up in this. Our inquiry evidence, I will if I get some time, our inquiry evidence shows that the HMRC were aware of these promoters, yet none have been investigated and prosecuted. Why is this? And why haven't they been chased? Now, the 45% non-refundable charge on all loans advanced during the period, unless the individual... there's a non-refundable charge, and unless the individual agrees to pay up front a figure calculated by HMRC, completely opaquely, and regardless of whether any such tax was legally due at the time, is going to have to be paid. It's effective from tomorrow. Anyone who's ever been employed through a structure could face a retrospective charge in this year, just about to close, 2018-19 tax year, and payable by January 2010. So all potentially liability, could be for many years, is all going to be rolled up into this tax year, whether or not you know what your liability is. or indeed whether you are even aware that you have a liability. This cannot be within the spirit of natural justice. Now, how do people who do know about it know? Well, many of our inquiry respondents were notified of the loan charge in late 2018, some as late as this year. It's wholly inadequate given the life consequences of these demands. Standard letters are not going out. They're indiscriminately. They're to any individual who might have been employed by a company who might have undertaken a disclosed tax avoidance arrangement. Letters referred to closed tax years, as the Right Honourable Member has already mentioned, and even when the tax has been agreed and paid. Evidence shows there's no standard format in letters, no evidence provided, even of the years being, the dates of the years being queried. And by withholding this information, HMRC has failed in its duty of care to taxpayers who are unaware of their right to request disclosure. They face a greater retrospective penalty in a single year this year than might have otherwise been the case. Part of the belief that people were doing the right thing is that they believe loan charge arrangements were not taxable. We have HMRC correspondence of 2006. Quote, plans made by an EBT are not taxable under Section 1373 and 174 of the Income Tax, Earnings and Pensions Act 2003, unquote. And furthermore, the Rangers Supreme Court case, which remains the position in law. Individuals are not liable, their employers are, yet HMRC is misinterpreting the outcome of that case. Now, we understand HMRC have used behaviour change specialists in pursuing the loan charge, which may explain the aggressive and opaque nature of their communications. Regular use of HMRC of the phrase asking people to, quote, put their tax affairs right, unquote, is clearly part of this strategy of forcing people to feel and accept guilt for wrongdoing. This is despite the arrangements that they used being entirely legal at the time. We've also had a disturbing number of reports of individual HMRC officers telling taxpayers they should apply for mortgages or loans, but not tell the lender that the money will be used to pay a tax bill. Why? Because, of course, that's contrary to tax law. Now, many of the taxpayers who submitted evidence to our inquiry highlighted the stress and anxiety they've experienced as a direct result of the language and tone of HMRC communications. Individuals who believed they were acting within the law told us they have been made to feel like criminals. The loan charge APPG agrees with this. It's wholly inappropriate for a government department to intimidate individuals into settlements through threats and labelling. Now, the stress has caused two but not interconnected things. One is the feeling of criminality. The family we heard from, who read their father's suicide notes, the father kept the information away from his family. He was too embarrassed. He was too embarrassed even to go and see a tax consultant, his accountant. He couldn't admit that he might have done wrong. He thought he was going to go to prison. His liability was well within his means in that example. He could have afforded to pay, but he was made to feel like a criminal, a man who had never done anything wrong or against the law in his life. And the others are the group of people whose homes are at threat, whose businesses are at threat, who are likely to be made insolvent. And they are, this is going to affect their whole lives, their whole families' lives, now and in the future. And for amounts that are often unjustified, unquantified, and unexplained. I will.
She's making an excellent speech. Does she agree with me that there are three fundamental elements of the injustice here? The retrospectivity, which undermines basic principles of justice, the devastating impact on people's lives that she's described, ordinary people, and the contrast of the arbitrary approach to those people with sweetheart deals for the likes of Goldman Sachs. Does she agree the retrospectivity must be ended and the scheme must be reviewed?
Yeah. I absolutely agree. The scheme needs a pause for at least 6 months. It needs a review by a qualified tax judge, completely independent of the government. And I'm also concerned that the HMRC have been acting possibly without direct steerage from the Treasury and from Treasury ministers, because ministers have said things to me, things to us as members of the Loan Charge APPG, that actually contradict what we've been told by credible witnesses. So there are a number of questions that this debate raises for the Treasury front bench, and we look forward to their responses.
Cheryl Gillen. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Brentford and Isleworth, and can I join others in congratulating my Honourable friend, the Member for Aberdeen South, and the other members that have secured this debate today. I really don't want to repeat some of the eloquent speeches that have been made here by other colleagues, but I think it is worth putting on record that this is not happening to a group of very high net worth individuals. This is happening to some very ordinary people. These are ordinary, hard-working people, and they are social workers, IT consultants, people in the everyday run of their lives. And quite frankly, if I was going to be cynical, I would say that the indictment of the HMRC, which the Honourable Lady was laying out for this chamber, is absolutely right, because I feel that these collection officials are cutting their teeth on a whole group of individuals that actually can't fight back. And this debate today shows how they can fight back, particularly when the voices of those people that aren't often heard are represented so well across the House. And indeed, I think the Honourable Member who chairs the APPG, actually, when he said it brings the House together, I think he's absolutely right. These are individuals. I'm sorry, I'm not going to give way, because there are a lot of people that want to speak, and the more I give way, the more their time gets reduced. I think what is really striking for me about this is that all these individuals actually made reasonable inquiries about what their tax liabilities were. They consulted professionals, they were offered advice. Indeed, the actions of HMRC almost reinforced that what they were doing was in fact a legal way of pursuing their employment. For some of our constituents, particularly, for example, those working in the banking industry, if, as a result of this, they're declared bankrupt, they will not even be able to legitimately pursue their careers and their means of earning a living, because they are specialists in that area and they'll be prohibited from working in the banking sector, and I think that that is absolutely appalling. I do want to just refer to some of my constituents and what they have said to me to reinforce some of the points that have been made. Certainly one of my constituents used an umbrella company, and they assured him that they were doing nothing, he was doing nothing wrong, and that it was an HMRC-approved scheme. And when finally the bill landed on his desk, his umbrella company asked him to appeal, which he did. He received letters for other tax years apart from the year in question on which he appealed, but it was always at least 3 years after he sent in a tax return. In each case, HMRC only requested the tax that they say I owe after 3 years had passed. Another one said, I'm not a tax expert, and the policy left me extremely confused. I didn't know which way to turn. I was advised that I could use an arrangement that would ensure I was compliant with IR35, and my primary motive was to abide by the law. I was told that the tax arrangement was HMRC and QC approved. HMRC are now saying that these arrangements do not work, yet at the time they did nothing to curb them. They allowed me to build up years' worth of debt, signing off my tax returns, and on some occasions sending me a tax rebate. I simply don't have the sums of money involved. I'm not a wealthy person. I've worked hard and I've paid taxes. Over the 18 months, this situation has led me to anxiety, stress, and in some cases, suicidal thoughts. Because this person is a freelancer, he's had no holiday pay, sickness pay, maternity pay, compassionate leave, pension contributions, career development training, bonuses, and in many cases, certainly no job security. He's suffering from sleep deprivation, and of course, he's thinking that he can take out some sort of insurance that if he ended his life it could secure his wife and children's future. That is a terrible thing to have to say about an individual. Another constituent said, I began receiving loans in late 2011. They were always very clearly disclosed to the HMRC within my annual self-assessment returns. And in mid-2012, HMRC reviewed the payroll arrangement and the loans provided to me and formally confirmed that they did not constitute tax avoidance. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when you have HMRC giving that sort of reassurance to the taxpayers of the United Kingdom, you expect to be able to believe it. And no matter how much praise is heaped on the front bench and the Treasury Minister, with which I concur, the Treasury Minister is always polite, always replies, in fact is assiduous in dealing with my constituency correspondence, for which I am very grateful. I'm afraid I agree with the Right Honourable Member for Halton Price and Howden, who is not in his place, who said that we cannot pursue anything before 2017, and I hope he will listen very carefully. I feel that HMRC has been trying to collect its taxes aggressively, but using what I consider to be a very tame audience in this case. I think they should direct their attentions towards the fraudsters and the mega companies, not just the JP Morgan schemes that are there, but the Googles and the Amazons and all the other companies, because in some instances our constituents are going to be asked to pay sums that are greater than a company like Amazon or Google has paid in tax years in this country. I have to say also that I consider that this has been used as a lost leader by HMRC because they have put so much into administration costs that they're almost caught that they cannot go back and abandon their pursuit of these individuals. I think they should do it, and certainly the Treasury bench now needs to pay attention to the will of this House and the fact that the anarchy of what has happened to our standing orders has resulted in us seeing this House taken over by people other than the government. And I think that there is a strength of feeling across the House, cross-party, that if there has to be some mechanism sought to try and get relief for our constituents, that is not something now which is beyond imagination.
Adrian Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South and his colleagues within the all-party group for the way they've taken up this issue, pursued it, and the incredibly well-informed report that they have delivered on it. Many of the points that I wanted to make have already been made, but there are one or two that I think are well worth underlining and reaffirming. First of all, the issues around the retrospective nature of the approach. The people who are caught by this are by and large people on ordinary or maybe slightly better than ordinary incomes, law-abiding, who were advised, maybe beguiled or in some cases even coerced into being part of these schemes. And secondly, having been part of these schemes, filled in their tax returns, declared everything so that there was no attempt to hide their tax status and returns from HMRC. And whilst it may be true that HMRC did not approve those schemes, it is quite self-evident that they ignored whatever evidence was in front of them that may have justified taking action. And to take action now, after 20 years, is totally unfair, defies all laws of natural justice. I'm sorry, I'm not taking any interventions. And the government needs to do something about it. What is even more astonishing is that it would appear that the government had adequate legal redress over those years if it had wanted to. And the introduction of the loan charge legislation was in fact a measure designed to recoup that money in a simple way to avoid the length and hassle of taking action under previous legislation. It actually smacks of trying to maximise income from the softest targets with the minimum of costs. And the high volume of complaints that I've had about the process for actually achieving this underlines this particular point. Mention has been made that we're up against the deadline of Friday for people to give evidence of how they're going to settle their outstanding bills. I know in my constituency there are people who are absolutely scared witless because they're not in a position to do so. And they're not in a position, not because they've ignored HMRC, they provided them with the evidence and haven't had the figures necessary to make the decision on how to settle their affairs. So they're being threatened by HMRC on one hand. If they don't do it, that penalties will be invoked. On the other hand, HMRC have not provided with the evidence to actually do this. It is absolutely incredible, and I think underlines the impression that the HMRC are acting in a way to actually maximise the amount of income that they can get from the individuals trapped in this. I did look at the HMRC document on this, and particularly under the section of supporting people. And unbelievably, it says that people must realise their assets as necessary. I suppose if you're a multi-millionaire, that's a reasonable approach to take. But for ordinary people, particularly retired people on low income that may just have their homes as their main asset, that is a totally inappropriate way of saying you're supporting it. I have had somebody come into my surgery saying they think that as from April the 5th, because they have not got figures, they're going to have to sell their house. And it's all right for the HMRC to say you won't have to sell your house. If that's your only asset, and you've got to realise that asset, then you've got no alternative. And then it says you can remortgage. Well, if you're a retired person on a low income and go to a financial institution and say, I need to remortgage my property so I can pay off my tax debts, I don't think they'll find a very sympathetic response from that particular institution. And what we have in that document, quite frankly, is a lot of honeyed words which actually don't give any help or succour to those who are confronted with this potentially devastating, life-changing financial experience. Now, HMRC, and I praise them for this, do hold surgeries in this House of Commons for us to go along. I went along with a couple of cases on loan charges, and would you believe it, there was nobody there who was in a position to give me an answer. Now, given the fact that this is the pre-eminent issue that members face as of this moment, and HMRC presumably are trying to improve the communication between constituents, MPs and themselves, it does seem to me to be an amazing omission, and can only underline again the fact that HMRC does seem totally indifferent to the plight that their particular processes and the culture that's surrounding those processes are generating. I would just conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the Minister. There will be thousands of people watching this debate today knowing that their future welfare, their livelihood and their happiness can depend on the words of advice that you give at the conclusion of this debate. I just hope that it will be favourable. Treasury ministers don't often have a chance to make people happy, but here's an opportunity to do so.
Mike Penning.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I say at the outset that I shouldn't be here today. I should be at the funeral of my constituent Graham Stewart. I promised I would be there. He was the chairman of Leverstock Green Football Club, and as his constituency MP and as president of Hemel Hempstead Football Club, another community club, I desperately wanted to be there. But my place is here, in this debate, making sure I stand up initially for one of my constituents who came to see me many months ago, which is when I joined the all-parliamentary group. I was informed this morning that I have now 100 constituents that are affected by loan charge. I sat in on some of the evidence sessions that were brought to the all-parliamentary group. Can I just touch on this for a second, Mr Deputy Speaker? And I think it's really very important. We have select committees in this House, and we have other committees, and we have... The role of all parliamentary groups can be a complete waste of time, or they can really, really make a difference. I chair one of those groups, jointly chair one of those groups on medical cannabis, which we have managed to change the law on, and I truly hope that this all-parliamentary group, with the backing of the House, will be able to sway the Minister's and the Treasury's view on this, which I think is one of the great disasters that we're bringing on our communities. Over 900 years ago, this House was formed to represent the people paying tax. In those days, completely unelected, admittedly, but it is our job. And unlike some of my colleagues, I clearly have upset the Minister on the Treasury bench this morning, and I was overzealous defending my constituents, and I've apologised to him privately, and I will apologise to him publicly now. I think he is fundamentally wrong in what he said to me, but at the end of the day, that was his opinion, and I'm sure the Treasury's opinion. But in my opinion, what is happening here with some of my constituents that took advice from the companies, and they wouldn't have got the job, took advice from some very large taxation accountants, submitted completely openly that they were in one of these schemes. They had a registration number from Her Majesty's Treasury, and now they're getting bills for hundreds of thousands of pounds, which, as we've heard, bear with me a second, as we have heard, is completely and utterly destroying their lives. I've had constituents in front of me, like lots of colleagues, and I'm not making that. I'm not going to name these people because they are part of the problem we have here. They are absolutely ashamed of telling their loved ones that these bills are coming down the line. They're petrified of their employers knowing. Many of mine in my constituency, many of the people that come to see me and have written to me, are employed within the financial sector in the city. They will lose their jobs. Absolutely no doubt. They will lose their jobs and their livelihood. I'm going to give way twice, once to the honourable gentleman, and I've already...
I'm very grateful to my neighbour for giving way, because he's putting a very, very strong and very moving case. But I just wanted to ask him whether he was aware that there were early retirement benefit schemes, so-called EFIRB schemes, that are also being unpicked retrospectively, causing an equal amount of pain and suffering to constituents, including one in my constituency, who is having to pay back £175,000.
The way that the Treasury have started to unpick people's personal taxation schemes, going back, not the big companies that get away with murder, frankly, because they can employ the right sort of lawyers, the right sort of... Small people, they're the people that are going to be masturbated. I'll give way once more and then I will mention...
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I know he's short of time, but he and the House might be interested in a reply that I had in the Public Accounts Committee from Jim Hara, who is the second permanent secretary at HMRC, and he says, and I quote as follows: "Among the disguised remuneration users, there are undoubtedly people who have liabilities for years, where under normal rules we do not now have accessing rights. In our settlement opportunity, we have asked these people to settle for all years, including the years for which we do not have these accessing rights. If they choose not to do that, I can't make them settle voluntarily for these years." Does he not think my right honourable friend on the front bench should formalise that tax advice?
Go down to 5 minutes to get them all in, due to the intervention. So
on that basis, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will not give way any more. And I think that would be right and proper to let colleagues in, no matter how short the interventions will be. I think the point that my honourable friend has made here, is there one rule on taxation in this country for one person, a small business, or am I missing something here? It seems to me that even with these schemes, for instance, I had a constituent come to see me who worked alongside another colleague that actually was in the same scheme. Their scheme, his scheme, the first one, say constituent A, had had his scheme closed. Agreed and closed. He disclosed everything. He disclosed the registration number, the DOTAS number. Closed. Finished. The reason he came to me is because he was sitting next door to a colleague who was doing exactly the same job, under exactly the same contract, under exactly the same schemes, and exactly the same declarations that for nearly 15 years have been left open. There's something fundamentally wrong in doing that. And the conclusions that the committee has come out with, I think, are eminently sensible. I agree with my honourable friend from Houghton Price and Howden that perhaps we could have been a bit stronger, but we might have lost some people on each side. We can work with this. I'm slightly concerned about the use of the word tax judges, a judge that is in, because the reason for that is, for instance, Ray McCann, who's the president of the Chartered Institute of Taxation, has said that technically it is not retrospective. So that's where the taxation people are going to come from. But he then went on to say that it has an effect of being retrospective. Now that sounds like semantics to everybody else out there, but if we have a specialist judge that is involved in taxation, that's what he's going to look at when we're arguing the point. The point is it's clearly retrospective. Well, this is where the Minister and I completely disagreed. Can I say to the Minister, he has a golden opportunity, an absolutely golden opportunity, to say, stop. Let's actually see what the effect is here. Why are we picking on these people that in many cases can't pay? Not won't pay, can't pay. As we've heard earlier on, they're being advised to get loans. Where are they going to do that? Where is the equity that they're going to? They're going to use their house. Many of them are of a similar age to myself. They have got absolutely no chance. They can pay through the nose on interest rates and borrow money from anybody. Do we really want to encourage that? Or would we like to say, we think there's something gone wrong here. This House has come together from across, I think, 6 parties, I think the chairman of the all-parliamentary group said, there is something seriously wrong. These people are petrified. My constituents have said to me, if my wife finds out about this, she has suicidal tendencies, we've already got major problems. I've got others who say, I need to come out of retirement. Actually, I've been in the IT industry out for about 5 or 6 years now. I've got no chance of coming back into this industry. Others, their employers, if they found out that there is action being taken in this sort of way in the finance world, they've had it. What are we doing, driving people into this sort of debt when actually they thought they were doing the right thing? And I say to the Minister, in all candour, take a look around this House today, on a Thursday, on a one-line whip, when even I think the whips couldn't have got this many people in here with what's going on at the moment, from both sides of the House, and I'm really serious, I don't think the whips could have got this many people in here on a Thursday on a one-line whip. But what has driven us here is our constituents. It's our job. It's what this Parliament was set up to do, to defend the little guy against the big guy. And the big guy's the government, and we will defend the little guy.
Jim Fitzpatrick on a 5-minute limit.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to be called to contribute to this debate affecting many of my constituents, and very pleased to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Hemel Hempstead. I congratulate the Honourable Gentleman for Aberdeen South and other colleagues who bid for this debate, and thank the Bank Business Committee for affording the time. I also commend the cross-party APPG leadership and the Honourable Gentleman for Aberdeen South for his excellent opening speech. I want to concentrate on relaying a few constituents' comments to the Treasury bench to show the strength and depth of feeling in this issue, because they speak much more effectively for themselves than I could do on their behalf. Mark and his partner John wrote to express their concerns. For them, the main issue is the retrospective aspect of legislation which stretches back over 10 years that were allowed to operate with no notification to members at the time. They fear the knock-on effect of bankruptcy to contractors, which means he will fail the credit checks and is unlikely to work in the financial sector ever again. Another constituent, Vladimir, says his loan provider shared his daughter number with HMRC every year and disclosed the promoter name and benefit in kind that the loan was providing for him. Daniel similarly says the loan he received were all disclosed on his tax returns. Ronnie wrote, as I moved from permanent to contracting, I used an agency, Aston May, who advised me about the benefits of using a limited company or using an LLP. I also used a UK chartered accountant who was fully aware of the LLP I was working for. Amjad got in touch to say, and I quote, this issue has taken over my life since I received a letter from HMRC last August and makes the same point about fully declaring. Another constituent facing serious trouble, Rehan, wrote, on a personal level, the threat of loan charges made me incredibly stressed and physically unwell. Todd, like many in his position, contends there was nothing disguised nor contrived about the arrangements. Taxpayers described in detail exactly what their tax arrangements were under DOTAs. Another constituent, Abdul, said, if the schemes have always been defective, why did HMRC not write directly to affected individuals and advise them of this? Richard got in touch and echoes the previous point, saying HMRC and the Treasury say these arrangements are defective and have never worked, but not once did HMRC communicate that they believed the schemes were defective and never worked, which means he's now liable for over £200,000. Marie writes, and I quote, it makes my blood boil when I hear you should have known better. No one told me. I'm not an expert in tax. I'm risk averse, and I would not have entered into the arrangement if I even had a sniff that it was not legal. I've already had to sell my house to pay the first lot of APNs which came through and don't have any savings or a home. Mr Deputy Speaker, the solid theme of frustration, confusion and bleak despair runs through every email, letter and meeting I've had on this. HMRC and the Minister keep saying this isn't retrospective, the average amount is 13,000 and everyone knew what they were doing. Clearly that is not the case, as has been emphatically contradicted by my constituents. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to thank the Loan Charge Action Group and its Secretary and former colleague Greg Mulholland for their work on this. 3 recommendations for their report stand out for me, and they are certainly reasonable, as a number of colleagues have already said this morning. Firstly, the request for a 6-month delay to the loan charge. Secondly, a 24-hour HMRC-funded mental helpline to help prevent more suicides. And finally, a full and proper review led by an expert tax judge. I look forward to the Minister's response, and with the unanimity of opinion so far across this chamber this morning, and given the number of compliments that he has been paid by so many colleagues on both sides of the House in this debate, my hopes have been raised, sir.
We now come to Sir Paul Beresford.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm a little cautious joining this debate because I haven't got the full knowledge that many of you have, or the experience, and I haven't got many cases in my constituency. I have a considerable number over the years of cases of dealing with the HMRC. And contrary to the points that many of the people made, individual approaches to individual taxation experts in HMRC have been extremely positive. And I have found that the cases have been listened to and we've got some dramatic changes. I've got 6 loan charges and I've got one other one that I think is slightly relevant. It's not a loan charge. I was approached by this individual some years ago. He was divorced and his wife, some years before, moved, of all places, to New Zealand. He had a large monthly payment to her and some support for the child, and she remained single. So he thought. And after a considerable number of years, he discovered that, in fact, she had got married, and all that maintenance that he had paid over those years, vast sums, he shouldn't have paid. So he stopped paying. And HMRC came along and said, why aren't you paying it? Because it was tax deductible. And he explained. And they said, well, the money you've paid when you shouldn't have paid is now counted as profits. And we would like tax on that, plus interest. He wasn't suicidal. He came close to considering murder, but wasn't suicidal. The ex-wife is still alive. And we went and saw HMRC. And we got a agreement on this retrospective, if you like to call it, or retroactive payment. It was spread over time. The collector was eminently reasonable, and it was managed. And when the circumstances of this individual changed, he went to university, again we went back, and again they changed it. So if there's anything else we get out of here, what I am saying to my 6 loan charge cases, or those who want help, and only 2 of them do, is that I'm prepared to take up their cases and work with them. Because you all in this chamber will realise when you've got that portcullis on your letter and you ask for a meeting, it happens. And that has to be the best way through it. Now, what I have discovered in doing this is that some of the information that the Inland Revenue, the HMRC, have been given by those 2 cases doesn't match the real information. And when I hear members say, as we have, that the communications have broken down, that the information they've used has given incorrect decisions, some of that is because they are not, and probably deliberately, being given every sample of the information that they need to come to a fair and clear decision. I couldn't believe 2 of them in particular, who are bright individuals, professionals and independent, that they had actually taken up their particular loans. And I asked one of them to explain it to me, because I'm fairly simple, I can only count to 32, that how they came about it. And they said, well, we were told it was all right. And I said, yes, by who? They said the promoters. And I said, can you describe it to me? Well, they said, we worked for whoever it was, and they gave me money, but it wasn't payment, it was a loan. I said, fine. What's the interest on it? Oh, there's no interest. Well, when do you pay it back? Oh, we're not going to pay it back, and we're not paying any tax on it. I said, that's just too good to be true.
Were the Honourable Gentleman give way?
Just once, very quickly.
I must confess that I share some of his mixed feelings about this issue, particularly as what my constituents say to me and what the Minister says to me. There seems to be a disparity. Where there does seem to be culpability from HMRC, from my perspective, is that they knew full well about some of these loan schemes for a very long time, and subsequently a political decision was made to call them in, and that political decision actually could have been taken much, much earlier, so they wouldn't have seen some of this damage, and that creates a lot of uncertainty within the wider tax system, which actually is very corrosive.
I thank the Honourable Lady for nothing else, but she's given me a minute more. I'll leave that for the Minister to answer. I can only go by the 6 cases I've seen, and that doesn't apply in the 6 cases that I've seen. So if I can say anything to members, please, can you get these cases? Can you put them together? Can you go and ask an individual senior tax inspector? No, I've got no time, it's up. And I found them really cooperative, the inspector and the collector, because it makes such a difference to these people's lives, and the look on their faces when I've come out of the meetings with the officials of relief and an acceptance that they're going to have to pay it, even though it is many are calling retrospective, I call retroactive. And I do remember the case of the divorced man who didn't commit murder, and his bill was way up over £100,000.
Samuel Wilson. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's a joy to follow the member for Mole Valley, though I've got to say I disagree with much of what he has said, because of course this is not just an issue of if you can get people sitting down with the right tax inspector, this can be sorted out. I think the debate today has shown that there's a deep-rooted problem right at the heart of this issue, namely that something which people entered into fully aware of the kind of scheme that they had, but understanding that it was fully legal, and then suddenly find that they're faced with huge tax bills, and many people are finding themselves hitting their head against the brick wall of officialdom with frustration, anger and fear. And something which I think, as we have discussed here today, it needs sorted out not at some official level, but it needs sorted out at government level and ministerial decision. The economist Adam Smith, who wrote the first economics textbook, laid down what were called the canons or the principles of taxation. What should the basis of any tax system be? And he mentioned three things. First of all, there should be certainty. Secondly, there should be fairness. And thirdly, there should be convenience. And if we look at what is happening with this loan charge, we can see that all of those principles of taxation, the rules for good application of tax, have been broken. Many of these people who entered into these schemes entered in, many because they did want to reduce their tax bill, and that's perfectly legitimate. There's a difference between tax avoidance and tax evasion, and I don't think anyone here today has advocated that if people have been evading their taxes, then they shouldn't be pursued. But some of them were forced to enter these schemes. They couldn't have got employment otherwise. In fact, in the evidence we got at the APG, there was evidence that even HMRC were taking on contractors, who in turn then took on employees, and who paid them and insisted they had to be paid by these remuneration schemes. And yet, it seems that HMRC were quite happy to employ contractors on that basis, because the scheme was deemed illegal. And I believe that there are a number of members have gone through them, but let me just reiterate some of them. First of all, I don't believe that this scheme and the loan charge meets the criteria of ensuring that there is certainty for taxpayers. It is retrospective, and no matter how the Minister tries to wriggle on it, it's if you impose tax on a loan balance today, and that loan balance has been built up over a number of years, and it's been built up over a number of years because people thought that it was okay to be paid in that way, then the tax which people are going to pay today is retrospective, or being demanded is retrospective.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's making the point about the loan charge actually being a current liability, which is obviously the government's argument. But does he agree with me that actually what our constituents need is clarity about what recourse they have for the advisers that told them to go for these schemes, and clarity from HMRC about the options for refinancing and what protections they have as citizens?
And of course, the other point about the retrospective nature is that many of those people thought they had put in their tax returns, they had given all of the information, they hadn't been told there'd be an inquiry into their tax affairs, so of course they believed that what they were doing was perfectly legal, and the payments which they had would not be subject to additional tax already. And it brings me to the second point. And that's the issue of the second issue of certainty, because many of those who give evidence were told that they were given tax bills for years that didn't even work. They were given tax bills for sums that didn't seem to coincide with what they'd earned. And indeed, in some cases, they found that they were told it was just an estimate. In fact, one of the people who gave evidence told us that when she queried it, she said, well, the HMRC said, well, that's what most other people are paying. And this is how the tax bill has been worked out in some cases. So there was no degree of certainty, because it wasn't related very often to even the years that people worked or the income which they had earned. In terms of fairness, and I do come to the point which the member made, is it fair that the people who promoted these tax schemes, none of them have been pursued? The people who are being pursued are the people who were the recipients, and sometimes, and some occasions, as I already said, forced into it. They couldn't have got employment otherwise. The employer said, this is the way you'll get paid, and this is what you'll have to do. And yet, the promoters of those schemes, many of them who were offshore, many of them who are now no longer in business, are not being pursued. and the people who are being faced with the tax liability are those who were, in many occasions, that was the only way they could get employment. In fact, some of the evidence that we got at the committee was that if people did not settle, then they might be subjected to being taxed not just on the money which they received, but the fees which were taken off them by those who have now disappeared. Now, is that fair? And I suppose it comes to we'll come to the third point, and that is the convenience. And when it comes to paying, that's why we pay PAYE, we pay our tax on a monthly basis or whatever, rather than being hit with a huge sum of money all at once. And with the way in which this has been,
On the point about the huge sum of money at once, this is exactly the number of the issue. Regardless of the rights or wrongs of the case, does the honourable gentleman agree with me that these people need huge amounts of time to pay, or in some cases debt forgiveness, because they simply cannot afford to pay?
And in fact, I just wanted to come to the point of debt forgiveness, because of course, when it comes to large companies, HMRC are prepared to negotiate sums of money and cut tax bills quite significantly. While in these particular cases, it's a case, there is the sum, pay it by and enter into a discussion and a settlement with us, or else you will be hit with the loan charge subsequently. So I think that for all of those reasons, this is a scheme which does not require, as the member for Mole Valley said, just simply taking constituents along and sitting down with a tax inspector. This requires action by the Minister. We have asked for reasonable action from a reasonable minister, and I trust that that's what we'll get today.
Chris Bimblad.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to give an apology to my right honourable friend, the Minister, if I'm not here for his reply. I'm flying to Rome to go to the Vatican for an engagement on behalf of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for International LGBT Rights, which goes to show how important these APPGs can be, and I hope there's going to be a significant development in policy in that area. However, I do want to congratulate my honourable friend for Aberdeen South both for his excellent speech introducing us, and of course the officers of the APPG who have done so much work for all of us in representing the interests of our constituents. None of us want to see our tax system being abused. We should all pay our fair share of taxes, and we must ensure a level playing field for the sake of integrity of our economic model. And the interests of those who do not have the means to opt for or set up complex tax schemes should be as protected as those who can afford this advice. And therefore, of course, the start point has got to be that it's right that in the Finance Act, the government, 2017, the government sought to close the disguised remuneration loophole. But what is in question today is the way in which the Treasury has handled this closure. And my right honourable friend for Halton Price and Howden, who was the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee in my first Parliament, was completely right about the change in culture inside the Inland Revenue and the Treasury towards these issues over the last two decades. And its policy now is having an unfair, retrospective effect, recklessly throwing the lives of thousands across the country into sheer chaos. And it also, sadly, highlights some of the HMRC's own performance issues, as it appears to have failed to adequately inquire into the notifications by honest taxpayers of their use of a scheme under the disclosure of tax avoidance schemes when it had the chance. So I do not understand why the HMRC now thinks it's fair to go back over records up to 20 years old and unexpectedly ask for sums of tens and hundreds of thousands of pounds of ordinary, hard-working people. It completely baffles me. More to the point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, who are these people? By and large, they are the most flexible and most entrepreneurial workers in our system, who have then been employed flexibly in order to give of their time, and as we've heard from other honourable ladies and gentlemen who don't receive holiday pay, don't receive the allowances because of the employment conditions under which they have. So we've heard how our constituents are seriously distressed by the vast amounts of money the Treasury is trying to claw back off them in a totally unexpected way. They've also experienced repeated delays in the handling of their cases, resulting in even more uncertainty and pressure. And they've experienced consistently poor communication from HMRC. One constituent sharing with me that an advisor on a dedicated helpline told him under no circumstances to quote her. And whilst I am grateful for the letter dated yesterday that the outstanding PPS to the Treasury made available to me in the course of today's debate, I do wonder when it says, I strongly encourage any of your constituents affected by this issue to contact HMRC as soon as possible before the 5th of April. I have enclosed a fact sheet on disguised remunerations and further information in support of over from HMRC. Well, I'm going to take a bit of a stretch, Mr Deputy Speaker, to get that information to constituents by tomorrow. And I do appreciate that is a message that the Treasury have been putting out. However, the HMRC website says that it's estimated that 75% of the income of this policy will come from employers and 25% from individuals, and it says that so far 85% of that money has been raised by employers. I don't think that's entirely surprising, because employers, of course, are not in the same position as the individuals, and so it's much easier for them to then come up with a bill, which they've then been presented with HMRC. It is the little people who are on the receiving end of this. And one of my constituents who is facing bankruptcy clearly articulates the issue. In short, HMRC got tired of going for the scheme providers because they knew how to deal with them and were always one step ahead of them. Due to their inability to get any perceived tax they feel are owed out of them, they've now shifted the focus further down the chain to people like me. I just want to say to my right honourable friend, who has had plaudits from all across the House, I hope that the steel I detect in his position...
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to speak in this important debate. In January last year, Labour's Shadow Treasury Minister said of the impending deadline of April next year to pay the loan charges that we cannot let vulnerable people who have been exploited end up with massive tax debts hanging over their heads for many years to come. And if we see bankruptcies, failing businesses, repossessions and even suicides, that will be because this government has not done enough to outreach needed and not invested in adequate training. I'm sorry to say this, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we heard on the 1st of April that HMRC had reported itself to the police of the death of an individual who had been notified of loan charge bill. It was the first time HMRC felt it had been given sufficient evidence to link a death to the loan charge. I don't know any details of this case, and I don't want to speculate, but this was a tragic loss of a life, and it's a reminder for all of us what is at stake here.
I've met with some of my constituents who have told me that they'll be severely affected by this retrospective loan charge if it's rolled out tomorrow, and have devastating effects for their families and themselves. So does it agree with me that this charge should be halted and a review set up to investigate the HMRC's actions in this matter?
I thank my honourable friend for making this very important point, and I entirely agree with his point, and it's very important that we make sure that people don't suffer because of this very unfair loan charges. I have a number of constituents whose lives have been turned upside down by the changes to tax legislation in DR schemes 3 years ago. On the face of it, I support the government's move to clamp down on the tax avoidance schemes, but the way the loan charges has been handled is confusing and cruel and seems less guided by principles, but the rushing through a badly designed process to reclaim taxes. The Director General for Customer Strategy and Tax Design at HMRC told the House of Lords Economic Affairs Subcommittee in October 2018 that the loan legislation was put in place because it was just too much time and trouble for HMRC to exercise its pre-existing powers conferred by Parliament. I give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a very powerful speech, and indeed my constituency has seen 100 affected. I'm grateful to Mr Salotra and Mr George from Hounslow West who came to the rally yesterday. They also highlighted that families are under great strain and stress, and the situation that we are in is one of policy failure. Would he agree with me that it has been a contribution also of the inadequate research and inadequate impact analysis on this policy that has contributed to the pain and the strain, and that for people who thought they were doing the right thing, who want to do the right thing, that the delay and the review is not just the right but the human thing to now do?
I agree with my honourable friend who made a very important point. And one of my constituents recently wrote to me and pointed out that essentially we have legislation being enacted because HMRC find it too difficult and troublesome to follow the rules, and yet they expect taxpayers to follow the rules, and they don't follow the rules themselves. No one disputes that HMRC has the right to challenge companies and individuals that have participated in tax avoidance arrangements. But Parliament gave HMRC powers to do so long before the loan charge legislation was proposed. These powers have not been exercised, making a mockery of the existing legislation and denying taxpayers their legitimate right to have their dispute resolved by the courts. Many had no idea whether or not the schemes they're getting into by the employees were effective or defective. It is completely unfair to penalise those people who are innocent and not those who design, enable these complicated and vague structures. Differentiation must therefore be applied between those who entered into these arrangements, arguably with their eyes open, and those who were entered into them by their employers. The legislation has allowed thousands of people to accrue a tax debt that was yet to be invented when employees invested in good faith. If nothing changes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thousands of people will be made bankrupt, families will be destroyed, and innocent people will have their lives ruined. Thank you.
Justine Greening.
Mr. Speaker, like many other members in this House, I've got a number of constituents who are affected by this. When one of them first came to see me in my MP surgery, I listened. It was a complex tax case. But for me, as a former Treasury Minister, it soon became clear that the way this was being handled was genuinely not the way that I had been used to seeing things being dealt with at my time at Treasury. And I think, alongside many other colleagues in this House, and I know my next-door neighbour, the Honourable Member for Wimbledon, I think we're right to be raising our concerns about what's going on today, not least because of the very personal impact it is having on thousands of people, frankly, around this country who have this hanging over them and nothing really being done to resolve the situation other than those people representing them being able to set out how much of an impact it's having on their lives. I have young constituents who are contractors who've just been unwittingly caught up in this. They did all the right things, asking their accountant, checking out whether a QC had approved a scheme. I've got an older gentleman who's caught up in it, looking at having to sell his home, and he's in his 70s and clearly has no ability to go back into the workplace to even begin to recoup some of the money that HMRC is now claiming he should pay. And I think there are a number of issues with all of this, but in the end it comes down to how we in this House and HMRC look at the concept of fairness. And fairness in relation to taxation. And what I would say is I think HMRC have simply got it wrong. And the balance that is being struck is in the wrong place. And I very much would urge the Minister, who I agree is a talented Minister, but in the end, it's these more challenging areas of policy that make or break that reputation than the day-to-day ability to be able to do a brilliant job, as others have said, on turning around constituency casework, where I think he's almost unparalleled in his assiduousness. So I do hope that he uses his talent to now find a way through this and to come up with a compromise that can bring a quick resolution The approach being taken circumvents taxpayer protections on time limits, on HMRC inquiries, as many have said. The bottom line is, overwhelmingly, people did declare these arrangements quite transparently. They sent in their tax returns, as some have said. Some were given tax rebates. They were given no indication that HMRC were ever going to come back to these years. I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I'm also an ex-Treasury Minister and her neighbour as well. Could you just say something? I mean, the unusual nature of this as well, sometimes the very large sums that are involved. One of my constituents has got £300,000 assessed on this, and although the average is 13,000, that can mask some quite big numbers involved here as well.
He's absolutely right. One of my constituents has done their own estimate. They believe that this could cost them £230,000. It's an estimate, because back in 2013-14, as they say, I was first contacted by HMRC in 2013-14 about income from just the 2008 to 10 tax years, and having accepted my appeal letter to their inquiries, I haven't heard anything from them since. So 5 years on, I still have no clear idea what HMRC believes I owe them and the real justification for it. As they say, communication from HMRC has been inconsistent and sporadic at best. In addition, and I want to come on to this in the time I have remaining, HMRC does not appear to be targeting the companies who were, and in some cases still are, providing these tax planning schemes, but rather the individuals who use them. Sadly, there are still people joining these schemes today unaware of the impact it's likely to have on them. Now, HMRC's approach to the loan charge has, I believe, been punitive rather than proportionate. It is essentially, for some constituents, grouped up to 20 years of charges and then lumped them into one big sum that they are now being asked to pay. And I want to finally finish my comments.
The roof's leaking.
With a leaky roof in the background. This has been an interesting week for other events happening whilst members have been giving speeches. I want to conclude my remarks actually on the really important area of what on earth is being done to tackle these people promoting these schemes. These are the people who have effectively, and I believe knowingly in many cases, missold schemes. They have got rich on the back of them and left the people who were part of them to then pick up the pieces. I will give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. Over 10 years ago, Roy Fachney and David Perrin were arrested and later convicted, non-accountants, in an accountant's tax firm, but their clients weren't told that 10 years later the HMRC might come after them. That strikes me as grossly unfair and out of time.
Well, I think that's right, and I think it would be good for the Minister to be clearer about how many schemes HMRC is aware of, how many are currently being addressed by HMRC and tackled, how many remain unaddressed today, what penalties have currently been issued in relation to closing down these schemes, what amount has that totted up to, what action has been taken against the directors who pursued these schemes and promoted them, knowing often that they are not compliant with HMRC. Will they ever be barred from being directors in the future? They're clearly reckless and not fit, I think, to be company directors. And I think the more that we can send out a message across the industry that this behaviour is not acceptable and that actually lost revenue will seek firstly to be recouped from these businesses and companies promoting the schemes, and they're the ones at risk. That will happen first, and then perhaps second there will be more clear-cut rules for people to understand when they themselves are putting themselves at risk in their assets through participating in these sorts of schemes. Mr Deputy Speaker, it really is time, I think, that HMRC did all of the people caught up unwittingly in this loan charge issue a favour. Set out some kind of a sensible compromise that drew a line in the sand, that did not go back so far and that treated them with some dignity and enabled them to either, where they still owe money, settle, but where not, frankly, be able to move on with their lives and get clarity on that as soon as possible.
Justin Mathers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I hope I can complete my speech before rain stops play. And I think there's probably some kind of symbol about how many people view how broken Parliament is going on there. But let's return to the matter in hand. And I want to congratulate the member for Aberdeen South on securing this debate. It's clear this issue has caused much distress, brutally so at times. And of course it's the case that if tax is due, then it should be collected. And without the ability to raise funds for taxation, our public services will obviously grind to a halt. But where my concern, and indeed many other honourable members' concerns, lies in the way this loan charge and the recovery of it has been handled to date. It does raise for me questions about whether HMRC can say in all honesty that each individual case is being looked at properly before the menacing letters are sent out. And I want to make it absolutely clear, if following due process it is determined that money is owed, that it should be recovered in a fair, consistent and reasonable manner. However, what I've heard does raise questions about the capacity of HMRC to deal with these issues properly. So I previously raised the issue of my constituent Mr Crook when we debated the matter in Westminster Hall back in November, and I recounted the 6 times he had contacted HMRC about his potential liability without any response. And I explained the immense anxiety he was feeling because he wasn't getting any answers and he feared bankruptcy. And since my involvement, there have been a response from HMRC, and I'm sure it was entirely coincidental that it came the week after the Westminster Hall debate. And I could wish I could say that somehow we've managed to reach a happy ending there. But we've had tales from them of spam boxes, deleted emails, and the wonderful phrase that my constituents' request will be progressed within the normal timescales. Yet here we are, 360 days after my constituent registered his interest with HMRC, and still no agreement has been reached. And he isn't the only one in this position, so I repeat the question I raised back in November. Does the Department consider they have sufficient resources to deal with this issue?
I will. Mike Ainsbury.
I'm an honourable member for giving way. I took a constituent called Jeff who's lived by the rules and played by the rules, and certainly submitted tax returns year in, year out, and yet he's suffering this injustice, this retrospective injustice.
Thank you, Honourable Friend, for his intervention. He's absolutely right. It's the retrospectivity of this that is really very difficult for people to reconcile with what they consider to be a fair and transparent process. In that regard, I have had constituents raise concerns that if they do manage to reach agreement with HMRC, then they will be required to sign a settlement document that stops them reclaiming money from HMRC if they are later judged against in a judicial review. The retrospectivity of this does sit very uncomfortably with me, but also I think the idea that the government will not be bound by future court decisions goes very much against the rule of law that we are used to in this country. And that's the wholly unsatisfactory situation we face at the moment. But I just want to go back to where we all started with this. My constituent tells me that having submitted his tax returns each year when he was working, they have never been queried.
A point of order, Sir William Cash.
I wonder what was going on. Is it hot air that's escaping from in here?
Somebody might say there's a leak in Parliament at the moment, so we'll take it from there. Justin Mathers.
I'm sure many cabinet meetings have similar difficulties, Mr Deputy Speaker. So my constituent tells me that having submitted his tax returns each year when he was working, they have never been queried. He states that by doing this, HMRC have at the very least implicitly, or if not explicitly, accepted that any monies he received in the form of a loan were indeed just that. But it is the retrospective nature and long reach of this loan charge which is so hard for him to accept. I understand that it's been claimed that HMRC have always said that these arrangements were unacceptable, but I haven't seen anything prior to 2016 to suggest that was the case. And I wonder if, when responding, the Minister can advise whether in future I should be advising my constituents that they should no longer consider HRC responses to tax returns to be final, that they can be reopened at any point, that any schemes registered with HMRC can in fact be overturned decades in the future. Can the Minister also advise whether any companies who made loans will be pursued for employer national insurance contributions as well? And what if the company is no longer trading? Will the employees' national insurance records be updated? I also just want to say a few words about the human cost of all this. HMRC has admitted in responses to FOI requests that no assessment was made of the likely number of taxpayer bankruptcies that will result from this charge, yet the official HMRC statement says the government anticipates that...
No photographs. You're holding it up.
I'll carry on. The HMRC statement says the government anticipates that some of these individuals will become insolvent as a result. This measure is not expected to have a material impact on family formation, stability or breakdown. And I find that statement unbelievable on two counts. The first is how little understanding and empathy there is for those who face bankruptcy. Anyone who has spent more than 5 minutes in the real world will know that individual insolvency has a massive impact on families. The other huge reservation I have about this is where it appears to be saying, on the one hand, it has not made an assessment on the number of bankruptcies, but it does claim that there will be some insolvencies. If people have to be made bankrupt, then I think we all are clear that something has gone terribly wrong. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, before we get the paddles out, I would like to ask the government to think about what kind of message this whole mess is sending out to entrepreneurs, the people the Conservative Party once used to consider the bedrock of their support. Under this government, those people are being left with the very distinct impression that HMRC are prioritising recovery over tax revenue over justice by targeting individuals rather than the promoters of the scheme, many of whom still enjoy generous contracts with government. They knew what they were doing but appear to have accepted no responsibility for the actions they face and face no consequences. And the suggestion that some public sector employers were insisting that the people paying the price now would only be employed if they agreed to accept the kind of contracts that HMRC are now declaring unlawful is an absolute outrage.
I'm going to suspend the sitting, and when we come back, the bells will ring 2 minutes before we restart. So the sitting is now suspended, and no photographs, please.
Hello. And now I've got things to sort out. With the younger ultimately.
Is it? Oh, that's where it's coming in. Well, we've been round the mics.
You had? Okay. So no mic suffering at that. Great.
Order! Order.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
Order. This House now stands adjourned. Good night, everybody.